Third brother, ma, pa, and second brother and I have all talked it over. We're splitting up the household. The voice was low and hard. No room for argument. Splitting up? Big brother, how did it come to this? I don't believe ma and pa could be this cruel. A young woman's voice, trembling, frantic, already shouting that she'd go take it up with the in-laws. Third brother's wife. I spent a whole day on this with pa, ma, and second brother. It's decided. Pa's gone to fetch the village head. We split tonight. That cold, hard big brother left no daylight in his tone. Big brother, it's the dead of winter, freezing and gray out there. Changle's still passed out cold, and we've got 2 little ones besides. Split us off, and we won't even have a roof over our heads. You might as well send all 5 of us out to die. The woman was on the edge of tears. It hurt just to hear it. Changle, why does that name sound so familiar? Who is that? The next second, my skull felt like it was about to crack open. Memories came flooding in all at once. In my last life, I couldn't take the grind anymore. Worked myself into the ground, day and night, all for the company's so-called blessing. Died on the job, a martyr for the cause. So where am I now? Heaven? The underworld? A dream? Another wave crashed in, the great Qin Empire. Qingzhou Prefecture. Qinglong County. Huayan Township. Yunqi Village. The Wang family. SSSS. I'm Wang Changle, eldest son of Wang Yongping, third brother. I'm Wang Changle. I cracked my eyes open with everything I had. 2 little kids crouched by the bed. 2 grown-ups stood over them. The man staring at the floor, saying nothing. That's my pa. The woman with her face buried in her hands, sobbing. That's my ma. Beside them, my little sister Xiao and little brother Xiao. Only, what does splitting up the household even mean for us? That cold, hard voice kept hammering down. You can only blame Changle himself. He went sneaking and thieving, and into Scholar Xiao's house, of all places. He's ruined this family's good name. Second brother sits for the county exam this coming March. It only comes once every 3 years. If Changle drags him down, and he fails to earn his rank, can you carry that? Our Wang family finally produced a scholar in second brother. For the family's future, you'll agree to this whether you like it or not. Tonight, we split. And just like that, it all came back to me. 4 Wang brothers. Eldest, Wang Yongqing, and third, Wang Yongping, both farmers. Second, Wang Yongshu, studied his way to a scholar candidate's rank. The whole family bankrolled him. Fourth, Wang Yongsong, loafed around all day, sneaking and stealing, and dragged the original owner of this body, third brother's son, right down with him. Last night, fourth uncle climbed the wall into Scholar Xiao's place to swipe something to trade for drinking money. Got spotted, bolted like a rabbit, and left the original body, who'd been standing lookout at the base of the wall, holding the bag. A vicious beating later, half his life gone, he got dumped back at the Wang house, kept alive on nothing but herbal brew. No wonder the whole room reeked of bitter medicine. My mouth tasted like ash, and everything hurt. I took careful stock. Okay, good. Arms and legs all accounted for. No parts missing. Say something, will you? My ma wept into her hands. If we really got thrown out in this cold, all 5 of us would freeze to death in a single night. My pa hung his head, fists clenched, not a word. What could he say? Changle was caught red-handed. His old face had nowhere to hide. Second brother wanted his good name. The family wanted its future. So third brother's whole household was the one to be sacrificed. They couldn't very well strike Changle from the clan records and toss him out to fend for himself. Inside, only my ma's crying. Outside, plenty more going on. I heard every word. Second aunt was cursing me. Sticky fingers, ruin the Wang name. And worst of all, thieving from Scholar Xiao himself, the very man second uncle was friendly with. Xiao had taken back every book he'd lent. Books were the small part. Second uncle had been counting on Xiao to coach him for the scholar's exam. All of it gone. Beside her, 2 old, cracked voices, grandpa and grandma, spitting the foulest things they had. Little beast. Curse on the house. Only big aunt didn't curse. She kept soothing the old folks and the other sisters-in-law, saying Changle had been beaten half to death already. He'd gotten his comeuppance, so maybe just let it go. Kind of touching, actually. Besides my parents, somebody in this house still spared me a thought. Honestly, once the memories finished merging, I wanted to smack the original owner. You couldn't blame grandpa, grandma, or second aunt for laying it on thick. The kid really was a piece of work. 13 years old, loved to fight, bullied his little siblings, the village's pint-sized tyrant, tagging along with fourth uncle to steal chickens and pull every cheap, low-down stunt there was. Even without the scholar Xiao mess, sooner or later somebody was going to beat him half to death. You could tell how much grief the original used to cause just from the way the two little ones barely dared to perch on the edge of the bed, bruised black and blue, huddling at the foot of it. Good grief. Offended every relative there was, and beat up his own little brother and sister too. What a mess. Talk about starting on hard mode. Where's my cheat code? Come on, kicking already. The cheat code didn't come. Instead, the door of the next room creaked, and someone came in wrapped in wind and snow. Grandpa asked at once, "Second son, did Scholar Xiao take it?" My pa and fourth uncle, Wang Yongsong, both pricked up their ears. Mama stopped crying. The moment that would decide all 5 of our fates had arrived. Slap. Salted fish and cured pork hit the heated brick bed, scattering everywhere. Second brother, Wang Yongshu, let out a cold laugh. Waited 2 hours. Door shut tight. He wouldn't even see me. Mama shuddered. That was it. Not a sliver of hope left. My pa's back bent a little lower. An honest farmer his whole life, living off his own muscle, and now he couldn't even straighten up. Fourth uncle, Wang Yongsong, shrank into a corner, not daring to look at third brother and his wife. He was scared the truth would come out. He was the one who always took Changle along on those thieving runs, and last night, when they got caught, he'd panicked. Right now, he was praying Changle stayed unconscious, praying the boy would just keep carrying the blame for him. Worst case, he'd steal a little extra grain down the road and slip it to third brother's family. Though who knew if they'd even make it through the winter once they were split off. This winter was colder than any in years. Fourth uncle felt a twinge of guilt and spoke up timidly. Third brother, sister-in-law, it's been a rough day. Eat first. You'll need your strength to split the... That set second aunt off. Her husband had been this close to passing the scholar's exam, riding high with Scholar Xiao. And that little beast had wrecked the whole relationship she'd worked so hard to build. She'd been sick to her stomach all day, hadn't eaten a bite. And now you want to talk about supper? No such luck. Eat. Split the household first. A nest of thieves. Can't last a single day. The curses came ugly. Farm kids grow up fast. Xiao Qian and Xiaoyong heard what it meant. The whole family was getting thrown out the door. The two of them clutched each other. Huge eyes turned to their parents. We're not thieves. Big cousin's the thief. Why are we the ones getting kicked out? Mama couldn't take it. She gathered the 2 innocent kids close, collapsed onto my bedding, and wept. How are we supposed to live? My pa stayed silent. He was the head of his household. He couldn't fall apart. But grandpa, grandma, second brother, second aunt, their minds were iron set. Big brother had always despised Changle's thieving. Fourth uncle had no say. The Wang family wasn't going to keep them. The only question was, with all that snow out there, how was he supposed to keep his wife and kids alive? A single sigh. I'm not the original owner, but looking at the bent back of this body's father, something in my chest went sour. What killed me was that I was too weak to get a single word out. Otherwise, I'd have dragged fourth uncle down with me on the spot. Say what you want about Big Brother. He had a big brother's spine. However much he despised Changle, he still had Big Aunt put together a farewell meal. We didn't eat it together. 5 bowls of millet rice cut with wild greens, a basin of winter Napa cabbage, dipped in the Wang family's homemade soybean paste. In this house, that counted as a feast. Xiao Qian and Xiaoyong had been starving all day, eyes glowing green. At Pa's nod, they grabbed their bowls and dug in. Millet and wild greens. And oh, it smelled good. Cabbage dipped in Big Aunt's bean paste. They didn't get a meal this good twice a year. Big Aunt was the only one besides my parents who never looked down on Changle. She'd slipped 2 eggs into my ma's arms on the sly. Third brother's wife, I've got no say in this. Don't hold it against me. The eggs are for Changle. Don't refuse them. The boy isn't bad at heart. Fourth uncle led him astray. From here on, you 2 raise him right. Third brother, your sister-in-law knows you're honest and proud. It's not much. Don't be offended. My own family gave it to me. Take it, get Changle some medicine. Big sister, things are hard for your family too. I can't take this money. Both my parents were on their feet now. My mom was crying again. My pa's eyes had gone red as he tried to press the coins back. Big Aunt wouldn't take them. She gave Xiaoqian and Xiaoyong's heads a pat, turned, and left. I lay there in the bedding, hot tears sliding from the corners of my eyes. Big Aunt, a good soul. The day I make it, she's the first one I pay back. Big Aunt left, and fourth uncle came in. Head down, 2 sacks in his hands. Third brother, sister-in-law, you know how I am. Never saved any money. All I've got left is a little food. It's all here. Take it. Slap. Set the sacks down and left. Mama cried again. Fourth loafed around and thieved all day. And yet, of the 4 brothers, he was the only one who came to drop off some food. Half a jar of salt, half a hunk of cured pork, 2 palm-sized salted fish, and a little packet of sugar. Xiaoqian's and Xiaoyong's eyes lit right up. Suddenly, the millet and greens in their bowls lost all their flavor. They were staring dead at those dozen-odd lumps of sugar. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You can't even afford a square meal, and you've been hoarding sugar? People here can't get a single piece of candy at New Year's, and he's sitting on a whole bag, richer than the village's well-off families. And this is the guy who goes out stealing. I was speechless. Mama unwrapped one piece, gave my big brother self a sip of water, and slipped the sugar into my mouth. My head was still swimming, and the sweetness spread across my tongue. Not as good as the candy from my old life, but a whole lot better than herbal brew. I did not want another mouthful of that medicine. From now on, I had old Fourth wrong. He's got the most heart of them all. My pa picked at his food, no light in his eyes. The corner of my mouth twitched. That's not heart, that's guilt. An uncle gets his own nephew beaten half to death, doesn't dare own up to it, and stands by while his brother's whole family of 5 gets thrown out into the snow. And that's having heart. If only I could talk. I'd give fourth uncle something to remember. Pa, Ma, why aren't you eating? Xiaoqian was 9, wise beyond her years. She set cabbage into her parents' bowls. The cured pork and fish she hadn't touched. She knew that was being saved to build her brother's strength back up. Pa and Ma aren't hungry. You and Xiaoyong eat. My ma wiped her tears, comforted, and she and my pa split a single bowl between them, pushing the other 2 over to Xiaoqian and Xiaoyong, even pinching up cabbage swiped through bean paste and dropping it into the little one's bowls. Fourth was right. You need a full belly to split a household. It was bitter cold out there. The grown-ups could tough it out. The little ones needed to eat more to make it. Xiaoqian and Xiaoyong each put away 2 big bowls of millet and greens with bean paste cabbage. First time they'd ever eaten so full. So good. If only they split the household every day. Full bellies, full strength. The 2 little ones went off to gather what little the family owned. My pa poured hot water into the cabbage basin and gulped it down, swallowing the last traces of oil. My ma did the same. 5 bowls worth of millet and greens broth, and my ma's body was still thin enough to cut you. I squinted, sniffling. Too bitter. My parents, my brother and sister, they had it too hard. And because of the original owner's mess, it was about to get harder. I made a vow, deep down. This life, I'd lead this whole family to a good life. No matter what. The sugar dissolved, and a little strength came back to me, but my throat felt like a boulder was wedged in it, raw and burning. I forced out one weak word. Ma. All 4 of them froze mid-motion. Dead silence. My ma really is a crier. She threw herself at the bed, scalding tears splashing onto my face, ticklish. Changle, you're awake. How do you feel? Talk to Ma quick. I opened my eyes slowly, and for the first time saw the father and mother of this world up close. Ma, kind-faced and gentle, her ragged clothes washed white, no padded coat even in the dead of winter, her hands ice-cold. Pa, dark-skinned and hunched, dressed even thinner, hemp shirt and hemp trousers, patches stacked on patches. Ma, I'm a lot better. My throat hurt. I didn't much want to speak. My pa set down the clay jar of millet, crossed the room in one stride, pressed a rough, broad hand to my forehead, and said low, "Fever's down. Get the boy something to eat." My ma went red-eyed to boil water for an egg. Changle was awake. The boulder in her chest finally dropped. However much trouble he caused, he was still flesh of her flesh. Last night, when they carried him home beaten half dead, both their hearts had nearly broken. My pa fussed with the bedding a while longer, and the bed warmed up. Only then did I notice I was under 2 layers of quilt, and the whole house owned exactly 2. Last night, they couldn't have sat up freezing all night, could they? Brother, have another piece of sugar. Xiaoqian's little hands were cracked from the cold. She peeled the wrapper and held it to my lips. Brother already had some. You eat it, Xiao. Xiao swallowed, wrapped the sugar back up, tucked it into the bag, and went back to gathering the family's things. So mindful it hurt. Brother, I'm saving it for you. Eat it when you're better. My eyes went red too. I'm a transmigrator, for crying out loud. How am I getting this choked up? Doesn't add up. I plainly saw Xiao turn away and secretly sniff the last bit of sugar scent on her fingers, just for a moment, then hold it out for Xiaoyong to sniff too. Both their eyes lit up. The house leaked drafts from every direction. The two little ones' cheeks were red with cold, snot running freely. Changle, eat the egg. My ma's hands were quick. She used chopsticks to break the yolk into little pieces, the smell wafting up. I leaned into my pa's arms. Pa, Ma, I'm sorry. My pa's nose stung. The boy's awake. That's enough. Why bring up the past? My ma turned her face away, shoulders shaking. Pa, Ma, I didn't steal anything. It was fourth uncle. My ma cut me off before I could finish. Changle, let it go. Eat, Changle. Eat and get strong. My pa just figured his eldest was scared, trying to pin the theft on fourth. I sighed. Looked like my parents didn't believe that line at all. How rotten had the original's character been, that his own mother and father wouldn't take his word for one single thing? The egg reached my lips, and I didn't hold back. I needed the nutrition, needed to heal up fast. A transmigrator's edge is no good without a solid body to put it to use. Pa, Ma, you eat too. Xiaoyong, come here. I worked my way through the whole egg and waved over the two who were watching me with hungry eyes. In the Wong house, eggs always went to second uncle first. He was the scholar. He had to eat well. Grandpa and Grandma laid that rule down themselves, and all 15 mouths obeyed it. Next came fourth uncle, the old folks most doted on youngest son. Then big uncle's family, the ones Grandpa and Grandma were counting on to care for them in old age. And dead last, third brother's family. Truly, no love from Grandpa, none from Grandma. One extra dip of the chopsticks earned you a glare from Grandma, especially Xiao, who all but had "not fit for the table" written across her face. That, right there, was why the original turned to thieving. Plain and simple, he was never full. I'd just made my vow. As long as I had a bite to eat, I'd share it with family. Said and done, starting with this egg. The body can heal slow. Family can't wait. Not listening to your big brother now? Get over here. That bark dredged up an old fear in the two little ones. Xiaoqian's eyes went timid. She gripped Xiaoyong's small hand and stood by the bed, not daring to look at me. Brother, you eat it. We're not hungry. Big Aunt saved it for you, Changle, you eat. My pa frowned. Mama said nothing. There was no way my parents would eat. So I broke the second egg in half, one piece each for Xiaoqian and Xiaoyong. Eat it. I dug up a trace of the original's old tone. The two little ones chewed away. A boiled egg, so good, better than bean paste cabbage, better than gnawing chicken bones or sucking on fish spines. My ma was stunned. Since waking, Changle seemed like a different person. My pa felt a pang over those two eggs, but worried more for his eldest's health. Changle, feeling better? I'm a lot better, Pa. It was what it was. Grandpa, Grandma, big uncle, second uncle, they'd all decided I was the thief. Scholar Xiao was thoroughly offended. The split was a done deal. Anything more I said would just sound like wild finger-pointing. No point. Grandpa and Grandma especially would shield fourth uncle to the end. They doted on him for 18 years, never once cared about third brother's family. They'd love nothing more than to use this chance to drive all 5 of us out, save 5 mouths of grain, and parcel it out to the other 3 households. The helplessness of it, finally get a shot at a new life, and I'm reborn as a chicken-thieving crook, and a crook taking the fall for somebody else at that. Until I built up some real strength, this was a blame I'd have to keep carrying for the original. Why couldn't I have been reborn as somebody with a little decency? Talk about a hard mode start. Stuffed full, Xiaoqian and Xiaoyong looked at me differently now. Kids are the quickest to sense a change in their own people. The original had carried a mean streak, and now it was gone. Good riddance. They liked this brother better. The two of them went off with our parents to gather the family's things. Pots, bowls, ladles, basins, tables, chairs, stools. I shouldn't have gone to Scholar Xiao's. I dragged Pa, Ma, Xiaoqian, and Xiaoyong into it. I offered a sincere apology on the original's behalf. My pa gave my shoulder a comforted pat. He was a rough man, couldn't string together a phrase like a man who mends his ways. So he just thought it to himself. The boy's growing up. My ma cried again, this time, tears of joy. Changle apologizing. First time since the dawn of creation. Changle, ma doesn't blame you. She wiped her eyes. It's ma who couldn't fill your belly. Let them split us off, then. All these years, when did the 5 of us ever count to them? Your pa works the hardest. Every crop and every stretch of corvée labor dumped on his back, while second and fourth ate ready-made for 13 years. We ate the least. However Grandpa and Grandma ground Xiao and Xiao down, I saw all of it and never said a word. And now Changle hits one rough patch, and they'd sooner see him dead. What kind of family is that? I've seen them clearly now. Split. Split the household. My pa stayed silent. He'd long known his parents played favorites. He'd swallowed it all these years, figured he'd just keep bearing it. But this business with Changle had frozen his heart through. My ma asked, husband, once we're split off, where do we live? My pa answered, 5th Uncle Joe passed in March. His thatched shack's been sitting empty. We'll make do there for the winter. Just then, Grandpa and Big Uncle arrived with the village head, second aunt trailing behind, calling my pa next door to divide the household. Through the wall, my pa's voice was pressed flat over a fire of anger. Second aunt's was hotter than his. Every third word was thief, stole, no shame. I knew exactly what she was doing. Using the split to bully us, to grab the property. Heat shot up from the pit of my stomach. You old crow. One day I'll tear that mouth of yours right off. From start to finish, not one word from second uncle. Probably beneath him to bicker with a dirt-poor farmer like third brother. That's it. That's all of it. Not one extra bowl. Second aunt's voice came shrill and cutting. She was the engine of this whole split. I could just picture her, hands on hips, neck craned, shrieking. You dog. Your day's coming. My pa came back with his head down, crushed flat under the combined weight of Grandpa, Big Uncle, and second aunt, a total rout. 1 grown-up, 3 kids. We all read it in my pa's guilty eyes. We were leaving the Wong house with this pitiful scrap of property. The tables, chairs, stools, the pots and bowls and bedding and clothes we could take. 4 farm tools, 1 sickle, 1 hoe, 1 spade, a single carrying pole. The plow, no. 1 wheelbarrow, still piled high with wet firewood. The bed had to stay for 4th uncle's future children. 10 caddies of millet, 5 of wheat, 1 sack each of flour and soybeans. There'd been 3 caddies of rice, but second aunt clawed it back. 2 baskets of cabbage and radish, 1 basket of chives, scallions, and garlic, half a crock of pickles, a few ounces of salt, a small jar of lard. Second aunt scooped out 1 big spoonful of that too, left us scraping the bottom. Half a jar of Big Aunt's handmade bean paste. Meat, none. Eggs, none. 2 chickens, 2 ducks. A pig or an ox. Don't even dream. The matter of the fields, nobody brought up. My pa knew raising it was pointless. Grandpa, Grandma, and second aunt would never split the land. They held the high ground. They'd use those fields to make up for the damage to the Wong name. Money and silver, not a sliver, not a single copper coin. Only the 10 coppers Big Aunt slipped us in secret, enough to buy 2 caddies of rice. My ma wrapped them in 3 layers and tucked them against her chest. In front of the whole family, and a dozen some village men besides. The village head saw it all through. Property divided, deed of separation drawn up, filed with the county office. From this day on, Wang Yongping's household and Wang Monsong's household were squared away, nothing to do with each other. From beginning to end, second uncle, Wang Yongshu, never showed his face. In the original's memory, second uncle had everything handed to him. Best food, warmest bed, never set foot in a field. Every meal, his were the first chopsticks to move. Eggs, good dishes, he ate his fill before third brother's family could touch a bowl. The thing Xiao wanted most was the chicken bones second uncle spat out. Now those were a treat. Xiao didn't remember anymore, but I remembered the look second uncle gave us. Contempt. Dirt poor peasants. Fair enough, second uncle was a scholar, a future shiozai, a future official. How could he eat and sleep under the same roof as his mud-legged brothers? Grandpa, Grandma, and second aunt went back to lie on their warm brick beds. The village head waved the village men over to help haul our things. We're all neighbors here. Lend a hand, everybody. The men answered up. The Wang family's private business was none of theirs, and they said nothing about it. But helping honest old third brother Wang move a few things, that was no trouble at all. My ma bundled Xiao and Xiao into ragged padded coats, packed the carrying basket full of clothes and food, took a child in each hand, and stepped out into the snow. Destination: Fifth Uncle Zhou's empty thatched shack at the edge of the village. My pa found a ladder, lifted me onto it, and followed along with Big Uncle and Big Uncle's two sons. Third brother, don't hold it against me. My pa's lips moved. The wind and snow were too loud. I didn't catch it. I stared straight at fourth uncle, under the eaves of the old house. Fourth uncle, Wang Yongtsong, was on the verge of tears. He wanted to come help, even just to carry something. But somehow, the second his eyes met Changle's, those black eyes, his legs went to jelly. He couldn't take a step, couldn't open his mouth. It was his sin, but it was Changle, the boy who'd trailed at his heels since he was small, who paid for it. He was sick with regret. The wind and snow came harder. The old house and fourth uncle slowly vanished from sight. So cold. I figured at least 20 below. Shandong, Qingzhou Prefecture. Is it really this cold here? Where the heck have they exiled me to? 5 mouths. Ration the grain and vegetables, and we could stretch it 10 days. After 10 days, then what? We couldn't just sit there and starve. 10 days, enough to get my body back. The first order of business was food, but right now I couldn't even work a field, let alone scrape up anything else. Talk about a hard mode start. Where's my cheat code? A little help here. Big brother. Third brother. Big uncle. Third uncle. Cousin Changgue, cousin Changfu. Wait up. 2 voices, growing closer. Third brother. I heard what happened. Come to my place. Third uncle, my east room's empty. Nice and warm inside. Come on. It came back to me. That was Aunt Wang Yonglian and my cousin Zhao Taidan. Grandpa and Grandma never cared for Aunt. They married her off early. Then her husband's family hit hard times, and he went to the county seat to do hard labor, only coming home half a month at New Year's. Taidan was just like his name, Iron Egg, big and strapping, warm-hearted, just a half-step slower upstairs than everybody else. Since we were little, he'd been my best playmate. Even though he was 2 months older, it was always Changle G, Changle G. Later, the original stopped playing with him and took up thieving with fourth uncle instead, which is how he ended up being carried out on a ladder like this. I shut my eyes fast and prayed he wouldn't notice me. The more you dread something, the surer it comes. Taidan took one big stride, lifted the ladder right out of Big Uncle's 2 sons' hands, his cheeks red with cold, laughing his loud, honking laugh. Changle G, it's me, Taidan. Open your eyes and look. It had to be a good half year since we'd seen each other. How was there not a trace of distance in him? Third brother, don't just stand there. The bed's all heated up for your family. Let's go. Aunt urged. My pa was proud his whole life. Never bowed to ask anyone for anything. Never took a scrap of charity. But today, one break after another. The words, no need, hadn't even left his mouth when he saw his wife and Xiao and Xiaoyong shivering, trembling all over in the snow. Big sister, it was the first time I ever saw my pa cry. The whole group changed direction, bundles and all, and came to Aunt's house. Big uncle clapped my pa on the shoulder, pressed a small package into his hand, and turned to go. Aunt's house was warm, the brick bed blazing hot, the east room scrubbed clean, even spread with 2 fresh quilts, warm to the touch. Taidan carried me straight to the warmest spot on the bed and fed me a sip of hot water. My stiff body finally came back to life, feeling returning. Aunt helped my parents arrange their things. Not that there was much, a quarter hour and it was all set. Changle's ma, the west room's roomy. Bring the wet clothes and bedding to the west room bed later. Dry them overnight. They'll be wearable tomorrow. Xiaoyong, come have some porridge. Warm yourselves up. Aunt bustled about. Taidan ducked into the kitchen and came back with a big basin. Steaming millet porridge. 5 bowls poured out, and still over half a basin left. And Aunt brought 2 more bowls of pickled radish and cabbage. Taidan was warm to a fault. Hauled up one little one in each hand to sit and eat on the bed. Third brother, Changle's ma, it's a bit rushed, no meat ready, forgive me. The bed's warm, sit and eat. Taidan and I already ate. Big sister, thank you. If it weren't for you, I don't know how we'd live. My ma choked on her words, a whole day of crying. her eyes swollen. My pa blamed his own uselessness. Half a lifetime and not a scrap saved. Kicked out in the end, having to lean on a big sister married off more than 10 years ago. What a failure of a life. Third brother, Changle's ma, don't you dare talk like that. Aunt waved it off. When my husband and I first married, we didn't even have a roof. It was you, third brother, and big brother, and the village head who built up our yard for us. The year tied in was 3 and disaster struck our family. Not a grain of food left. Our parents tossed me a single cart of cabbage, and second's family gave nothing at all. Only you and big brother and big sister-in-law secretly sent us grain for half a year, or tied-in wouldn't have made it. You're the saviors of my life. Live here and don't fret. Kidon's pa will agree to it when he's back. My pa nodded in silence. That's right. Family's supposed to help family. How could grandpa and grandma not understand something so simple? Doting on second and fourth, blind to his toil, splitting the household in cold like this, heartbreaking. Big brother bringing up the split was probably not his own choice either. My pa touched the little something in his patched pocket. 2 mace of silver, 50 copper coins. Big brother had done what he could. Changle G, I'll come play with you tomorrow. Aunt and Tied-Ann went back to the west room. My ma went along to dry the clothes and bedding, and came back saying the west room wasn't as warm as the east. They burned less firewood there. My pa was silent. Adversity shows you true hearts. Big sister and nephew Tied-Ann. Never a bad word about Changle. The debt to big sister had grown even bigger. In my heart, the list of people I'd someday treat to the good life gained 2 more names. Aunt and Tied-Ann. Once I recovered, I'd make sure both these families ate their fill and dressed warm. The family climbed onto the bed for porridge. My ma put away the silver and copper from Big Uncle, together with Big Aunt's, 2 mace of silver and 60 copper coins in all. Ration it out, and we wouldn't starve. Brother, open up. Xiao blew on a spoonful of millet porridge and brought it to my lips. Sensing the change in her brother, maybe, she'd warmed up to me a lot. 1 bowl of millet porridge down, and my body warmed, strength returning. Xiao was still a little scared, sitting as far from me as he could to drink his porridge, big eyes peeking timidly my way. I didn't know what to say. Just how rotten had the original been, to scare a kid this bad? Laying hands on a 6-year-old little brother, too? Served him right, that beating. Thank you, sister. You eat too. Ma, where's the cured pork fourth uncle brought? Let's split it for Xiao and Xiao. My ma had just hidden the silver away. She looked up startled. Then, seeing her eldest's earnest face, felt a touch moved. Splitting the eggs back at the old house had surprised her. Now here he was thinking of sharing the cured pork with his little brother and sister. Hit by disaster, and still mindful of the little ones, so much more sensible than before. A thought suddenly surfaced for my ma. Maybe this beating her eldest took had a silver lining? No, 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 silver lining nothing. Far better her son go his whole life without a single wound or hardship. As long as the family was warm and whole, together and round, split or not, life would still be lived bright and good. My pa, rare for him, nodded. So my ma cut a slice of cured pork the width of a pinky nail, and 2 more slices for Xiao and Xiao. Xiao swallowed his in 1 gulp, eyes shut, savoring the fat bursting across his tongue. Better cured pork than they got even at New Year's, salty and rich, so good. Xiao held her slice of cured pork in her chopsticks, and hesitated. It had always been her brother who took the first bite. If she ate first now, would she get hit? She didn't want to be hit. Brother, eat the meat. I forced an arm up and gave Xiaoqian's cheek a pinch. Xiaoqian, you eat it. Brother's full. Ma, cut a couple more slices, don't save any for me. Once I'm back on my feet, I've got ways to bring in food. My parents plainly didn't believe me. They just wanted their eldest to mend. The 5 of us lay down side by side. I slept against the kitchen wall, the warmest spot, the 2 little ones beside me, drooling, sleeping sweet as anything. Xiaoqian still had tears in the corners of her eyes. Warm bed, thick quilt, pure bliss. My parents slept on the outside, murmuring to each other. I dropped into a deep sleep. By early morning, the yard was already buzzing. Neighbors came in wave after wave. Millet, sorghum, soybeans, radish and cabbage, dried chili, eggs, scallions and garlic, dried chives, wota buns. Every household came to drop off food, and not one of them looked down on me. A few half-grown boys and snot-nosed kids even came in to talk to me. It warmed me right through. Xiao and Xiaoyong's eyes went round as coins. First time the house had seen this many people, this much food. Back at the old place, there'd never been a scene like it. The village head came by twice. First trip, he brought a caddy of tofu. Folk wisdom says tofu disperses bruising and heals deep injuries, so my ma didn't refuse it. Second trip, he came on fourth uncle's behalf, bringing nux vomica and elderwood for the swelling and pain. No telling where the guy got them, probably stole them, and he didn't show his own face. Too guilt-ridden, most likely. My parents were out in the yard sorting and sifting through everything while Aunt finished breakfast. 2 eggs, rice porridge, with a generous heap of rice, a little plate of pickled dried radish, and one of pickled cucumber to go with it. Smelled wonderful. She called Tai Dan, Xiao and Xiaoyong to eat first, then took the tofu back into the kitchen. A night on the heated bed had given me a little strength back, like coming off anesthesia in my old life, the feeling creeping back bit by bit. Right foot first, then left, sensation returning until I could stretch and move my legs. Anne had a kind heart and didn't treat us like outsiders. She even brought breakfast to the east room for us. Tai-Dan made friends easily and hit it off with Xiaoyong fast. It warmed me to see it. Once I was well, I'd have to make it up to Xiaoyong on the original's behalf and never lay a hand on him again. Tai-Dan, Xiao and Xiaoyong ate only porridge and pickles. Nobody touched the 2 eggs. Xiao climbed onto the bed and, copying what our parents had done the day before, broke the yolk into little pieces and fed me. She wasn't so scared of me anymore. Ever since her brother got beaten half to death and woke up, he'd gone a lot gentler. Xiaoyong was still a little afraid. A small heart. The wounds don't close so easily. Brother, the eggs at Aunt's are even better than at home. Try some, it'll make you strong. My pa happened to come in right then and, seeing the scene, was quietly moved. Xiao had grown sensible, and Changle didn't bully his sister anymore. All good things. Big sister, don't go to so much trouble. Come eat first. My ma felt uneasy putting Aunt out. It's no bother. Fresh cabbage and tofu soup. Give it to Changle quick. Eat it, and he'll heal faster. Aunt, apron on, brimming with smiles, brought over a big steaming bowl. Tai-Dan hurried to take it and pour out a small bowl to cool. Big sister, this is too much trouble for you. From now on I'll cook, you and Tai-Dan rest. My ma was moved again. My pa kept his head down and ate. After the meal, he had to go out and find a way to feed the family. Don't stand on ceremony with your big sister. Third brother, Changle's ma, eat up. Tai-Dan, hand me the bowl, I'll feed Changle. The tofu had been deep fried. Making tofu these days meant getting up before dawn to grind the beans and simmering until daybreak. And into that one bowl, Aunt had been willing to put the family's own scarce oil. Bowl after bowl of cabbage and tofu went down, and my parents' eyes brimmed. To be able to eat is a blessing. Just being able to eat was enough. The debt to the village head, to big sister, to the neighbors, they'd never pay it all back in this life. After breakfast, Aunt sorted what the neighbors had brought. My ma went to the kitchen to brew medicine, and my pa found a clean jar, ground the nux vomica and elderwood to paste, and dressed his eldest's injuries. He peeled back my clothes, bruises blue and purple beyond counting. My proud, hard-headed pa, his eyes went wet in an instant. Tai-Dan sucked in a sharp breath. He'd heard Changle G got beaten, but never imagined this bad. And nobody reported it to the authorities? Changle G, does it hurt? I smiled bitterly. Doesn't hurt, SSS. What a curse. The original went thieving, and I'm the one paying for it. Beaten this raw. Cheat code. Come on, save me already. A full day since I transmigrated, and not a peep in my head. All I knew was that this was some made-up version of the Great Qin Empire. How could I be sure it was made up? Because here there was tofu, sugar, and even cucumbers, and the Qin dynasty back on Earth had none of that. Made up, then. Had to be. While he changed the dressing, Xiao gathered Xiaoyong and turned away to leave her brother his dignity. My pa let out a breath. Thank goodness. Vicious as the beating was, it hadn't damaged the core bones. With some rest, the boy would knit back whole. Both sides dressed with herb paste, and just as my ma came in with the medicine, my pa quickly pulled my clothes back over me. This sorry sight, he couldn't let her see. The medicine was bitter. I was used to capsules and pills when I got sick in my old life, but I gritted through and drained it. Heal a day sooner, and my parents could rest a day sooner, and I could put a transmigrator's tricks to use a day sooner. Aunt tallied it all up. The neighbors had brought 3 piles of firewood, 5 caddies of rice, 50 caddies of millet, and close to 10 caddies of wodu and flour and odds and ends, 65 caddies of grain, plus what we'd carried out of the old house, 90 caddies in all. Vegetables, even more, a whole cartload. Salt and oil were the scarcest, half a caddy each. I was getting drowsy, eyelids too heavy to lift. In my ears, my ma's grateful voice, Aunt comforting her, my pa seeming to sigh. What was there to sigh about? The grain wasn't enough. 5 mouths. Ration hard through winter, and you still need half a caddy per person a day. 90 caddies only lasts a month and a half. Winter still had 3 months to run, and the family had no land. Meaning come spring, there'd be a whole season with no harvest to bring in. A real worry. If not for the neighbors' charity and big sister's help, we'd never make it to next spring. Thinking of that, my pa grew even more disappointed in the old house crowd. I watched my pa's back curled in the corner, 2 shoulder blades jutting under his gray cloth shirt, the wind outside whistling through the old wooden door like a moan. Afraid of disturbing his eldest's rest, my pa wedged the door tight with 2 big logs. I sank into sleep. And in that sleep, I finally merged with every last one of the original's memories. The land I'd landed in was ruled by the Great Qin Empire, 300 years standing, 15 emperors in its line. At its founding, iron cavalry swept the realm and shook the 8 corners of the earth. By the reigns of Emperor Wan and Emperor Jing, the empire was at its peak, 10,000 nations paying court. But the good times didn't last. From the 8th emperor on, the court grew slack, and the great noble clans fastened onto the provinces like leeches, eating away at the country's foundations. By the 13th emperor, official corruption was beyond saving. Harsh taxes and levies thick as fly swarms. The common folk pushed to the wall, and on the Great Wall to the north, the beacon smoke of war never went out, all year round. The reigning emperor now was the 16th, a thorough do-nothing who spent his days painting and writing calligraphy and handed all governance to the eunuchs. Every 2 or 3 years the Xiongnu came down from the north to raid, strolling in like the land was empty. Off the east coast, Woka pirates came often to burn, kill, and plunder, and the court couldn't protect its people at all. Fortunately, the governor of Shandong was a capable man whose campaigns against the pirates were effective, so the counties under Qingzhou Prefecture got by well enough. It was just getting colder and colder, exactly like the fabled Little Ice Age. Yunqi Village, Cloud Stream, was named for the little stream running through it. Cloud Stream flowed out of Daqing Mountain to the east of the village, shallow and thin enough that any kid could clear it in a single stride. The village relied on it to irrigate and to drink. There were no big fish in it, only minnows and shrimp and bugs, not enough to fill a belly. The village still lived by farming. For counties in Qingzhou Prefecture sat on the coast, and plenty of folk made their living fishing and combing the tide flats. Fishermen lived comfortably, but Qinglan County, where Yunqi Village lay, wasn't one of them. And besides, things had gone bad starting some 20-odd years back. To the east, Wokou pirates killed and robbed anyone they saw. The governor drilled his navy and fought running battles along the coast. Livelihoods were wrecked, and fishermen were forced to move inland. Tiedon's pa, Xiao Gang, had once been a fisherman. His family was slaughtered by the pirates. Unable to survive, he fled the famine to Yunqi Village. That was the year Aunt came of age, and Grandpa couldn't wait to shove the money-loser girl out the door and marry her off to him. Uncle by marriage cleared 5 mu of wasteland in the village. Then disaster struck the year, tide in turned 3. Only big uncles and my pa's help kept them from starving. Later he found laborers work in the county seat, and they scraped by. When the last of the memories finished merging, I woke up and lay there blankly staring at the roof tiles. Good grief. A hard mode start for real. The dynasty's twilight years, Xiongnu raids from the north, Woka pirates on the coast, the Little Ice Age, set all that aside. Just the food-getting schemes I'd been cooking up crumbled one after another. The village had only a little stream. Fish it or net it and you'd burn half a day for a catch that might not even feed yourself. Combing the tide flats was blocked by the pirates. Brewing liquor takes grain, and our scraps wouldn't even get us through winter. Improving the water wheel, building a curved shaft plow, fooling with cement and glass. Soonest, all of that had to wait for spring. The thing that mattered right now was how to survive this winter. I felt like I'd brought shame on the whole transmigrator corps. Brother, you're awake. Xiao was keeping watch beside me, every so often touching my forehead, then her own, a trick Aunt had taught her. Not hot. Aunt says no fever means you're nearly better. Xiao was happy, though she couldn't quite say why. Probably because if her brother was well, he wouldn't hit her anymore. Out in the yard, Taidan was teaching Xiaoyong to play pitch tile, cackling away. Hearing Xiaoqian's voice, Taidan shot onto the bed and gave parched throat me a drink of water, a job he'd volunteered for. Country heated beds roast you. You drink a lot of water. Changle, you feeling any better? Can you get up and walk? Slap. A hand cuffed Taidan on the head. Aunt scolded him. Changle just got herbs put on him. Get up and walk where? Taidan nodded, catching up a beat late. Ma, then make Changle something good, so he can be up walking by tomorrow. Hardly need you to tell me. Changle, you hungry? Aunt's tone softened in a snap. It had gone dark outside. I'd slept from morning straight through to night, a solid 5 double hours. I really could sleep. Aunt, where are my ma and pa? Your pa went to haul water, your ma's killing a chicken, stewing you chicken soup tonight. Xiaoqian and Xiaoyong's eyes lit up. Chicken bones. Fragrant chicken bones to gnaw on again. Back at the old house, they'd only ever longed for chicken, scrounging the bones second uncle left behind. My body could move now. The herbs of this world really worked. Dressed half a day, one sleep, and the pain was gone, just an itch left. I figured I'd be up tomorrow. No, tonight. Lying flat this long was killing me. Any longer, and I'd get bed sores. The smell of raw chicken was strong. My ma had killed a big one. Xiaoqian told Xiaoyong to keep checking my forehead now and then, while she and Taidan went to help my ma kill the chicken and tend the fire. Xiaoyong agreed nervously but kept his distance, staring at me without daring to come near. Neck hunched, 2 small hands fiddling with pebbles, all defensive posture. It made me laugh. The original really was a piece of work, scaring a 6-year-old this bad. This relationship, I'd have to mend it slow. I pointed at my own forehead. Xiaoyong worked up the courage to crawl over, his small hand resting lightly to feel the temperature. And I seized the chance, grabbed him, and tucked him into the warm quilt. Xiaoyong warm. He'd just about cried from fright a moment ago. Now he gave a wooden little nod. Good. Step 1 of mending things, smooth. Over by the stove wall, chicken soup bubbled away in full swing. The top priority for both families right now was getting Changle well, fast. Aunt was indignant. Your grandpa and grandma are too rotten with favoritism, palming off the hens and ducks that don't even lay on you lot. It's been like this at the old house for over 10 years. My ma's heart had gone cold. Second brother studies, so the good things all go to him. What's left goes to fourth or eldest. My 3 kids never ate a good meal a single day. Changle's ma, if the eggs run short, tell your sister. Changle's health comes first. Don't worry about me and Taidan. Aunt soothed her. My husband'll be back soon. One way or another we'll get through this winter. Come spring, send third brother to clear wasteland, and us 2 sisters can make tofu and pickle vegetables together. There's no way we don't make it. Through the thick stove wall, I could almost see my ma's red-rimmed eyes, not from firewood smoke or chicken blood, but warmed by those few words from Aunt. Soon the whole east room was thick with fragrance. Xiaoyong's nose twitched and twitched, swallowing his drool. It had me grinning. The door creaked. My pa was back with the water, 3 round trips to fill the jar. It couldn't sit in the yard or it'd freeze to ice, so it had to be hauled into the kitchen, the big clay vat wrapped in ragged cotton wadding, just barely usable. Aunt's place was a good cut better off than ours. The earthen yard walls were built high, so ordinary wild animals couldn't get in. Both the east and west rooms had their own stoves, the roof tiles thick, thicker than the old houses. I figured there had to be a few thousand of them. Ma, smells so good. Taidan was in raptures. You drink porridge. The chicken soup stewed for your Changle. I know, I'm just smelling it. Oh, ma. Put a little salt in Changle's. He likes it salty. I started. Taidan remembered even that. Ma knows. Big sister, if you keep this up, how am I supposed to have the face to stay here? Changle's ma, listen to me. Aunt came carrying the chicken soup, about to climb onto the bed. There was no way I wanted to huddle on the bed to drink it. Miserable. Aunt, wait, I can get up now. My parents, Tai Dan and Xiao Qian, all came in. Tai Dan and Xiao Qian each took a side and helped me down. My ma hurried to drape the bedding over me. Honestly, this whole 4 or 5 people waiting on me treatment, I wasn't used to it, but it warmed the heart. Changle, hurry, taste it. Has to be 5 or 6 years since you had Aunt's chicken soup, I said nothing, turned, and went into the kitchen, lifted the lid. The pot was packed with chicken, and ladled out 3 bowls of soup, no hesitation. Tai Dan, Xiao Qian, Xiao, come here. Let's drink it together. My parents went blank. Aunt got flustered. Changle, the soup's to build you back up. Tiedon's not sick. It's a waste for him to drink it. My stance was firm. If Tai Dan and the other 2 didn't drink, I wouldn't touch a drop. Aunt started to say more, but my parents wore a look of relief. Their eldest really had changed, knowing now to share good things with his little brother and sister. From the eggs to the chicken soup, small changes, but they moved you deeply. Big sister, let the kids drink it together. My ma knew Changle's temper too well, stubborn as an ox, no good unless you went along with him. Whole personality changed, but that ox streak hadn't budged. Aunt had no choice but to give in, still puzzling over it. This child, what a change. In years past, visiting kin at New Year's, Changle was the type to snatch food right out of Tiedon's bowl, and now here he was giving away 3 bowls of chicken soup. Was he possessed? Pa, possessed nothing. He'd just grown up. Tai Dan and Xiao didn't mind the heat, gulping it down in big mouthfuls. Xiao Qian held her bowl and looked up at our parents. They smiled and said, "Listen to your brother, Xiao Qian, drink." Xiao Qian grinned wide, lowered her head, took 1 small sip, savored it a long while, then took another. So good, more comfort than New Year's. Splitting the household was great. Let's split the household every day. Tai Dan, slow down, nobody's fighting you for it. Aunt and my ma ducked into the kitchen to pull the chicken apart, and my pa went to tend the fire. Kicked out though he was, he didn't carry a shred of loss. If anything, a kind of happiness shone through. Watching the 4 kids' smiling faces, he was full of drive, like he had strength to burn, and he laughed even as he fed the fire. Husband, what are you grinning at? My ma was smiling too, eyes glistening. Heh. My pa was a plain, honest man. Words failed him. The chicken was pulled apart carefully, every bit torn into strips, even the white sinew off the bones. Chicken bones at the old house had been a rare treasure you couldn't count on. No way they'd toss them. All of it went into an empty bowl, saved to stew with cabbage and radish, and oh, that was good. Figuring the 4 little ones ate a lot and 1 chicken wasn't enough, Aunt mixed sorghum flour with mixed grain flour and water into balls, twisted a deep hollow into the bottom with her thumb, spooned soup and meat inside, added water to the pot, and steamed the woda buns over high heat. My ma watched, dumbfounded. At the old house, they made wodu from pure sorghum flour, hard as rocks. But Aunt said she wanted the kids to eat well, finally getting chicken soup again. How could you not whip up some soft woda to soak in it? Xiao Qian, go see how much soup's left. Split it among Aunt and your ma and pa. Xiao Qian set down her bowl and went to the kitchen. I took the chance to pour half my own bowl into hers, gave some to Xiao and Tai Dan, and down what was left in 1 long pull. My parents and Aunt naturally wouldn't drink. In the countryside, anything good goes to the kids first. As long as the grown-ups don't starve, that's enough. Only that second uncle at the old house, leaning on his books, never held back. An egg a day, more than my whole month's worth. The woad is steamed up done, 1 each for the little ones, 3 for me, plus 2 chicken feet. This time I didn't hold back, dunking them in soup and wolfing them down. Country woda fills you up, far more filling than the fine flour from before my transmigration. Eat 1, and you're not hungry for half a day. I split the chicken feet with Xiao Qian and Xiao, and gave Tai Dan the fresh soup. Xiao Qian, sensible as ever, finished 1 bowl and flatly refused a second. Xiao put his little hands down and followed suit. At my hard insistence, my parents, tears running, each drank a bowl. The chicken meat and skin, that real nourishment, nobody touched a bit, save to give me a little each day to build me up. Cold winter, it'd keep. Full and content, I needed to relieve myself. My ma draped the bedding over me. and Tiden helped me out to the outhouse. The snow had stopped outside. Several waves of stench hit me at once. The outhouse was open air, a whole row of them, with the chicken duck goose coops right across the way, and I swear the chicken and duck droppings stank worse than what I was putting out. When I make it big someday, I'm building a proper outhouse. Out of the yard, I took a look at Yunchi village. The night was dead quiet, pitch black. I wasn't used to a world with no lights. I couldn't hear Cloud Stream, frozen solid. I figured, what with the cold and the snow? Cloud Stream was tiny, about 3 meters wide, knee-deep, and it belonged to the whole village, not to any official or landlord. In my past life, I'd worked day and night and never once tried ice skating. Now here was a free sheet of ice ready-made. Once I was well, I had to give it a go. What was I thinking? Better go figure out how to get food. I looked around. Yunchi village was ringed by mountains on 3 sides, east, west, south, all of it blanketed white. Every household sitting on the flat ground at the foot of the slopes, about 70-some homesteads, a big village by Huayan Township, Qinglong County standards. 2,000 mu of fields all around, and only one road out, to the north. Getting in and out was a real headache. I turned it over and finally made up my mind. Into the mountains to hunt. Live by the mountain, eat off the mountain. Live by the water, eat off the water. No sense leaving 3 whole mountains untouched. Taidan, do you know these 3 mountains? Changle G, you want to go into the mountains? Taidan was instantly scared. No, I slept and every memory I had about the mountains is gone. Tell me about them. Good thing you're not going in. Taidan let out a relieved breath. The one to the east is Daqing Mountain. Before winter set in, village hunters used to go up to hunt, but nobody's dared for the last few years. Why not? My ma says they all got eaten by tigers. Scary. I frowned slightly. Had to be the little ice age at work. Temperatures crashing, and even the deep mountain beasts were having a hard time, breaking out to hurt people. What about the other 2? The west one's Damong Mountain, not as dangerous as Daqing. Ma and I have even gone in to pick wild persimmons, sour jujubes, and hazelnuts. Wild persimmons are so good, and there's dried persimmon cakes back in the room. Changle G, I'll get you some in a bit. I pulled the bedding tighter, so cold. The south one, Dalong Mountain, Big Dragon Mountain, nobody's ever gone in. The slopes are crawling with snakes. People only dare cut firewood at the foot. When I was little, I heard Uncle Village Head say there's a dragon living up there. A dragon. My eyes lit up. Now where have they dropped me? Even the most mythical thing of all, a dragon, showing up. Daqing, Damong, Dalong. Damong it is. Once I'm well, I'll go take a look. What kind of transmigrator lets a mountain pen him in? Taidan, Changle, back in the room. It's cold out. Aunt and my ma were worried sick. Back in the west room, Taidan rummaged through the chests and dug out a persimmon cake wrapped in coarse cloth. Halfway to the east room, he turned around and went back for 2 more. Sweet, really sweet. A thick honey sugar flavor, the skin a bit firm, the flesh sticky and chewy, pulling into threads. Changle G, good, right? I'll get you 2 more. Don't. I'm sleepy. I want to sleep tomorrow. I took 2 bites, then broke the rest in half and gave it to the 2 little ones. Xiaoyong's eyes lit right up. Xiaoqian's curved into crescent moons. Thank you, brother. Xiaoyong, hurry, thank brother. Xiaoyong looked at the persimmon cake in his hand and spoke up timidly. Thank you, brother. A glimmer of tears in my ma's eyes. She quietly made up the bedding and went to add a stick of wood to the stove. Changle sleep. Early the next morning, my pa went to the Huayan Township market and bought 4 ounces of Nux vomica and 4 of elderwood, spending 1 mace of silver, nearly half of what the family had. 1 mace of silver is 100 copper coins, enough to buy 20 caddies of rice. But my pa didn't feel it was wasted in the least. All he wanted was his eldest's swift recovery. He came back with a hollow look on his face. My ma and aunt didn't ask. I knew exactly why. My pa had been talked about behind his back by the villagers. The story of me robbing Scholar Xiao's place had spread far and wide. My pa had always been upright and proud, living by his farming skill and his muscle, and half a lifetime's good name was wrecked by the original. How could he feel all right? My heart sat heavy. I had to get well fast and give this whole family, a good life. Taidan brought over 3 more persimmon cakes, the family's entire remaining stock. Aunt warmly pressed Xiao and Xiaoyong to eat, and Tai-Dan helped my pa change my herb dressing. My ma decided to ration carefully. 2 meals a day of millet grits porridge, cabbage and radish stewed with chicken bones, and pickles on the side. Xiao said happily that that was fine. 2 days later, I could get up without help. 3 days later, I moved freely and could walk fast. 5 days later, I was bursting with vigor, eyes bright, fully healed. My pa, rare for him, smiled, and even Xiaoyong, who hardly ever made a sound, caught the happy mood in the room and giggled. On the 6th day, at first light, wrapped in the ragged padded coat Aunt had sewn, I stood at the foot of Mang Mountain and lifted my eyes to the white snowcaps. And in my ears, suddenly, a voice like a machine. Congratulations, host. You have awakened the ultimate hunting system. Current hunting level, 1. A flash of joy on my face, though not much surprise. The cheat code every transmigrator's owed had finally arrived. Quick, check it. Awaken the ultimate hunting system. A golden panel surfaced in my mind. A few lines of bold text. Host, Wang Changle hunting level, 1 points, 0 strength. For skill, Deadeye, never miss. Only 4 points of strength? Made sense, thinking about it. Only 13 this year, a little low, but it'd climb. No telling how much a grown man had. I sized up the gap between me and my pa and guessed he had maybe 10. What points were, the system didn't explain, had to be hunting related, and once you banked enough you'd probably level up. I fixed all my attention on the last line. Did I? Never miss? Was it the never miss I was thinking of? I drew my hand out of the ragged coat, crouched, picked up a finger-length pebble, narrowed my eyes, and aimed at a branch nearby, bent like a banana under a heavy load of snow. WHFF. The pebble struck dead center of the branch. It quivered, shook off a sheet of snow, and then sprang straight. Now that's a cheat code. Point and hit. Deadeye, no joke. If a little pebble's this accurate, put a real weapon in my hands, and I'll strut wherever I please. Tigers, lions, they'll all go down. I couldn't have been happier. With this, I could help my pa stand up straight, and the whole family could finally live well. I grabbed a bigger one and aimed at a chopped-off stump 10 meters out. 4 points of strength made heaving a big rock a bit of a struggle, but it still carved a clean arc and hit the stump square, not sinking into the snow. Beautiful Deadeye. Days of gloom swept away in an instant. I was so pleased I jumped up and down, my mindset edging, bit by bit, toward an actual 13-year-old's. Big rocks took too much out of me, so on the 3rd throw I went back to a pebble and aimed at an elm 20 meters off. WHFF. Mississippi veered off by 4 or 5 meters. I froze. Deadeye failed? What gives? Not enough strength? Couldn't be. I'd nailed the stump perfectly with a big rock just now. The wind was light. I'd picked a clear day on purpose. Turning it over, only one possibility was left. Too far. That controlled experiment burned itself into me. 9 years of compulsory schooling weren't for nothing. I figured that elm was 20-some meters off. I crept closer bit by bit, still missing. Closer to a certain distance, and the accuracy snapped back to full. Guessed right. Deadeye has a range limit. A dozen more tries, and I had my conclusion. That distance was 20 meters. Bullseye every time within 20 meters. Not exactly godlike, but for a kid who only knew how to steal chickens, it was like having a divine hand. Even a crack archer in an army camp only nails it within 30 or 40 meters. Past that, the accuracy drops off hard. Wait, a crack archer? It hit me all at once. Wasn't I a crack archer now? Who says Deadeye only works with rocks? The nastier the weapon, the better, naturally. The deep mountains were full of beasts. With my 4 points of strength, I couldn't even break their hide. I'd need something sharp. A new problem. Where do I get a bow and arrows? Far as I knew, a few hunters' families in the village used bows, but the men had all been eaten by tigers, and no telling whether their widows had sold them off. Even if they were still around, buying one would be hard. A hunter's bow couldn't match the army's, but mulberry wood and hemp string ran 5 mace of silver at the very cheapest. 5 mace of silver, 500 coppers, enough for 100 caddies of rice. The family had under 200 coppers left, and that had to stretch to buy grain through winter. Come next year, there'd be wasteland to clear and more grain to buy before any crop came in. Where was there spare money to buy me a bow? Never mind the matching arrows. The cheapest bamboo shaft iron-tipped ones cost 20 coppers apiece. I sighed. A penny stops a hero in his tracks. Changle G, what are you doing out here? Ma sent me to find you. Come back and eat. That honest bellow. No need to turn around. I knew it was Tai-Dan. He had nothing on but a ragged cloth shirt, cheeks and ears red with cold, and he came tearing over, clutching his knees and panting. Changle G, you really going into the mountains? Winters are dangerous up there. My mom never lets me go in winter. If you're going, take me along. We'll partner up. Haven't decided yet. We'll talk later. White breath puffed out in clouds. I was a little moved, and I stripped off the ragged coat and put it on Tai-Dan. It was his to begin with. Aunt had insisted I wear it when I went out this morning, so just as well to return it to its owner. Come on, let's go eat. I cast a glance at the pebbles in the snow, and the two of us ran home. Tai-Dan, where are your manners? Your Changle G isn't fully healed yet. Who told you to put on the coat? Take it off right now and put it on your Changle G. The second we got into the yard, Tai-Dan caught a face full of scolding from Aunt. Aunt, I told Tai-Dan to wear it. I'm all better. Doesn't matter. Take it off. Tai-Dan now. Ma, I get it. Aunt dropped the chicken blood and giblets, frozen to clumps, wiped her hands haphazardly on her apron, and hurried to bundle me into the ragged coat, instructing Tai-Dan. Your Changle G just got well? You be sensible, understand? I was deeply touched, though I really did feel Aunt was making a mountain out of a molehill. Ma, I get it. From now on, Changle G always gets the coat. Get inside and warm up by the fire. The bed's nice and hot. Since we'd moved into Aunt's, the west room had never been lit. All the cooking happened in the east room, the stove burning even hotter than at the old house. Xiao was helping my ma tend the fire, 6 years old. About time he did a little work. My ma was teaching Xiao to cook. 5 or 6 days of chicken bone stewed cabbage and radish looked simple, but wasn't. The trick being control of the salt and oil. Too much and you burn through it. Too little and it won't stretch across 7 people, and there's no strength left in your body. Ma, I'm back. Where's Pop? My ma's whole heart was on her eldest. 2 days well and already out running around. She was scared stiff he'd slip back into his old ways and go stealing chickens. Seeing me come home empty-handed and safe and sound, only then did a smile break out. It snowed hard yesterday. Xuanju's place is leaking. Your pa went to help patch the roof. I knew Xuanju's house, a thatch and tile patchwork that leaked every heavy snow or rain, and my pa went to help every year. Everyone in the family was busy at something. Tai-Dan was out in the yard helping Aunt with the chicken blood and giblets, and I was the only one doing nothing. My face burned with shame. It couldn't go on like this. I had to put the system to work. A scan of the kitchen turned up nothing sharp. The only blade, the cleaver, was still in Xiaoqian's hands. Cleavers were dear these days. Even a wood-handled wrought iron one ran 200 coppers, 40 caddies of rice. Then it hit me. I left the east room and went straight to the west, the room Aunt and Tai-Dan lived in. And sure enough, its kitchen had a cleaver too. A cleaver beat a pebble by a mile. Half the work, twice the result. No time like the present. I had my plan. Today, I'd put an extra dish on the family's table. I'd barely reached the courtyard gate when Tai-Dan let out a shout loud enough to shiver the snow off the roof. Changle G, where are you going? My ma and Aunt came out together, staring in bafflement at me, cleaver in hand, face lit with excitement. Even Xiao poked his head out from under my ma's apron, only Xiaoqian still at the fire. What's brother up to? Changle, what are you doing with the cleaver? My ma's heart leapt into her throat, terrified. Changle wasn't going to go take revenge on Scholar Xiao, was he? He couldn't. Last time was only a half killing. Go back this time. And would he come out alive? Changle, listen to Aunt. Put the knife down first. Whatever's eating you, don't bottle it up. Tell Aunt. All right. The corner of my mouth twitched. One look at this lineup, and I could tell their minds had gone sideways. Fine. I'd explain at lunch. Mama's heart settled back down. Never in her life had she been so up and down, scared sick her eldest would do something rash. Good thing big sister was sharp, having Tai-Dan watch Changle at all times. Lunch was a feast. Aunt said it was to celebrate Changle's recovery and made 4 big dishes on purpose. Cabbage and radish stewed with chicken bones, chicken giblets stir-fried with dried chili, tofu cabbage and chicken blood soup, and chicken stewed with dried green beans and wood ear mushrooms. That bit of chicken was the last scraped off the bones. I didn't touch it, leaving it for the two little ones, and went hard at the vegetables myself. Cabbage, radish, dried green beans, wood ear, taking just a little of the chicken giblets for meat, with pickles and soybean paste on the side, and a bowl of rice and millet steamed dry in front of me. Couldn't have smelled better. The chicken blood soup I left alone, not out of disdain. As a modern man, I just couldn't take the gaminess, and even with scallions and garlic in it, it stung my nose and turned my stomach. Aunt was so good. 7 mouths put away 3 caddies of rice in one meal, all from her family's stores, and she flatly refused to let my parents chip in. My ma, thinking she'd never repay Aunt's kindness in this life, treated Tai-Dan like her own son, picking out meat for him without stop. My pa ate his rice and pickles in silence, resolving inwardly, come spring, when he cleared wasteland, he'd clear 5 moo for big sister's family too. With her husband away, he'd farm it himself, and one day it'd go to Tai-Dan. The smiles never left Xiaoqian's and Xiaoyong's faces. Back at the old house, a scene this warm was unthinkable. 4 dishes and all the rice you could eat. Don't even dream of it. Getting to sip the cold dregs from second uncle's bowl counted as a good day. 2 families, 7 people, ate up a storm. Tai-Dan and Xiaoyong, set on fire by the dried chili, kept gulping down chicken blood soup. Seeing her eldest without a smile, my ma figured he was sulking over being stopped from going out to take revenge and felt uneasy. Aunt, does the house have a chisel? I asked. My ma jolted and blurted out, Changle, you mustn't do anything stupid. First a cleaver, now a chisel. What on earth are you trying to do? My pa weighed in, earnest and heavy. Changle, Scholar Xiao's family is not to be crossed. Don't make your ma worry. Aunt shot Tai-Dan a look, and Tai-Dan jumped in. Changle G, after lunch let's go play pitch tile in the yard. Xiaoyong, you want to come? Xiaoyong nodded, bewildered. I set my bowl down with a clack and explained, dead serious. Pa, ma, Aunt, you're all overthinking. I'm not going to take revenge. Cloud streams frozen over. I want to chisel a hole in the ice and get us some fish to eat. My ma and Aunt breathed out. No revenge, good. But my pa frowned. We've got no fishing rod, no fish spear, no dip net. Changle, you can't go in the water. A man freezes to death in there. Hearing that, my ma's heart pounded, and she looked at me, pleading. I could only promise not to go in the water, to stay on the ice, and still she wasn't easy. Tai-Dan goes with me, that work? Fine. Tai-Dan, you stick with your Changle G, and neither of you goes in the water, you hear me? Ma, I hear you. My ma sighed. If only Changle were as obedient as Tai-Dan. From a young age this boy had climbed onto roofs and pried up tiles, stolen chickens, bullied his siblings, always full of his own ideas. She and my pa were both soft, couldn't rein him in, which was how it came to him getting beaten half to death at Scholar Xiao's. Healed up, his temper had changed, the bad habits gone, sharing food now, doting on his siblings, but that mulish streak hadn't budged. If anything, he had more ideas of his own than before. That was exactly what worried her. Don't let him go scheming something crooked again. The 4 dishes and pot of rice were eaten clean. This time the chicken bones got thoroughly chewed and swallowed. Aunt, my ma, and Xiaoqian cleared up. My pa held Xiaoyong on the heated bed to warm up. Soon he'd have to go patch Xuanzhu's roof. If not for big sister taking them in, his own family would be the ones out in the cold. Tai-Dan, clutching rope, a wooden stick, and the chisel, stuck close behind me, holding fast to his ma's words. Stay glued to Changle G, don't let him do anything stupid, and above all don't leave the village. On the way out the door, my ma tore half a quilt off to wrap me into a coat, and made me put on Tiedans too. She really had no face left to keep freeloading at Aunt's. The 2 of us came to the edge of Cloud Stream. I reckon the temperature was 20-some below at the floor, bitter cold, the worst of it on my ears and feet. Thankfully the wind was light, and moving around made it bearable. The snowy bank was a flat sheet of silver white. On a day this cold, nobody else came out. Tai-Dan, give me the rope. Changle G, let me do it. You tell me how. Good. Like this. Following my instructions, Tai-Dan used the chisel to bore a thumb-wide hole in the cleaver's wooden handle and ran the rope through it, tying it off in a dead knot. I gave it a test. A simple, retrievable cleaver was done. The rope a good 10 meters, plenty. We stood on opposite banks, pulled the rope taut, and swept the snow aside to bare the white ice underneath. Copying what I'd seen in TV dramas in my old life, I strolled out onto the ice, found a spot thick with bubbles, and Tied-In volunteered, panting hard, chiseling away. Cloud Stream was only knee-deep and 3-some meters wide, the ice not thick. A quarter-hour of work and we'd cleanly opened a small hole. Whatever I said, Tied-In did, dead set on carrying out his ma's orders. Truth was, he mostly just wanted to play with me. His pa was an outsider, and Tied-In had no friends in the village. Now Changle was here, and he had energy to burn. And Changle didn't look down on him for having no friends, even shared his chicken soup. Tied-In could feel it. Changle cared about him. Changle was a good person. So he chose to trust Changle. Changle, it's chiseled through. Not big enough. Give me the chisel, take a rest. The ice had a small mouth, but no water welled up. Not enough yet. No. Changle, you ate light at lunch. I ate a lot. Let me do it. I've got the strength. Hearing that only fired Tied-In up more, and he swung the chisel with a will. Careful then. Don't worry, Changle. With you watching, I feel safe. Chiseling ice in winter is no easy thing. Only someone as sturdy and strong as Tied-In could manage it. Had it been me, it'd have taken a good hour. I figured his strength was double mine, a full 8 points. Another dozen-some minutes, and water finally seeped up. Tied-In, stop, that's good. Tied-In obediently stopped and stepped aside, craning his neck, curious. Changle, what is it you're doing? I explained patiently, in plain words. When the stream freezes, the little fish underneath can't breathe, and it's pitch black down there, can't see a thing. Chisel the ice open and the fish gather to breathe, and the sunlight draws them too. That's when they're easy to catch. Sometimes a fish'll jump right out on its own, and you just wait there to scoop it up. Tied-In nodded, half getting it, and stared hard at the hole. He waited a good while with no fish jumping, then cocked his head and asked again. Changle, but fish are quick, and we've got no net. How do we catch them? You're cold. The fish are cold too. Their bodies are even stiffer than yours. Besides, I've got a secret weapon. Tiedon's eyes went round as saucers. What weapon? Where? How come he couldn't see it? Was it magic? I took out the cleaver, the rope, and the wooden stick, whittled one end of the stick to a point with the cleaver, carved a few anti-slip notches into the shaft, tied the rope firmly to the pointed end, and had Tied-In stand back and grip the rope's tail. Tied-In, grave-faced, took up his post on the bank. He even wound the rope once around his belly and locked both hands like he was in a tug of war. Changle, don't worry, I'll never let go. You're using this? Tied-In scratched his head. My pa always said, to spear fish you need a barbed hook. Us poor folk don't fuss over that. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The rope was 10 meters, no hindrance to my form. My eyes locked on the current under the ice. A dark shape. My right arm snapped forward. The whittled wooden spear flew from my hand into the water, Thichke, and a streak of crimson rose to the surface. Hit. I yanked the rope hard, and a little fish, still skewered on the stick, was dragged up out of the water and slapped down onto the ice. Tied-In sucked in a sharp breath, eyes nearly popping out. Changle's way of catching fish was like nothing he'd seen, and the kicker was, he hadn't even spotted the fish. One offhand thrust, and he'd nailed it. In that moment, the way Tied-In looked at me changed. Dead I really was something, one effortless strike, dead on. It had served me a good long while. I took a closer look. Brown back, silver belly, gray-black fins, a crucian carp, no question, just on the small side. I pulled the spear out and weighed it, about 3 ounces. No match for the 2 or 3 catty monsters in other villages, but Cloud Stream could only raise small fish, and I was plenty satisfied. With the system, with Deadeye, the fish and the game would only keep coming. I couldn't promise the family great eating, but never again would they go hungry. Plus 1 point. Huh. The system suddenly reacted. It dawned on me, so bagging game earned points. But this system was way too aloof, not even bothering to say what points were good for, dangling it just to keep me itching. Tied-In, hold the rope, don't let the spear sink. Don't worry, Changle. Tiedon's face was grave as a sentry's. Watching me fish, he didn't even feel the cold. I was waiting for the current to wash the blood scent away. Crucian carp scatter most easily at a bloom of blood. Right then, a dark shape flashed. Quick-eyed and quick-handed, I let the spear fly. Hey, dead on. Yanked the rope, and the fish and spear hit the ice together. Changle gee, it's a carp, it's a carp. Tied-in yelled in excitement. Carp was his favorite. When he was little, his pa used to net carp for him, and that fresh, rich taste he'd never forget his whole life. A moment ago, it was admiration. Now it was sheer awe. Even his fisherman pa couldn't spear a carp dead on, and Changle gee, with one careless move, sent crucian and carp marching obediently up onto the bank. Could winter fish all be frozen stupid? A common dark carp, about half a caddy. Plus 2 points. I nodded, puzzling over why a fish had come before the blood bloom dispersed. But a carp made sense. The smell of blood triggers a carp's feeding instinct. Next time I'd bring some chicken blood, they'd love it. On we went like that, until both our feet were nearly frozen off before I called it. Tied-in was proud as a rooster, scrambling back to the yard hollering, "Ma, Ma, get me a basket." My ma and aunt were sewing thick padded coats for the kids. At Tiedon's bellow, my ma's heart skipped. What's he want a basket for? Had Changle gone and stolen somebody's food again? And dragged Tied-in into it too. She'd clean forgotten about the noon fishing business. Her head was full of Changle's chicken-stealing record. Aunt remembered clearly, though, and laughed softly. That Changle really has a way about him. Must have caught some fish. She dug out a clean bamboo basket for Tied-in, wiped his nose, did up his buttons, straightened his hat, and told him, "It's cold out. Once the fish are loaded, bring your Changle gee home." "Got it, Ma." And Tied-in was off again like a gust of wind. A smile spread across Aunt's face. How long had it been since she'd seen Tied-in laugh this happily? The last time had to be New Year's, the half-month his pa came home. Watching her son romp off, her eyes glistened. She'd known it. Playing with Changle, Tied-in would be happy. We're all one family. No need to keep drawing lines. Cloud Stream was a small stream, and a whole afternoon didn't bag much. 3 crucian, 3 carp, for wheat-ear minnows. One of the carp turned out big, half a caddy, the rest under 4 ounces. The wheat-ear minnows were pitifully small, the biggest only a finger wide, snapping in 2 at a single thrust. So in the end, only 4 decent ones made it home. "Brother," Tied-in gee, "warm your faces." Xiao had boiled hot water and called the 2 of us over to warm our hands and faces. From the corner of my eye, I caught the rope marks all over Tiedon's hands. He'd pulled way too hard. My pa had just gotten back. First a start, then a deep furrow of the brow. He found Aunt, who was cooking fish soup, and sighed helplessly. "Big sister, carp's too expensive, best save the money. Changle's well now, and these years haven't been easy on you. Keep the money, save it up for Tiedon's wedding someday. Don't go to the expense." His face was all embarrassment and guilt. Before his own blood sister, he could hardly lift his head. Aunt blinked, then understood the mix-up and set him straight. "Third brother, this carp wasn't bought." Then, "Third uncle, Changle gee caught it. He's amazing. One flick of a wooden stick and he speared the fish." I sighed inside the room. In this little stretch of time, Tied-in had told the story a good 10 times, each one more vivid than the last, all but painting me as the cleaver immortal descended from heaven. Even Xiao knew his brother had a fish-catching blade technique now, and Xiao wouldn't stop circling me with questions. My pa stared. His eldest had caught them, and with a cleaver, a chisel, and a stick? Unheard of. He looked closer. Sure enough, there was a deep gash in the carp in the pot, sunk halfway into the body. "Third brother, Changle's got real skill. Don't underestimate the boy." Aunt was bursting with pride, but my ma was all worry. From what Tied-in said, tying a cleaver to a rope and slinging it. How dangerous. And chiseling a big hole in the ice. What if he fell through? Where'd his life be then? Her heart climbed into her throat again, and she wanted to tell Changle never to go again. But looking at the 8 fish in the basket, she couldn't get the words out. Filling the kids' bellies mattered more. "Big sister, cook a couple extra. You've fretted over our family's troubles all these days. You're getting thin. You need building up," my ma said. "Changle's ma, there you go again. We're all one family. Keep talking like that, and I'll really be cross." Aunt feigned anger, but still fetched 4 more little fish to scale. For kids, after all, she really did need to cook a few more. On the heated bed, I tallied the day's haul. A flash of gold in my mind. and the panel surfaced. Host, Wang Changle hunting level. 2. Total points. 10 current points. 10 strength. 4.1 skills. Deadeye, strength growth. Huh. Leveled up to 2. Was it because the points broke 10? And what's the difference between total points and current points? I puzzled over it a while and guessed. Hit 100 total and I'd reach level 3. As for current points, well, if they're called points, I should be able to trade them for something. So why no reaction at all? Don't tell me this system's a bootleg. Level 2 added strength growth, and sure enough it had ticked up a hair from 4 to 4.1. I raised my arm, couldn't feel a thing. Figured it'd take 4.5 to notice. I was starting to look forward to 100 points. What good skill would it give? The 18 dragon subduing palms, the heaven and earth great shift, or the 89 mystic arts, the grand heavenly immortal scripture? Wishful thinking. The Great Qin Empire was clearly a low martial arts world. The dragon subduing palms had an outside chance, but immortal cultivation arts, give it up. Grr. My belly howled with hunger. Tiden grinned sheepishly and scratched his head. Changle Ji, teach me, would you? I want to catch fish too. I came back to myself and nodded. Deadeye was the system's gift, but I'd worked out a few pointers of my own. No harm teaching Tiden. Only the stick was too big and clumsy. A big iron hook would be best. Hook the fish right through the mouth, Deadeye? Thank you, Changle Ji. Tiden was too excited to sit still, hopping and bouncing until Aunt chased him out of the kitchen, and he ran to the yard miming it out. Fierce as a tiger, Xiao watching wide-eyed. Xiao was too little for the stream side. I'd teach him when he was older. Uncle by marriage had been a fisherman, and from years of watching, Aunt had become a fine hand at cooking fish. My ma and Xiao learned at her side, and listening to the three of them chatting and laughing, I felt an inexplicable warmth. Days like this beat being an immortal. My old life's day and night, blessing, couldn't hold a candle to it. Bit by bit the room filled with fragrance. On the bed Xiaoyong's eyes glazed over, like he'd ascended to heaven, staring straight through the stove wall, the little pebble in his hand suddenly losing all its charm. Heaven and earth are vast, but a meal is the vastest thing of all. The fish soup was fresh and fragrant. Maybe it was the water and soil of the ancient world, but there wasn't a trace of muddiness, and with a little salt and oil added, it smelled incredible. The fish soup done, Aunt was about to steam Wodu again. My ma wouldn't have it, and quickly brought out the family's last half-caddy of flour. She couldn't let Aunt spend any more. Dinner's ready. Aunt's family had plenty of basins, and the table was packed. 2 families as one, 7 people, appetites wide open. In front of each of the 4 kids, 1 little fish, 1 wotu. In my bowl, several extra pieces of fish besides. Nobody objected. Changle caught the fish. He could have all of it for all they cared. The rest were content just to drink the soup. Changle Ji, eat it hot. Ma put in lots of salt. It's really, really good. Tiden slurped his soup dry in one go, chewing a soup-soaked wodu. Eyes squeezed to slits. Ever since Changle Ji's family came, Ma was willing to use salt. So good. And fish and chicken bones to eat besides. If only Changle Ji lived here forever. Xiao and Xiaoyong demolished their little fish like a whirlwind. Xiao was teaching Xiaoyong to suck the meat off the bones, one spine at a time. But my heart wasn't in it. I ate the fish meat and drank the soup while my parents and aunt gnawed wodu and pickles, not daring to touch a drop of the soup. What kind of thing was that? My appetite dropped on the spot. What is it, Changle? Soup not to your taste? Aunt asked. My ma was puzzled too. Big sister cooked it herself, and she dipped a chopstick to taste a bit. Not a hint of muddiness, fresh as could be. So why wasn't Changle eating? Aunt, it's delicious. I ducked my head and went at it hard, polished it off in no time, and got up and went into the kitchen. There was still half a pot of fish soup, and my parents and aunt would surely never bear to drink it. I ladled it straight into their 3 bowls, split out all the fish meat, and gave the last bits of fish scrap to the 3 little ones. Pa, Ma, Aunt, I'm full. This fish soup won't be fresh by tomorrow. Drink it while it's hot. There's plenty of fish. Once it's gone, I'll just go catch more. Changle, fish soup keeps fine in winter. Aunt'll save it for you. Before she could finish, my pa cut in. Big sister, it's the boy's heart. Aunt understood at once, her gaze warm with relief. My ma turned away, stunned. Changle, what a change, truly. There was no spoiling by tomorrow business. The boy had grown up, grown thoughtful, sparing a heart for his elders. Taidan and Xiaoyong looked lost. What just happened? No idea. The soup smelled good, and the fish scraps smelled even better. My parents and aunt sipped the soup in small mouthfuls, still not touching the meat, picking it all out for the 3 children. I frowned slightly. Until the family's circumstances improved, these 3 elders weren't going to eat meat anytime soon. Hunting had to move up the schedule. Pa, whose house in the village has a hunting bow? Thump, my ma's heart skipped a beat. Cleaver, chisel, now bow and arrows. Every toy Changle reached for was more dangerous than the last. Was he planning to practice archery and shoot Scholar Xiao? That would not do. Worry crossed Aunt's face too, and she sat holding her bowl, staring blankly at me. My pa, steadier than the women, said in a low voice, "Widow Lu's family has won. Last year Lu'er went into Daching Mountain to hunt in winter and got gored to death by a wild boar. The hunters he'd gone with brought the bow back. There's still blood on it, hanging on the wall of their yard." His tone was flat, but his meaning was plain. Hunting's dangerous. Don't go into the mountains. He didn't want Changle ending up like Lu'er. Mama spoke up too. "Changle, these past years, the village hunters have died off one by one. Promise Ma you won't go hunting in Daching Mountain, all right?" I'd never intended to enter dangerous Daching Mountain in the first place. I knew my own limits, and I agreed, telling Xiaoqian to hurry and eat and come out with me in a bit. "Changle Ji, it's almost dark. I'll go with you." Taidan volunteered, eyes shining. "This one you can't help with. Eek your wodo." "Ah," Taidan answered, reluctant. "Brother, I'm done." Xiaoqian didn't dare keep me waiting, mouth stuffed full. There was still fish scrap and soup in her bowl. Any other day she'd have licked it spotless, but not tonight. Her brother's business mattered more. "Pa, Ma, Aunt, I'm heading out for a bit, back soon." I took Xiaoqian's hand and left the yard. My ma fretted. "Husband, where's Changle off to now?" My pa picked up Xiaoqian's bowl, filled it with water, and gulped down even the fish scrap dregs, then looked out past the yard and said in a low voice, "The boy's grown. He knows his limits." Aunt hurried out after us, a lit torch held high in her hand. "Brother, where are we going?" Xiaoqian blinked her big eyes. "Widow Lu's place." "Why not let Taidan Ji come?" I was stuck for words. 2 half-grown kids going into a widow's yard late at night. And wouldn't the village blow up about it tomorrow? On top of that, I already carried a chicken thief's record, and my parents had their dignity to keep. Foul aunts and Tiedan's good names too, and I'd have no way to go on living in the village. "You're cleverer than Taidan. In a bit you go in and ask Annie for me." Xiaoqian's eyes lit up and curved into crescent moons. She bounced with joy. First time her brother ever called her clever, instead of always saying she was a money loser like before. Lu'er's house was at the east end of the village, about a li off, but over thick snow, mud, and stones, it took the 2 of us nearly half an hour. Pitch black so late at night. Only a little light from the moon and the torch. Xiaoqian wasn't scared, though. With her brother there, she had courage to spare. I wasn't used to it at all, envying those other transmigrators with their tech trees who could rig up electric lights. Now that would be bright. At the yard, Xiaoqian called out softly, as I'd taught her. Auntie, are you there?" Creak. The door opened. My eyesight was good. I saw a little girl wrapped in a cotton quilt poke her head out. "Who is it?" "Xiaojiu, it's me, Wang Xiaoqian." The little girl turned and called back. "Ma, Xiaoqian's here." "Xiaoqian, come in, quick, it's cold out." A warm-hearted woman's voice. "Brother, I'm going in." I'll wait out here." Xiaoqian went in carrying the things, holding an oil lamp. Before long, the woman saw her out herself. "Changle, are you better?" "Thank you for asking, Auntie. I'm much better. I can run around now." "You've turned into such a thoughtful boy. You only had to say you wanted the bow. What's all this with the fish?" "Xiaoqian, get home with your brother now. It's cold out." "Thank you, Auntie." When Xiaoqian came back, the 2 crucian carp in her arms had turned into a wooden bow, 3 wooden arrows, and a leather quiver. I quickly took them, mulberry wood and hemp string, the arrowheads tipped with wrought iron. The deal had gone through. At the price of 2 fish a month, I'd rented the bow and arrows. Xiaoqian cold. "Brother, I'm not cold. Climb up, I'll carry you." Xiaoqian couldn't refuse. She climbed onto my back, and I hoisted her up. The oil lamp ahead gave off a soft, warm yellow glow. Pure happiness. By the time we got back to the yard, My forehead was sweating. 4 points of strength was still too weak. No telling whether this much force could even kill game. Deadeye was great, but the killing power came down to strength. Shoes off, onto the bed, into the quilt. The whole family drifted off, each lost in their own thoughts. I thought about the mountains. Were 3 arrows enough? And they seemed to have no fletching. I'd have to add some tomorrow. Would chicken feathers do? My pa thought about clearing land next year, weighing whether to go do laborer's work in the county seat too, but feared no one would keep an eye on Changle. The worry on my ma's face never eased the whole night, and she sighed 800 times. Aunt was both anxious and glad. Anxious for her nephew. Glad that Tidan was cheerful every day and that with third brother's family moved in, there was something to look forward to. Tidan was set on learning to catch fish, planning a big surprise for his pa when he came home. Xiao fell asleep, still grinning. Her brother called her clever. So happy. Xiao, the fish soup smelled so good. The fish meat tasted so good. The woda tasted good too. The next morning, when I woke, my ma and Xiao were making breakfast. 2 meals a day was the deal. But one look at her eldest's mind made up to hit the mountains posture, and she was up at first light steaming wodu. A full belly means strength. A flash of gold in my mind. Strength, 4.2. Up to 4.2. A little thrill went through me. The growth rate was a joy to watch. Aunt, are the feathers from that chicken the other day still around? They are. You need them, Changle. I want to fletch the arrows. Only some are left. Out in the backyard. Go have a look. Aunt pointed at the woodpile. I rummaged around the backyard a while, and sure enough, found half a basket of chicken feathers. In the countryside, the feathers from a slaughtered chicken are never tossed. The stiff wing and tail feathers are the main material for a hunter's rough arrows. The soft down from neck and belly stuffs winter quilts and pillows, warmer than ragged cotton. The quilt Aunt's family slept under was just this kind of feather quilt, and the leftover short, scrappy feathers were saved, fermented with wood ash, to top-dress the vegetable plots or start fires. A chicken is treasure from head to tail, eaten or used. In Yunchi village, don't expect a scrap to be left over. I used fish bladder glue to fix the stiff tail feathers to the ends of the 3 arrows, and my confidence about the mountains soared. Of course, stiff was only relative to the rest of the chicken's feathers. Next to the army's eagle feather and goose feather fletching, they were a far cry, soft and thin, badly thrown off by wind, accuracy dropping off past 15 meters, and going damp and warping in snow or rain. But I didn't care. With Deadeye, anything within 20 meters was a sure hit. What I wanted was arrow speed, the faster the better. Brother, breakfast. You all eat first, I'll be right there. I dug out a worn-out carrying basket for the arrows and the game, picked up some bamboo, slats to have on hand, and went to the kitchen to bag a little packet of wood ash, all of it useful up in the mountains. Breakfast was absurdly lavish. A big brimming bowl of thick rice porridge, a duck egg, a chicken egg, and a table of wodu, 7 or 8 at least. Looking at my ma's pleading, hungry for reassurance eyes, the corner of my mouth twitched. Don't finish it. And she wouldn't let me into the mountains. Ma, I'm not going to Daching Mountain, just to the lower slopes of Damong Mountain. No danger, plenty of people go in there to gather herbs. Changle, be good, eat up, a full belly means strength. Aunt and my ma formed a united front. This tip-off breakfast had her hand in it too. I looked to my pa. My pa was silent, silence being his position. Fine. Heaven knows how I choked down a whole table of wodu. I strongly suspected my ma made the spread precisely so I couldn't stand up straight, let alone reach the mountains. Changle G, I'm going into the mountains with you. No. Me, my ma, and Aunt said it in one voice. Titan wilted. But you said there's no danger. Your Changle G has a bow in hand. What V you got? Want to go deliver rations to a wild boar? Aunt swatted him one. Titan looked like something clicked, ducked into the backyard, and came out brandishing a big hammer. The whole family was speechless. Titan was dead set on going into the mountains to protect Changle G, and Aunt had no way to stop him. She looked at me, pleading. Aunt and uncle by marriage had only the one child, Tidan. Naturally, I couldn't let him risk it. I told everyone to come into the yard, took a fish, dug out its eye, and stuck it on the rammed earth wall. The family of 7 stood at the door of the room, not knowing what I was up to. From the east room door to the yard wall is 20 meters. Tidan, can you see the Christian carp's eye? Tidan nodded. If you can hit the fish eye, I'll let you come into the mountains with me. SSSS. The sound of breath sucked in. The whole family but Xiaoyong stared at me in shock. Even Xiaoqian stopped clapping. Was brother putting Tidan G in a tough spot? Tidan swallowed hard. Changle, you're gonna hit it in the eye? No. No way. I gave a cool little smile. My right hand swept up from behind my back. Bow bent, arrow knocked. Loosed in a single breath. Start to finish, under 2 seconds, one clean motion. Xiaoqian, go fetch it. It took Xiaoqian some real grunting to pry the arrow out of the packed earth wall. When she came back, cradling the fish eyeball, my dad's jaw dropped, and Mom and Auntie gasped behind their hands. The arrow had punched clean through both fish eyes. Tidan was floored. When had Changle ever trained with a bow? And gotten this good? Big bro's so cool. Xiaoyong drooled, saying out loud what everybody was thinking. Nailing a fish eye at 20 meters, even the marksman down at the county yamen couldn't do much better. Half the worry lifted off Mom's heart, and Dad clapped my shoulder, proud as anything. The boy's got a real gift for the bow. Even if he never farms a day, he won't go hungry. Already better off than his old man. In the end, I went up the mountain alone. Done up like a proper hunter. Padded jacket, back basket, rope, bow and arrows, a kitchen cleaver, gloves, a water skin, and a gourd hanging at my waist. Auntie hung that on me right as I was leaving. Inside was rice wine brewed by our neighbor, Widow Xiao. Keeps the cold off, warms you up. At the foot of Mount Damong, I could just make out a few figures heading up, villagers from Yunxi and the hamlets nearby. In winter, the mountain draws more than hunters. Herb gatherers come too, in sheepskin coats with baskets on their backs and iron picks for breaking the frozen ground. A lot of medicine only grows deep in the cold season hills. Winter poria, gastrodia, honeysuckle vine, and Willingzi for women's ailments. Off a ways, a few woodcutters were felling trees. Watching all this, I felt a pang. If it weren't for sheer survival, who'd climb into a snow-white mountain in 20 below cold? Enough moping. My own family wasn't doing any better. Fill my belly, and there's first, philosophize later. Mount Damong is high and deep. I took one step and scouted 3 ahead, extra careful. The animals still out and about in winter are the best at hiding themselves, and with everything buried under snow, their tracks are even harder to read. After climbing maybe 100 meters, I looked back. The village had shrunk to a little black smudge. I pulled my jacket tighter and pressed on. Where's the game already? My nerves were itching. For a hunter, patience and experience matter more than the bow in your hand. Sometimes more than anything. Another 2 hours passed. My sharp eye caught something off. I crept low to a patch of brush, dropped to one knee, and looked close. Sure enough, animal tracks. The front prints were the size of a baby's fist. The back ones dragged a 4-inch streak through the snow. That's the telltale hopping mark of a wild hare. The snow crystals glittered in the sun. I leaned in. The claw tips had left faint, damp impressions on the surface. No more than 10, 15 minutes old, I figured. The rabbit was close. I got excited. My first kill in this world. The fish don't count. Too easy. 3, for pounds, by my guess, and I couldn't help swallowing. My head filled up with stir-fried rabbit, roast rabbit. Okay, getting off track. Focus up. I untied the pouch at my waist and tipped out a half-handful of bran mixed with chili powder. Widow Lu had Xiaoqian pass it to me last night. An old folk trick from her late husband, Lu II. A hare catches a whiff of chili and sneezes, gives away its spot. Worth a shot. I blew on it, and the bran drifted 3 or 4 meters downwind. Off ahead came a faint rustle, and a patch of brush gave the smallest shiver. The brush blocked my view, so I eased around to the other side and tucked behind a tree a dozen-odd meters off. Under the snow on that shivering brush, a tuft of gray fur poked out, trembling, with a little half-egg-shaped burrow beneath it. Found you. The hare had buried itself in a snow hollow to keep warm, nibbling at who knows what. No clue I was creeping up, still shivering away. Clever spot it picked, snow-covered brush above, gray fur hidden under white snow. Most folks would walk right past. All thanks to Widow Lu's chili bran. I dropped to one knee, set the basket down quiet, slid the mulberry wood bough off my back without a sound, rose slow, drew, and aimed at that trembling tuft of gray. First real hunt. Heart pounding, hands shaking, palms sweating for no good reason. Deep breath. Loosen up, loosen up, looser still. I've got never miss. This range is well inside it. All I gotta do is draw full and put every ounce of strength behind it. Oh, I let the stale breath out. My gaze went cold, and all 3 fingers released at once. Thwip. The arrow flew off whistling, chicken feather fletching and all, dead on for that gray tuft. But the hair in the snow hollow seemed to sense the killing blow coming. It kicked off its hind legs, flicked up a chunk of snow into the arrow's path, and the arrow grazed it just enough to skew offline. The hair squirted out of the hollow and bolted through the brush, but never in a million years did it figure on what it was up against. Ultimate hunting system. Never miss. Hit. The word was barely out when a gust of wind sprang up from nowhere and bent that feather arrow's path right back, driving it into the hare's hind leg. Twice forced off course, the arrow had lost most of its punch. It only sank in about an inch, but I was still cackling away. Never miss, baby. I'm gonna be a god of the bow from here on out. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The hare hit the ground, looking utterly baffled. Pain in its leg be damned, squealing and scrambling to run. But with an arrow that big stuck in its leg, where was it gonna go? I pulled a second arrow. No need to tiptoe this time. Just draw full, and the arrow finds where it's supposed to go. The second arrow caught the hare square in the head. 2 more squeaks, and it went still. I slung on the basket, tucked the cleaver at my waist, knocked a third arrow, and crept over slow. Mantis stalks the cicada, Oriole waits behind. I take 1 step and scout 10, terrified some beast is lurking. Too many hunters bag their kill, get all giddy, and catch an ambush from the shadows, dead. I treasure my little life, so I spent 2 whole minutes covering a 20-meter stretch, watching every step. Cleared it, no danger. I scooped up the hare, still warm. Gave it a heft. 3.5 pounds, a fat one. Tonight, Mom and Annie eat well. Wild game on the menu. Points plus 10. First I pulled both arrows, washed them in snow, and stowed them. Cut the carotid with the cleaver and bled it out. Wiped the leftover blood with a bamboo strip. Then rolled it in the snow, dusted it with wood ash, and wrapped it in 3 layers of cloth, burying it at the very bottom of the basket. The snow's cold speeds the clotting and kills the blood smell almost entirely. Then I cleared out of the brush fast. Lingered too long, and who knows what comes sniffing. Sun at high noon. I found an open patch of snow with a clear view and sat to rest. In the basket, Mom had packed corn buns, cured pork, salted fish. She'd stuffed in every scrap the house had. Scared her eldest wouldn't eat enough. Your average hunter brings 2 veggie cakes, tops. But I'm different, and not to put too fine a point on it. I went up that mountain carrying the entire hope of the Wong family. Even if I die, I'm dying on a full stomach. A bite of corn bun, a bite of cured pork. No wine, sun's high. I'm plenty warm, saving it for when the cold sets in. I never sit facing one direction more than 3 minutes. Every few minutes I turn a new way, never give the lurking game an opening. No nap. A strapping 13-year-old's got energy to burn, full belly and all. Back to the hunt. Maybe it was being only 200 meters up, but after another 2+ hours I found nothing, not a single track. Luck wasn't what it had been that morning. Figured all the game was holed up hundreds of meters deeper. I'd promised Mom I wouldn't go into the deep mountain, and I keep my word. I treasure my life too. At 4.2 strength, I'm way too weak. No match for a boar. Better to stick to the foothills and pick off small stuff. Caw, caw, winter crows. I looked up. A few dozen flew over, but way past 20 meters, not my dish. Stop gawking. Find something you can actually drop. Walked on a while, and out of all that white, a streak of crimson-brown popped, plain as day. I ducked behind a tree for a closer look. A pheasant. A cock, no less. Who said luck was worse than the morning? This was way better. Pheasants huddle in flocks against the cold. Never thought I'd bump into a lone straggler. Could be a trap? I kept my wits. Even if I lose the kill, my life comes first. Watched a full minute. Confirmed it was just a stray cock pheasant, pecking non-stop at the saltpeter on the rock face. Probably gone dizzy with hunger. I drew and knocked. Used Yunchi Village's half-step shift footwork. Each step only 6 inches. Light and steady. No prints in the snow. A dozen steps in, 20 meters, I aimed. Thwip. A crack like a gunshot. The arrow took the pheasant in the head. Its body lurched, and it dropped in a flutter of feathers. I grinned, loaded up on my very first hunt. No getting cocky. Same caution as the morning, only jogged over once I'd cleared it. Still breathing, it was not enough power behind my shot. So I put another arrow in its head, and that did it. Points plus 10. 10 again. Looks like the bow gives a bigger reward than the cleaver did on the fish. No dawdling. I tossed it in the basket and started back down. By the sun, it had to be past 4. I was 500 meters into the hills, and getting out is brutal. Slopes, gullies, snow pits. One wrong step and you drop in. Scream all you want. Nobody's coming. I ran most of an hour, down to 100-some meters from the foot. Topped a little rise and saw, far off, smoke curling up from Auntie's place. Dinner's on, waiting for me. Who? The wind kicked up, flinging snow in my face, blanking out my sight. A whole day running the mountain, and my busted cotton shoes were soaked clean through, socks and all, soles numb and senseless. Good thing Annie packed the rice wine. I tipped back a big gulp, chest blazing, then another, and warmth spread through me. Stamped my feet. Feeling came back to the soles. Strong stuff. This, 2 pulls, and there's a fire burning in my chest. I cinched my patched-on patches cotton coat tight, and another mountain gust slapped a faceful of snow at me. SSS, so cold. I shuddered, swiped at my face. Inside the gloves my fingers were frozen stiff as carrots. Walking on, I stopped short. Did I just hear something? Rustle, rustle. A faint shuffling came from a bramble thicket up ahead. I heard right. A hunter's gut told me there was game. Small game. A third haul today? I held my breath, eased down against a rock, took the cleaver off first, and bit the handle just in case. Mulberry bough gripped in my palm. Bless the mountain wind for covering my steps. I inched forward a dozen paces. Under the brambles, of all things, was a fox, white as snow head to tail, except the tail tip, red as if dipped in cinnabar, thicker than Xiao's arm. The little guy had a field mouse pinned under its paw, head down, chowing away. A snow fox. Memory dredged it up. The village elders used to say Mount Damong had snow foxes, the pelts priceless, the ladies and noble women of Qingzhou Prefecture mad for snow fox coats. And this one had a red tail tip, worth even more than an ordinary snow fox. My breath went ragged. The chance to change my family's fate, right there in front of me. I edged closer, 25 meters down to 20. Just get to 20, and even a tiger or a boar's eating an arrow from me. The mountain's icy snow wind sliced at my face like a blade. I gritted through it. Took maybe a quarter hour to plant myself a half step outside 20 meters. Right then the snow fox seemed to catch on. Its blood-smeared little face snapped up, looking left and right. I froze. A dozen-odd seconds later, hunger drove its head back down to its feast. I let out a breath. All that caution, worth it. Drew, knocked, stepped forward, loosed. Hind leg hit. The snow fox dropped, then flipped right back up, snatched the mouse, and ran. I gawked. This thing's a real foodie. Arrow in its hind leg, limping, and it still won't leave the mouse behind. You've got nerve, I'll give you that. The blood from its leg dragged a red line across the snow, but with the arrow stuck in there it stumbled and couldn't move fast. I took off after it. Whip, another arrow. Never miss, caught the right hind leg. Only I'm too weak, didn't sink it deep. Both hind legs hit now, forget running. Third draw, aiming for a foreleg. The snow fox panicked, leapt high to save its hide, flung the mouse back. It landed right in front of me, blocking my view for a heartbeat. Then with a flurry of twists and turns it sprang up into a tree. The corner of my mouth curled. Now this is interesting. Clever little snow fox. Too bad you ran into the big bad demon king. Up a tree won't save you. I want the mouse meat, and I want the fox. The snow fox jumped branch to branch, trying to put limbs between us. I set down the bough, took up the cleaver, read where it'd land, and let the cleaver fly. Crack, the branch snapped. With both hind legs already useless, the fox lost its footing, tumbled out of the tree, and still thrashed to flee. Thwip, the third arrow was on it in an instant, dead between the eyes. Points plus 20. Tough customer. I marveled. 3 arrows, 1 cleaver, plus a never-miss ambush, and only then did I drop it, still that lousy strength. Otherwise 1 arrow puts it down. Great result, though. Effort well spent. I loaded the snow fox into the basket, and my shoulder went heavy at once. stowed my arrows and cleaver, took another big pull of the wine to warm up, and charged downhill. That snow fox cost me most of an hour. The light went dark, wind and snow came on hard, cold to the bone. Changle, 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 Changle. 100-some meters from the foot, somebody was calling me. Another few dozen meters out, and the voices came clear, Tidan and my dad. Dad, Tidan, I'm over here. I bolted toward the voices like I had energy to spare. Closer now, two dark figures, one big and burly, one stooped and gaunt. Changle, hurry down. It's dark out. Why aren't you home yet? Tidan ran up. Changle, you hurt? Dad circled me, squeezing my body, my arms, and only after a good while did he let out a breath. Dad, I'm fine, totally fine. You hungry? Your mom steamed you corn buns. Eat a couple, warm up. Dad pulled a cloth from inside his coat. 2 still warm buns wrapped up in it. Dad, you're underdressed. It's cold out here. Eat back home. Changle, let me carry it. Tidan grabbed the bow, cleaver, and basket without being asked. Whoa, this is heavy. Changle, how much did you bag? Tell you when we're home. Mom. Third, Andy. Changle's back, still way off from the yard. Tidan craned his neck and bellowed it out. My eye twitched. Don't. Please don't. You're making it sound like I topped the imperial exams. 2 figures, one tall, one small, waited anxiously at the gate, and at the sound they came sprinting. Mom had been worried, sick, up on her toes scanning the dark, but the second she saw her eldest, for whatever reason, the tension just drained out of her shoulders. Changle, you're finally back. Your mom was scared half to death. Mom's hugs are always so warm. I'm a tough-it-out kind of guy, but right then I almost couldn't hold it together. Mother and son held on. Dad turned his face away and bit down hard. Xiao circled me clapping. Big bro's back. Big bro's back. Tidan scratched his head. Was he supposed to cry a little here too? Third brother, it's freezing out. Get the kids inside. Auntie called from the east room door. Wet jacket, wet socks, wet shoes, wet hat, wet underclothes, soaked head to toe. Eyes wet too. I changed into a set of Tiadan's clothes, climbed onto the Kong, burrowed under the quilt, and shivered all over, the cold catching up with me. Winter hunting really is rough. The bow's no easy tool out there. High humidity, one gust of wind, and an ordinary arrow veers off past a dozen meters, never reaches the game. Good thing I've got never miss. Ignores wind and snow, a straight-up law of causality weapon within 20 meters. Otherwise, I'd have come home empty-handed today. Hare, pheasant, snow fox, none of them easy. No, scratch that. The pheasant doesn't count. That thing was so hunger-dizzy it was pecking a rock face. I'd have dropped it even without never miss. But luck like that doesn't come around every day. From the kitchen, gasp after gasp. Changle caught all this. Mom, I watched Changle haul that basket down the mountain with my own eyes. You think it's fake? SSS, a sharp intake of breath. Xiao was proudest of all. She's got a hunter for a big brother, a bow that never misses, who can shoot a fisheye off the courtyard wall from the doorway. A few critters? Nothing. Give him a few more days, he'll be hunting tigers. Xiao, isn't Big Bro amazing? Amazing. Xiaoyong's big eyes sparkled, so amazed he kept drooling. Dad stayed quiet. His eldest is capable, better than him, but it's just too dangerous. If he can steer clear of the mountain, better he does. Warmed up, I rolled off the Kong and into the kitchen. Auntie, let's eat rabbit tonight. Stir-fry it with plenty of oil. Freeze the pheasant and the mouse out in the yard for now. Dad, help me skin the snow fox. Tomorrow I'll go sell it in town, buy some food, salt, and oil. Give us a good new year. You got it. Your kill, Changle, your call. Auntie bustled off beaming, though a worry hid in the corner of her eye. Changle was up the mountain all day, didn't come out till dark, pushing himself way too hard. From now on she'd have to talk him into going up less. Hare and pheasant are plenty, just don't let a snow fox dazzle him. Dad gave a small nod and dragged the snow fox out to the yard to skin it. Xiao took over Auntie's spot at the cooking, fish soup simmering in the pot. Her first time at the stove herself, a little nervous. Tidan, come with me. Tidan followed. Thrilled. Was Changle about to teach him archery? Changle, what are we doing? The feather arrows got damp in the snow, useless now. Gotta refletch them. That's easy. Changle, leave it to me. Anything to do with bows and arrows and Tieton's all in. Couldn't drag him off it with an ox team. He dug up 2 chicken feathers to swap, fussed forever, and still couldn't get them to stick, baffled. Why won't they stick? Oh, this'll do it for sure. Smack of the lips, and he spat on it. I just turned around from sorting firewood and caught the whole thing. My eye twitched. That's your big idea? Tied in. Use fish bladder glue. What's fish bladder glue? I put a hand to my forehead. Auntie's call to keep tied in off the mountain was so right, such foresight. I patiently walked him through it. Except for the metal head, you can make the wooden shaft and the fletching yourself. Tied in listened like it was scripture in a foreign tongue, head bobbing. At some point a tiny figure had appeared beside us, bundled in a ragged jacket. Big eyes locked on us, fletching the arrows. Xiao, you got it. I teased my little brother. And wouldn't you know, Xiao nodded. I blinked. Learned it just from watching a bit. I made room. Xiao squatted down and, quick as anything, refletched a whole arrow, a sharp contrast with tied in over there still scratching his head. Xiaoyong's incredible. I rubbed his messy hair through his hat. Never expected it. My little brother's got a gift for the bow. Come spring, I'll teach him to shoot, him and tied in together. Should I have my sister learn too? Xiaoyong's not so scared of me anymore. He didn't dodge the head rub. Big eyes bright. Clearly hooked on bows already. Changle, I'm done. How's it look? Real good. Tieton's slow, sure, but he listens and works hard. The feathers came out nicely glued. Haha. Changle, you've only got 3 arrows. That's not enough. Want me to make more? No rush. I shook my head. I wanted to wait till tomorrow in town. Once I sell the snow fox pelt, I'll swing by the smithy. Buying ready-made's best, way better than homemade. If the dynasty were at its height, the court would never allow private weapon sales. But it's the twilight years now, the government's rotten, bandits and outlaws springing up everywhere, so oversight's gone slack. A shrewder prefect will even let village militias keep bows to guard their homes. Bows and blades, sure. Armor and warhorses, never. Break that, and it's treason. Same in every dynasty. Changle, Dad called. The 3 of us went to the front yard. Dad was friendly with the village hunters as a boy, picked up some hide work. On the courtyard wall the snow fox hung upside down, dripping. Dad ringed each limb with a small knife, slid it open down the belly line, kept the ears, nose, and tail whole, then switched to a blunt knife to part the hide from the meat. I watched close. Maybe out of practice, he left a good 3/10 of the meat on the hide. Give me some wood ash, sand, and bamboo strips. You rub it down again and again with ash and fine sand to strip the grease, then scrape off the last of the fat with bamboo, so it won't draw worms. Winter doesn't breed worms easy, but better safe than sorry. The rough prep done, we'd sell it later to a tanner for finishing, or to some wealthy household. Ought to fetch a fine price. Red-tailed snow fox, rare, Dad said with feeling. Changle's amazing, bagged a red-tailed fox his first time out. Take me next time, yeah? We'll go get a blue-tailed one. Tied-in was at it again, his mountainage undimmed. I ignored him until his archery's solid. Even if Auntie said yes, I'd say no. Pure beast feed, that's all he'd be. Even I don't dare go 500 meters into the deep mountain. Bro, Auntie's asking if you want chili. Xiao ran out. Fish soup's done, rabbit's next. Just a little. Rabbit's not like chicken or duck. No chili, no flavor. In my past life, I was Sichuanese, no spice, no joy. I'd put a dab of bean paste even on plain white rice. Dad had something on his mind, opened his mouth a few times and stopped. Dad, what is it? Dad got it out, with difficulty. Changle, there's an old village rule passed down. First kill after a snow, you share part of it with the village elders. I started. Right, there was that. Yunqi's centuries-old custom. After a heavy snow, a hunter's first kill, usually a pheasant, gets shared with the elders for a smooth year ahead and every household whole. Dad, Tied-in and I are going to town tomorrow. You hand the pheasant out to the elders and send a bit extra to the village head's place. Dad nodded and said, solemn, I know. I'll tell them. It's the pheasant you caught with your own hands. He still had something weighing on him, and I could guess it. Grandpa's 56 this year, Grandma 53, elder-aged in the village too. Share the pheasant meat with them or not? Dad was torn. By rights, no. They'd just split the old couple off and turn them out a few days back, cold as ice, not a shred of feeling. In this freezing weather, no one to lean on. A person really could freeze to death. But Mom and Dad are getting on too. And the trouble is, I'm the one who caught this meat, and he knows I hold a grudge against the grandparents. Send meat to the old house, and Changle be hurt. Stuck both ways, he finally decided. No, not the old house. Meat Changle hunted doesn't go over there. Taidan and Xiao stroked the snow fox pelt, the praise never stopping, eyes full of envy. In the stove, splitwood crackled. The rabbit hit the pan, chilly smoke wafting up. Xiao choked and sneezed and rubbed his eyes, then dove straight into the kitchen anyway, up on his toes to watch Annie fry the meat. So good. He'd never smelled stir-fried meat this good. But too short to see. I scooped him up. Now he saw it all clear. Auntie, in her patched apron, tipped the diced rabbit into the hot oil, glistening red chilies tumbling, peppercorns popping, and worked the willowwood spatula in her rough hands. Back and forth, the rabbit slowly turning golden. Xiao, add some salt. Salt's a wonderful thing. Lifts the flavor a whole notch in an instant, the aroma mixing with the chili and shooting right up your nose. Xiao, ladle in a scoop of water. Whoosh, steam and chili scent burst up. I backed off a few steps with Xiao. Annie was going all out, oil spatter nearly hitting my face, using more oil than we would for New Year's. Xiao, a little more salt. Taidan, grab bowls and chopsticks, take the fish soup inside. Auntie lifted out the rabbit, an oily little mountain of it. My appetite roared up. I couldn't look away. Auntie, more dishes? I asked, seeing her start slicing radish. Still plenty of oil in the pot. Can't waste it. I caught myself, then laughed quietly. My mindset still hasn't fully sunk into this world. Dad got the fox meat frozen, Mom dried the clothes, and 3 dishes and a soup were ready. Chili fried rabbit, stir-fried radish and cabbage, pickled veg, and crucian fish soup. The white rice had long been steamed, cooled, and reheated. If I hadn't come back over an hour late, the whole family'd be up on the Kong resting already. Tied quick-handed 7 chipped bowls into place, and the family settled in. To celebrate Changle's first hunt and a full haul, a big harvest. Auntie beamed, the one and only idiom she could come up with. Mom and Dad's faces were all pride. Their eldest home safe. Time to be glad. Just no more of those dangerous notions. And Changle had said no mountain tomorrow, so Mom was glowing, radiant. A little wine left in the gourd. Everyone but Xiao got a share, downed in one. Xiao clearly couldn't hold it, little face flushed red, fanning her mouth. Bro, the rabbit's so spicy, and the wine's spicy too. Huh, Dad laughed out loud. Rare for him. Drink some fish soup, it cuts the heat. I ladled my brother and sister each a bowl with a big chunk of fish. Xiao went bite of rabbit, sip of fish soup, mouth full of white rice. So happy the whole kid looked about to ascend. Ever since they got tossed out of the old house, how'd life keep getting better and better? He couldn't figure it out, so he quit trying and just put his head down and ate. Taidan, don't just eat rice, have some rabbit. Thanks, Changle. Mom, Dad, and Auntie wouldn't pick at the meat before the kids finished. Radish, cabbage, and pickles were their main course. Watching the 4 kids eat with grease all over their mouths, the 3 of them traded a smile, eyes content. Life's getting brighter and brighter. Xiao and Xiao were thoughtful too, knew to leave meat for their folks. Changle, Taidan, Mom's not hungry. You 2 finish the meat, and the soup too. I said nothing. Taidan kept quiet right along with me. Auntie, helpless, split a bowl of fish soup with Mom. Dad took a bowl, picked out a few small bits of rabbit, and left the rest to reheat for the kids tomorrow. Family fed and content. Mom rushed to clear up the mess. She had to burn off the excitement or she'd never sleep tonight. Lying on the Kong, I plotted out the future. Hunting can feed the family, but to break through the class ceiling, I'll need my past life knowledge. Brewing, cement, improved crops, better farm tools, a lot of room to work with. I just hope the Xiongnu's blades and the Woka pirates hold off a while. Give me time to grow. In the West Room, Auntie earnestly lectured Taidan. Taidan, you learn well from your big brother Changle. As long as it's nothing crooked, whatever he tells you to do, you do it, understand? Mom, I got it. Changle's so amazing, shoots straighter than the hunters, even bagged a red-tailed fox. I've never heard of such a thing. Auntie went thoughtful, murmuring. True. Where'd that child Changle learn it all? Never mind. Just remember one thing. Learn well from your big brother. Mom, when's Dad coming home? Auntie counted on her fingers. Soon. Another 3, for days, and your dad's back. The 22nd of the 12th month, an even-numbered day, was market day in Hawaiian Township. 2 half-grown boys trudged the snowy mud road, baskets on their backs, bundled up tight. That'd be me and Xiao Taidan. The road was crowded, everyone off to market. Changle, I haven't been to town in forever, you? Taidan was buzzing. Long as he wasn't playing alone, he was into anything. How much we'd make didn't concern him. What mattered was being with Changle. My eye twitched. Taidan, you sure know how to pick a sore spot. The original owner of this body got beaten half to death just 10 days ago at Scholar Xiao's place in town. With the original's temper, a line like that earns you a slap on the spot. Lucky for him, I'm easygoing. I let it slide. I went to town a lot with fourth uncle. Fourth uncle never takes me along. Only takes you, Changle. Taidan deflated a bit. Why won't the villagers play with him? Fourth uncle's 18 this year. Only 5 years older than me and Taidan. Near enough the same age. Grandpa's name is Wang Mon Song. Fourth uncle's is Wang Young Song. That shared song tells you everything about how Grandpa doted on his late-in-life son. Trouble is, his sticky-fingered reputation spread through every hamlet around. 18 and still no wife. He's in no hurry himself. It's Grandpa, Grandma, and Big Uncle who fret, cleaning up his messes every week or 2. Jealous fourth uncle takes me out. I smiled coolly. Then it's your turn to get beaten half to death. Taidan was puzzled. Wait, did Changle's beating have something to do with fourth uncle? He'd just opened his mouth to ask when a roar of voices rose ahead. Hawaiian Township, we'd arrived. 7 li of snowy road. The 2 of us walked it in 3 hours. I got excited too. First time setting foot outside Yunchi village in this world, into town. Tiedan's eyes went wide. The press of heads and shoulders, several hundred people easy. He even spotted a candy stall by the street. Gurgle, my stomach betrayed me with a swallow. The corner of my mouth lifted. He was hungry. Taidan, let's eat first. Before we left, Dad gave me 10 copper coins for spares. Mom secretly slipped me 10 more, and Annie went all out, digging a 5-layer cloth bundle from the bottom of the cabinet and handing over 20, not to Taidan, to me, telling me to look after him and pick up some household goods on the way back. Huh? It's pricey here, Changle. Tiedan's slow, but no fool. A meal in town runs a whole day's worth in the village. My treat. This place it is. The 2 of us sat down side by side at a mutton offal soup stall, basket between us. Eyes on it the whole time. My entire fortune was in there. Icicles hung by the pot, the vendor hawking hard. Tripe nice and tender. Hey, young sirs, come have a hot bowl of offal soup. 1 sip in the 12th month warms you the whole day. How much a bowl? 5 coppers. Not cheap. 5 coppers buys a caddy of rice. Afraid I'd balk at the price, the vendor tacked on. Tripe and liver bits all in, simmered in bone broth, and half a coarse flour cake on the house. Taidan piped up. Can you make it a whole one? The vendor's wife glanced at Tiedan's strapping build and said nothing. The vendor sized us up and drawled. You 2 buy 2 bowls. I'll throw in 2 whole cakes. How's that? Tiedan's pupils quaked. He tugged my sleeve, backpedaling. Changle, it's so expensive. Let's just get 1 cake. I flipped my hand, slapped 10 coppers on the table, and said evenly, 2 bowls, please. The vendor lit up. Coming right up, young sirs. Eat this and you're warm all day. You'll be back for more. His wife smiled and ladled 2 big bowls, picking out 2 big coarse flour cakes. I'm used to myself. That's the magic of money. Whatever the dynasty, coin is hard currency. How's the saying go? Money isn't everything, but without it you can do nothing. Taidan cupped the rough clay bowl, steam making him squint. 5 coppers a bowl. He had to eat his money's worth. No, eat 10 coppers worth out of it. For once he chewed slow, tore off a small piece of cake, soaked it through with the mutton broth, and stuffed it in. Actual meat flavor, bliss. Rolling with Changle is the life. Even better than last night's chili fried rabbit. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Taidan really is a little ball of joy. I was a bit hungry too. Tongue licked the rim of the bowl first. A little salty, a little of that peppery heat. Took a light sip, warmth shooting down my throat, and into my chest. The vendor watched on, grinning. How's that, young sir? Told you no lie, didn't I? I nodded. No wonder it's 5 coppers. Scallion, salt, pepper heat. The man doesn't skimp. The tripe bounced between my teeth, chewy with bite. The bone broth rich and wrapped in scallion fragrance. A bowl on a 12th-month morning. Nothing better. Changle, you have the awful. Tai Dan, remembering Auntie's instructions, pushed the dark red offal my way. Nah, you've already eaten off it, gross. I said one thing and meant another. Haha, okay. Tai Dan grinned dopily. The two of us ate that one breakfast like we'd never seen the world, took half an hour over it. The vendor saw us off all smiles, told us to come again, another free cake, and Tai Dan promised up and down. Changle, where to next? Stuffed now, Tai Dan grabbed both baskets in one go, wouldn't let me carry them. The hide market. The hide market sat in the northwest corner of the fair, the Qian position rules slaughter, feng shui notion. Step in and a dazzle of pelts filled your eyes, more than you could take in. At the entrance, a whole raw ox hide hung from a pole, and Tietan's jaw dropped. Step right up, don't miss out. Top-grade raccoon dog pelt, just 2 mace of silver. Best local farm dog hide in Hawaiian, 15 coppers a sheet. Buying rabbit pelts, fox pelts, leopard pelts, prices negotiable. The hawking never let up. I found an empty spot, spread out my cloth, and laid out the hare pelt I'd bagged last night, the red-tailed fox pelt, and the half-gnawed field mouse skin. The market had pelts of every kind, but fox pelts like the one on my mat were few and far between. And a red-tailed one? Mine was the only one around. The dealers eyed it hungrily, half flattering and half fishing, asking where I'd caught it. When I wouldn't talk, they worked Tai Dan instead, but Tietan's only slow, not dumb. He just grinned and kept saying got lucky. Pried nothing loose, so the dealers drifted off, leaving only a few serious hide buyers who handled the pelts, excitement in their eyes. Changle, what price do we sell at? First time Tai Dan had ever sold anything. He panicked, leaned to my ear, and whispered. It was my first time selling pelts too. I didn't know the going rate, but I've got nerves of steel. Let them paw at it, can't damage it, and I just kept toying with my mulberry bough. Seeing me so unbothered, Tai Dan shrank back and sat down. Changle's amazing, cool as ice. No wonder he shoots like that and bags foxes. Mom's right, I should learn from him. The dealers finally cracked. A red-tailed fox pelt's too rare, and this kid could sit there without naming a price, still as a meditating monk, steadier than seasoned road traders. Strange. The bids came. One said 5 mace, one said 4 mace plus 50 coppers, another 5 mace and 10 coppers. Nothing over 6 mace, though. Tietan's breath quickened. 6 mace of silver is 600 coppers, enough to ease the whole family and have a fat new year. He wanted to say yes right then, but he kept Auntie's words in mind. Do whatever Changle says. Truth be told, this was my first business deal ever. Mom and Auntie never hunted. Dad only helped with the kill. Nobody could give me a reference. But I bit down and didn't agree. The dealers in front of me wore solemn, fair-dealing faces, nothing visibly off. Then my eyes swept the surrounding stalls, and the expressions told the story. Some watching the show, some regretful, some shaking their heads, some smirking. It clicked at once. These guys are lowballing me. Won't sell for 6 mace, I said flatly. A dealer started, then smiled. Young master, a white fox pelt is rare, sure, but this one's got an arrow through the brow and 2 arrow wounds on the hind legs, badly damaged. 6 mace is what it's worth. I kept a straight face. You think I'm 3 years old? Since ancient times, no merchant's honest. This lot opens at half price. The ruthless ones cut 70%. So the white fox pelt's true value is around a tail. And they pointedly skipped the red tail, which means that part's worth even more. I ran the numbers. This pelt's worth 1 tail 5 at the very least. Trying to swindle it for 6 mace? Keep dreaming. Young master, I can see times are hard for you. I'll take a loss and add a mace, 7 mace, and I'll buy every pelt you bring from here on. Let's be friends. How about it? Not selling. The dealer's face changed. How is this little guy impervious to everything? Are kids this hard to fool these days? A red-tailed fox pelt, dressed and sold to a noblewoman in the county or the prefecture. 5 tails, 10 tails, no problem. Young master, how much do you want? 2 tails. I led with a brutal number. Two tails? Kid, are you insane? They left, faces sour. It wasn't that they wouldn't buy. They meant to wait till the sun set and the market closed, when I hadn't sold and got anxious, then snap it up even cheaper. Tied-in leaned in, indignant. Changle, they're bad people. Crooked merchants. I laughed. Tied-in can read people? I'd really underestimated him. Forget them. Keep selling. A red-tailed fox pelts a once-in-a-lifetime sight. Even a passing dog would take a second look and ask the price. But hearing two tails, they all shook their heads. Huayan's market really only draws the dozen-odd villages around, aside from those few wealthy households and scholars who could lay out 2 taels of silver for a single fox pelt. People came and went. The sun climbed high. Over 2 hours passed. The crowd thickened, and still no buyer. Tiding got a little frantic, fidgeting. I stayed unruffled, dead certain my choice was right. Meanwhile, at the gate of another big courtyard in Huayan, a man in his 30s waited, looking anxious. The gate of the Xiao residence creaked open, and 2 young men stepped out, one in a blue robe, proud-eyed, one in a gray robe, smiling. The 2 were just heading out to stroll the market together. The moment the blue-robed youth came out and saw the man waiting at the gate, he frowned. Wang Yongshu, why are you here again? I told you, I don't want to see you. The man waiting was the Wang family's second son, my second uncle. Second uncle, all fearful apology, begged and explained. Brother Xiao, that business the other day, my nephew breaking into your residence to steal, I truly knew nothing of it, and I cast him out of the family that very day. All of Yunqi village knows it. For the sake of our years of friendship, I beg your forgiveness. With that, he held out a scroll with both hands. The gray-robed youth looked and gave a surprised, "Oh, this is an official imperially engraved edition of the Book of Han." Scholar Xiao heard the words, Book of Han, and his expression shifted. The Book of Han, written by a great scholar, full of masterful narrative technique to sharpen one's essays on statecraft. With all the Xiao family's wealth, richest in Huayan, even they had no copy. An official engraved edition, no less. The county probably didn't have one, and Wang Yongshu had gotten hold of it. Brother Qian has a sharp eye. It is indeed the Book of Han. I sought it bitterly for months, and I'd offer it to Brother Xiao to mend things between us. Qian the candidate smiled. Brother Wang's sincerity is plain. Brother Xiao, do accept it. However proud and disdainful Scholar Xiao was, with the Book of Han in front of him, he couldn't say anything too harsh, so he took it and leafed through. Clear script, complete printing, and instantly felt he'd gotten a treasure, delight written all over him. He put on a show of pondering. Strictly speaking, the matter had nothing to do with you. That thieving nephew of yours would have slid into a life of crime sooner or later. Splitting him off is for the best. As it happens, Brother Qian and I are off to the market. Yongshu, come along. Second uncle was beside himself. Not for nothing had he waited here since the 5th watch, legs gone numb. At last he'd smooth things over with Scholar Xiao. This Book of Han came hard. Second uncle had sold one of his daughters to a wealthy household in the county as a maidservant, taking 10 taels of silver in exchange, and an official engraved edition of the Book of Han had eaten up 7 of them. As long as he kept on good terms with Scholar Xiao, asking advice often, then come the licentiate exam in March, second uncle was sure to pass and become a scholar, and then he'd be a man like Scholar Xiao, getting whatever he wished. After that, provincial graduate, then metropolitan graduate, climbing step by step to top scholar. 10 taels of silver. What was that? Next to all that, he weighed the 3 taels left in his coat and said with an ingratiating smile, Brother Xiao, Brother Qian, on to the market. Whatever catches your eye, I'll pay. Scholar Xiao was more pleased still, and Qian the candidate gave his thanks. Once Scholar Xiao had taken the Book of Han back inside, the 3 of them set off to the market, all smiles. New Year was near, and the 12th month market had meat buns. Scholar Xiao didn't stand on ceremony, sat down and ordered 10 big fine flour meat buns, costing second uncle 30 coppers in one go, his heart bleeding. Eat yourself sick. Second uncle cursed him 100 times over inwardly, while his face stayed serene. Brother Qian's first time in Huayan. You must try the meat buns. Many thanks for Brother Wang's generosity. Then I won't hold back. Qian the candidate downed 5 on his own, like a starving ghost, leaving even Scholar Xiao stunned. Didn't you eat your fill at my place last night? Second uncle had long lost the will to comment. What kind of person is this? And he wants to pass the exam. Hardly fit to stand beside me. After they'd cleared the table, the three walked on, and walking on brought them to the hide market. Second uncle's heart sank. Surely Scholar Xiao wouldn't be so brutal as to buy here. Pelts are pricey. But the other two had already gone in, so he gritted his teeth and followed. Hey, did you hear? That red-tailed fox pelt. Pretty sure, but 2 tails of silver, bit steep. The talk all around was mostly about the red-tailed fox pelt. Scholar Zhao's interest peaked. Brother Wang, Brother Qian, shall we take a look? Qian the candidate readily agreed. Second uncle clutched his robe, sighed, and followed. Arriving, second uncle's pupils shrank. Isn't that third brother's boy Changle and big sister's boy Tidan? They're the ones selling the red-tailed fox pelt? Second uncle muttered to himself. I know that Wang Changle brat too well, a sneak thief. This pelt's surely stolen from somebody, and he's dragging Tidan down with him. Worthless little wretch. Scholar Xiao, walking ahead, recognized me at a glance and snorted coldly. Well, if it isn't the little thief. Loud and cold, and the people around turned, puzzled. Thief? Who's he talking about? Qian the candidate, an outsider unfamiliar with the local affairs, saw Scholar Zhao's dark face and asked second uncle. Second uncle broke into a sweat, stammering. The relationship he'd just patched up was about to be wrecked again. He could have skinned Changle alive. Scholar Xiao, stony-faced, laid out the whole story, and with each sentence second uncle's back bent a little lower. So he's a thief. Brother Wang did well to split him off, Qian the candidate said, as if it all made sense now. Second uncle had nothing to say, just kept wiping sweat in the dead of winter. The three of them fixed their eyes on the red-tailed fox pelt. Qian the candidate said, by that reasoning, this pelt's stolen too? Scholar Xiao snorted. Stolen, no question. Second uncle's face was grim. Under another man's roof, you bow your head. He could only chime in. More than likely. The corner of Qian the candidate's mouth curled. A scheme came to mind. Brother Xiao, watch me vent this anger for you, and win that red-tailed fox pelt in the bargain. With that, he led the way to the stall. Changle, look, second uncle's here. My eyes snapped open, second uncle and 2 scholars shoving through the crowd, and one of them I knew, would never forget as long as I lived. Scholar Xiao, the man who'd beaten me half to death. Enemies meet, and eyes go red. I couldn't be bothered, and looked away. To my surprise, the gray-robed youth beside second uncle struck first. Little thief, where do you steal this red-tailed fox pelt? Out with it. The crowd boiled over. Stolen? Tidan shot to his feet. Don't talk nonsense. The fox pelt was caught by Changle's own hand. It's not stolen. Still bluffing. Everybody, come see. There's a thief here, selling somebody's stolen pelt. Shameless. Second uncle's fists clenched. If he could, he'd have stabbed this Qian the candidate dead and found a crack in the ground to crawl into. The shame was too much. The countryside never lacks for gawkers, and the little stall was instantly mobbed. A thief. Stealing pelts, no way. That red-tailed fox pelt. Tidan panicked, red-faced, insisting no, it's hunted, not stolen. But tongue-tied as he was, how could he out-argue a scholar? Look closely, folks. This little brat's named Wang Changle. A few days back he broke into Scholar Zhao's home, caught red-handed with the goods. Brother Xiao? Is this the one? Scholar Xiao sneered, finger leveled at me. The very one. 10 years, and I wouldn't forget. An uproar. So it's him. Wang Third's boy from Yunxi village. Heard he got beaten half to death. The crowd grew suspicious. Qian the candidate struck while the iron was hot. Think about it, folks. A few days ago this thief couldn't even get out of bed, and suddenly he's got a red-tailed fox pelt. Says he hunted it in the mountains. Do you believe that? Heads shook. You're lying. Changle clearly hunted it on the mountain. I saw him come down with my own eyes. The fox was right there in his basket. Qian the candidate seized on the flaw, eyes narrowing. You saw the fox in his basket when he came down, meaning you did not see him hunt the fox, which means he stole some other hunter's kill and stuffed it in his own basket. Tidan was dumbstruck. You can twist it like that? Qian the candidate put his left hand behind his back, pointed at the pelt with his right, smug. And the clincher, everyone. Look. 1 arrow in each leg, 1 in the brow, all on vital points. By his own second uncle's account, he never knew how to shoot before. 10 short days, and he's got archery like this? Is he some archery prodigy? Absurd. Plainly a thief. The words landed, and the crowd's stares turned hard and hostile. When a scholar speaks, they believe it. Country hunters live by their kills. Stealing another's quarry won't be tolerated, not even from a child. Tiedan's eyes went bloodshot, panting, dumb with rage, his fists like cooking pots cracking at the knuckles. He couldn't take it. Slander his Changle? He'd beat this filth-spewing thing to death. He stepped forward, and I put out a hand to stop him. Changle, don't hold me back. Sit down. Changle, sit down. Tiedan, fuming, sat back down, grudging. I was calm as still water. What do you want? Xian the candidate gave a slight start. This little thief didn't panic and ditch the pelt and run. Decent nerves. No wonder he dared break into Scholar Xiao's place. Pity he ran into me. Xian Shueji, today I'll show you what's what. I want nothing, only justice. You stole a hunter's pelt. Heaven won't abide it. I didn't steal it. I hunted this pelt myself. Little thief, stubborn tongue. Dare you take it to the magistrate? Xian the candidate bluffed. I didn't bat an eye. Magistrate it is. I stand straight and sit upright. I hunted this pelt. Even the magistrate threat didn't scare me, and Xian the candidate's tone faltered. The Yamen would never bother with this. Report it? They'd caned both sides 50 strokes and tossed them out. But he'd boasted big in front of Scholar Xiao. Vent the anger, take the pelt. He couldn't lose face. He scoffed. You say you hunted it yourself, but not one of us believes you, unless you can prove it. The corner of my mouth lifted. Want to see? Then open your eyes wide and watch close. With that, I drew the mulberry bough from my basket, knocked an arrow, and pulled it to a full moon. The crowd scattered in a heartbeat. Xian the candidate didn't dare twitch. That iron arrowhead was aimed right at his brow, his calves quaking. 3 meters off, wouldn't it run him clean through? Thief, what are you doing? Scholar Xiao went pale and ducked behind the crowd, swallowing hard. He was even more scared than Qian. Second uncle panicked too. Wang Changle, put that arrow down now, I said flatly. Scholar Xiao, fellow villagers, this man wants proof, so I'll prove it for him. Before the words were done, my knuckle loosened. Thwip. The feather arrow shrieked past Qian the candidate's topknot, a vicious gust trailing it. Whomp. His felt cap was punched through by the arrowhead, and the arrow, force undiminished, drove cap and all into an old elm at the market's edge. Crack. The head sank into the trunk, the shaft quivering, the felt cap pinned dead to it. A cold gust swept by, the brim swayed faintly, and the cap just would not fall. The crowd was stunned, mouths open wide enough to hold an egg. Scholar Xiao went sheet white. If that arrow had been aimed at him. After a long beat, somebody hollered, "What a shot!" and the crowd erupted. That, an inch off, and his skull splits open. A bushy-bearded hunter sucked in a breath, instinctively rubbing his own forehead. I believe it now. With archery like that, who'd need to steal a kill? Changle, kid, well done. Wang, third of Yunshi, raised a fine son. Second uncle stood frozen, took a long while to come to, throat bobbing, unable to get out a single word. Tiedan crossed his arms, chin high, proud of his Changle. I told you Changle shoots like a master, and you wouldn't believe me. A fox is nothing. He'll be hunting tigers next. Qian the candidate's legs went weak, and seeing me draw and knock again, aimed at his brow, his guts turned to water. He wailed off key. I believe you. I believe. Don't shoot. Sweat the size of beans rolled down. My face didn't change, my fingertips released. Thwip. The feather arrow grazed the side of his head and flew straight to the old elm. Crack. The crowd followed the sound, and a dead silence fell. The 2 arrowheads had sunk into the trunk at the very same spot. Dead even, not a hair's difference. Second uncle's face was astonished. This is my nephew? Archery like that could earn a place in the Imperial Marksman's Corps, and Changle's only 13 this year. His mouth went bitter, his mind unsettled. A chill crawled up Scholar Xiao's spine, his head full of being shot by a hidden arrow while walking down the street. Terrifying. How would he ever go out again? Maybe, apologize to the Wang family, beg forgiveness? Yes, that's it. Qian the candidate felt a warmth spread down his trouser leg and slumped to the ground. And so the truth was clear. Wang Changle's archery was divine. The red-tailed fox pelt was hunted on the mountain by his own hand, beyond dispute. Tied-in was proud as a rooster, chest out, standing at my side. The feeling of all eyes on you is wonderful. He wanted to learn to shoot like that too, and protect his mom someday. Then the crowd saw me pull a third arrow from the basket. Again? I drew, knocked, and aimed at a sparrow pecking grain in the snow beside the elm. Thwip! The arrow pierced its wing and pinned it in the snow. Points plus 10. Tied-in, go get the arrows, the felt cap, and the sparrow. Tied-in huffed off and came back, felt cap in his left hand, sparrow in his right. The sparrow not quite dead, flapping its wings. Chien, sir, I accidentally ruined your felt cap. This sparrow's my compensation. The crowd was speechless. This boy left no opening. One big stick, then 2 sweet dates, flawless. Chien, the candidate, flushed crimson, thinking of what he'd done. How could he face his standing as a scholar? Less generous than the half-grown kid in front of him. He bowed deeply to me and Tied-in, took only the cap, not the sparrow, and walked off without looking back, not even acknowledging Scholar Xiao or second uncle. Scholar Xiao left right after, his head full of going to apologize. What to bring? Pork, eggs, salt, or oil? Forget it. Bring a bit of everything. His little life mattered. Couldn't have this kid putting a cold arrow in his back. Second uncle went home in a daze, his back especially forlorn. Folks, let's break it up. Changle, kid, well done. Real spirit. Didn't shame Yunchi village. A few Yunchi uncles beamed. After this one round, my reputation soared. Within 3 days, all of Huayan would know that Wang III's family in Yunchi had produced a god of archery. Never miss. Changle, you're amazing. Will you teach me? Tied-in rubbed his hands, thrilled. Tomorrow. You got it. The two of us sat back down and kept selling. Soon someone came to buy the hair pelt. Only an arrow hole in the leg, very intact, and it sold for 1 mace plus 20 coppers. The red-tailed fox pelt still had no buyer. 2 tails really was steep. I figured if it hadn't sold by noon, I'd drop to 1 tail 5. Just then, a few unfamiliar hide dealers came to the stall to trade. The leader shook out a half pelt of crimson fox, all smiles. Take a look, young master. This coat, TSK, genuine snow crimson. Caught on Mount Shi in Rowan Township this 12th month, gold-tipped fur. Trade it for your white fox, you won't lose out. In the sunlight, that fox pelt gleamed amber, the fur glossy. I gave it a stroke, smooth to the touch, real fine material. Tiedon's eyes glazed. What a gorgeous fox pelt. But I frowned. Not enough experience here. It looked and felt like good goods, yet something kept nagging at me. Does the sky really drop free pies? The dealer pressed. Young master, I'm offering the trade only because your white fox is fine stuff with that red tail tip. Snow Crimson has plenty of buyers. Miss this village, and there's no such shop. Changle, trade or not? I didn't want to. These guys looked rotten on sight. Just then a well-dressed middle-aged man and woman walked up and went straight to the stall. The middle-aged man squinted, rubbed the crimson fox pelt between his fingers, and suddenly sneered. Huh? Goose grease goods passing for snow crimson? You think we've never seen the world? The dealer's face changed. He hurriedly dropped his voice. Sir, you've a sharp eye? How about 3 tails, and it's yours? I'll take it for 1 copper. The dealer's mouth twitched. He cursed under his breath and left. The middle-aged man watched their backs and sneered. Sooner or later, I'll have you lot hauled in. Then he crouched and stroked the white fox pelt carefully, paying special attention at the red tail, and after a good while stood up, beaming. Young master, how much are you asking? I blinked. I hadn't even followed the duel between those 2 parties. An expert. I had to ask, Sir, what did you mean just now by goose grease goods? The middle-aged man's gaze was approving. Some crooked merchants, to turn a profit, use the goose fat polishing trick to fake the fur color. They make inferior fox or marten pelts slick and glossy and pass them off as fine, selling to gentry or out-of-town traders who don't know better. That crimson pelt just now wasn't even fox. It was dog hide, boiled and dyed with fatty goosebelly grease into a paste, made to fool amateurs. You, my boy, nearly fell for it. The hide dealers around all looked uneasy. Tied-in was ashamed. He'd been pushing Changle to trade just now, nearly caused a disaster. Stupid mouth, can't go running it. It dawned on me. and I gave a solemn bow. He who passes on knowledge and resolves doubts is fit to be a teacher. The middle-aged man started and said he couldn't accept it. Just ordinary experience. You'll come to know it in time, my boy. Here, let me teach you one more trick for telling pelts apart. My eyes lit up. First, check the roots. Second, smell. Third, burn. Fourth, rub to tell true from false, he said. Check whether the fur roots are natural, smell for grease. Do the fire test, and rub to see if the color comes off. Those four will help you spot most goose grease goods. I bowed again. This trip wasn't wasted. I truly learned something. The middle-aged man looked delighted. Who doesn't love a courteous child? And this kid's eyes were clear, his thanks sincere. The middle-aged woman beside him spoke up. Steward Xiao, don't just teach. Hurry and ask about the pelt. White fox, red tail, our young lady will surely love it. Steward Xiao, a wealthy household. I noticed the woman cradling 2 or 3 pelt samples and thought to myself, this household's young lady really loves fox pelts, buying so many in one trip. Can she even wear them all? Matron Feng's right. Young master, what's the price on this fox pelt? I mused a few seconds. Steward Xiao, I'd meant to sell it for 2 taels, but you've taught me a great deal. I'll give you a discount. 1 tael 8 mace, how's that? Yeah, you've got a knack for business, young master, and you're honest. A complete red-tailed fox pelt. I'd buy even at 5 taels, but there's a big arrow hole in the brow. It ruins the look. That was haggling. Tied-in didn't dare cut in. I refused to take the bait. As a seller, you play up the goods. Steward Xiao, there's an arrow hole. True, but feel the quality. Caught on the mountain just yesterday. Pure white and flawless, and the tail blazing red. Your household's young lady will look positively radiant. Born to nobility, the moment she puts it on. Steward Xiao was taken aback. Not that the boy could haggle, but that he tossed out 3 4-character idioms in one breath. Remarkable, a hunter's kid who reads? Even a budding scholar might not put it so well. Sure enough, the right medicine works twice as fast. Before Steward Xiao could answer, Matron Feng beside him couldn't hold still. She'd conjured up the young lady standing in the garden, radiant and nobly born, a vision of an immortal, and beamed. Steward Xiao, pay the man. Steward Xiao gave a wry smile. You little devil, no room to maneuver at all. Half a lifetime of haggling skill, all for nothing. Fine, 1 tael 8 mace, it's worth it. Take care of yourself, young master. Thank you, Steward Xiao. Thank you, Matron Feng. A lucky new year to you both. Blessings aplenty, and sugar melons every day. Ha ha. Steward Xiao laughed out loud. Plenty of people send him blessings, but that line was the easiest on the ears. Good. From now on, I'll take all your fine pelts. The two left happily. With 1 tael 8 mace of silver in hand, I was thrilled. 1 tael 8 mace is 1,800 coppers, enough to buy 360 pounds of rice. The family would never again worry about food in winter. Thank you, ultimate hunting system. Only the field mouse skin was left, filthy and half-gnawed. No takers, so I sold it to the neighboring hide dealer for 2 coppers. 3 pelts, all sold in a single morning, for a grand total of 1,922 coppers. The two of us packed up and left the hide market with empty baskets. The people around looked on enviously. They might not earn 2 taels in 2 months of selling. How could they not be jealous? But jealous as they were, nobody dared get any funny ideas. Why? Because this kid was holding a bow with an arrow knocked. Overly careful, that's me. Tied-in, tell your big brother whatever you want to eat. We've got money now. The fragrance of mutton offal soup floated up in Tiedon's mind unbidden, but he came to fast and shook his head like a rattle drum. Changle, I'm not hungry. You're not hungry, but I am. The two of us came to Huayan's food stalls, and one look, so many people. Maybe a year's labor had put a bit of income in every household. Folks were eating up a storm, squatting, standing, sitting, the cries of hawking and eating never ceasing, full of warm, earthly life. A scene I'd never witnessed in my past life. Tied-in swallowed. No wonder Mom never brought him to market. Too many good things to eat. One trip and the family goes broke. Steamed cakes fresh out of the basket. Hot and filling. A vendor called, breath fogging white. This place it is. Whatever I asked Tied-in, he said not hungry, not eating, so I picked a stall and sat down myself. This one sold pricey, fewer customers. Even on a packed market day, it had seats. Young masters, what'll it be? We've got steamed cakes stuffed with pickles, dried radish, and mustard green both. The noodle sheet soup simmered with big pork bones. Can add a scoop of pork cracklings. The brown rice balls have red bean or mung bean filling. What'll you have? The vendor was courteous, no look of contempt. Hawaiian had a good atmosphere. Rare to see the rich throw their weight around, and it rubbed off the common folk kindly too. The second I sat down, the food's aroma hit, and the gluttony worm in my belly couldn't be held back. Rumbling thunder, the owner's daughter covered her mouth and giggled. Titan blushed, said he wasn't hungry just now, and here he was shaming Changle. 2 bowls of lard noodle sheet soup with pork cracklings, extra cabbage, and chopped scallion, 2 red bean rice balls, 2 pickle-stuffed steamed cakes. The owner sized up the 2 half-grown boys. Aren't you ordering a bit much, young master? Our portions are big and filling. Bring it on, sir. We'll take home what we can't finish. I didn't ask the price. No need. Got money. Do what you want. Coming right up. Girl, ladled 2 bowls of lard noodle sheet soup, extra scallion, extra cabbage. Soon the owner's daughter brought over 2 bowls. Titan blushed and didn't dare look up. I thanked her. Titan, eat up. Dead of winter. Once it cools, the cracklings freeze, and you can't eat them. I passed him a dried radish steamed cake. Thank you, Changle. Titan cried. Apart from his mom and dad, no one had ever been this good to him. He rarely saw his grandparents. His uncles seldom came by. His dad did hard labor in the county year-round. He and his mom leaned on each other. Ever since Changle's family arrived, his mom's face was all smiles, and Changle treated him better than anyone, taking him along for everything they ate and did. Titan kept all that kindness in his heart. What's with you? Is noodle sheet soup that good? Crying over it. I made light of it with a smile, to ease the mood. Couldn't let Titan get me crying too. Plenty of good days still ahead. Titan wiped his tears on his sleeve. Shameful. All day nothing but grinning and crying. No more crying. Eat full, then be Changle's strongman and haul the goods. I was hungry too, and dug right in. A mouthful of hot soup, and the rich aroma of lard burst on my tongue with the bone broth savor. I picked up a sheet of broth-soaked cabbage and bit down with a crisp crunch. What fresh leaves, delicious. The noodle sheets with the cracklings left an endless aftertaste. I broke open a red bean rice ball, the purple-red filling steaming. The owner was honest, the ingredients fine, half rice, half millet, the grain fragrance mixed with sweetness, soft and sticky. Changle, this bean filling, it's so sweet. Titan mumbled, cheeks bulging. The 2 of us ate like a whirlwind, sweeping every bit clean, giving the vendor a small shock. 2 bowls of lard noodle sheet soup, 10 coppers, 2 steamed cakes, 4, 2 rice balls, 6, 20 coppers, all told. Good grief. Breakfast 10, lunch 20. Titan marveled at how dear eating in town was. His dad did hard labor in the county for just 30 coppers a day. I pulled out 1 mace of silver. Sir, give me 10 more pickle steamed cakes and 10 rice balls, 5 red bean and 5 mung bean, to take home for the family. What a filial young master. The owner smiled and prepared them with his daughter. Titan hurried to load them into the basket. 80 coppers all told, 20 back to you. Take care. Goodbye, sir. Goodbye, big sister. May your business boom, and a happy new year. Sweet-tongued me, and Titan echoed the blessings. Whatever Changle does, he does. To the rice shop. Heads high. Off to buy the New Year grain. Boss, is rice still 5 coppers a pound? That's right, young master. How many pounds do you want? Let's start with 100 pounds. What? The boss looked stunned. Was the kid pulling his leg? 100 pounds of rice is 5 mace of silver, and this raggedy half-grown boy had 5 coppers to his name. Let alone that. Titan, load the rice. Without another word, I pulled out 5 mace of silver and slapped it on the counter. The boss sucked in a breath. Merciful heavens, where'd a young moneyed master spring from? Don't tell me he swiped it from home. Steal it. Then, it's grain he's buying. He wants it. I'll sell it. The clerk measured out 100 pounds of rice right there. No short wait. I was satisfied and clapped Tian's shoulder. Can you carry it? Easy. Changle. I could carry another 100. After the mutton offal soup and the pork cracklings, Titan had energy to burn. You could send him charging into battle and he'd go. Good. Then 25 pounds of millet too. Millet's 4 coppers a pound. 25 pounds came to exactly 1 mace, and the boss beamed. Big business. Lucky family, these 2 kids, they'll have a fat new year. Across from the rice shop was the flour shop, 5 coppers a pound for fine flour. A wave of my little hand, 20 pounds, done. Titan wasn't bluffing after all. 145 pounds on his back, and he carried it like nothing, not a drop of sweat. A little money in hand now, so we ought to eat a bit better, set the sorghum and coarse grain aside, deal with them once the rice and millet run out. Grain and flour, check. Next, salt and oil. The Great Cheen bans private salt. The countryside can't really be stopped, and a pound or 2 can't be traced. But bulk salt trade is tightly controlled, and you have to buy from a salt license office under the official salt bureau. Selling contraband salt earns you 100 strokes of the cane. Coarse salt's 20 coppers a pound. Fine salt double, 40. Sir, 2.5 pounds of fine salt. That much? Young master, come register here. I nodded. Strict control, just as I figured. Yunshi Village, Wang Changle, 13. The salt merchant looked me over, feeling the name, Wang Changle, rang a bell. Heard it a few days back, maybe, but he couldn't place it. Never mind, not important, long as he's no salt smuggler. This kid's young but buys without batting an eye, handsome, tall for his age, and polite too. He'll go far someday. His own girl's 12 this year, a fine match. Should he get someone to broach it? How was I to know the salt merchant in front of me was already plotting to marry his daughter off to me? Otherwise, I'd have bought my salt elsewhere. He smiled warmly. Changle, my boy, I'll remember you. I paid 1 mace of silver, and the whole time his look just fell off. He wasn't one of those creepy uncles, was he? I rounded up Tidan and slipped out fast, off to the oil and sauce shop next door. One look at the prices and Tidan was floored. Rapeseed oil 50 coppers a pound, sesame oil 80. Suddenly the money in my hand didn't feel like so much. Lard's a lot cheaper, but you don't buy lard at the oil shop. You get it from the butcher. The village was slaughtering pigs in a couple of days, and there'd be lard then, cheaper than buying it out here. 2 pounds of rapeseed oil, 1 mace. The shopkeeper threw in a little clay pot to carry it. Tidan cradled it in his arms. 100 coppers worth. No way he'd risk the basket, crush it, and he'd die of heartache. Then 5 pounds of pork, 1 mace. Tian's basket was packed full. Mine was still empty. I wanted to buy the family some cloth for new clothes. Xiao hadn't worn anything new in 3 or 4 years. Xiaoyong never once since the day he was born. Always in my hand-me-downs, a pitiful sight. I ran the tally. Of the 1,922 coppers, I'd already spent 1,080. Only 820 left. After some thought, I'd buy cloth next time, once I'd sold pelts from the next hunt. Tidan, wait here for me. Don't worry. Changle, I'm not going anywhere. His load was heavy. I had him sit and rest while I went to the market's one and only smithy. Zhang's smithy. The clang of hammering rang non-stop, the forge fire blazing. A rough fellow was hammering out a chopping knife, early 30s, lean of build, yet he gave me a sense of sinew and bone like iron. A sheathed ancient sword on the wall held its edge in check. A trained martial artist. The hammer fell like thunder, sparks flying, and without looking up he said, "Young master, buying a bow." Strange, I hadn't said a word. How'd he know? Around noon, I went to deliver a cleaver to a customer. Saw you shoot from a distance. Good archery. Just your bow and your strength fall a little short. Interesting. For the first time I took an interest in a native of this world. Brother, your surname's Zheng? Zheng Lang. A fierce name. Looks like a man with a story. Brother Zheng, I've got 800 coppers. Can you put together a bow and arrows for me? If it works out, I'd like a hunting knife too. Your strength's not enough to draw a horn bow. This bamboo and wood bow suits you just right. Zheng Lang took a bamboo and wood bow off the wall and tossed it to me. I tested it. Far tougher than the mulberry bow, no question. Strength's lacking. Let a good bow make up for it. I was pleased. Clack. He flung over 6 barbed armor-piercing arrows and a hunting knife with a thickened, heavy spine. 800 coppers, all in. A man of few words. I paid, and was about to leave with a deep bow. Hold on. What is it, Brother Zheng? Your shooting stance is wrong. My eyes lit up, a real master at last. I'd been fretting with no one to teach me. The system handled nothing. just handed me 2 passive skills. I passed him the bow. Zheng Lang drew and knocked, and his whole aura shifted. Bow like a full moon, arrow like a shooting star. Left foot forward, right foot back, shoulder width apart. Weight on the balls of the feet, but not tense, steady, like roots digging into the ground. The left hand doesn't death grip, it cradles. Tiger's mouth braced here, fingers relaxed. Remember, the bow stays alive in your hand, not dead. I tried to copy it, but felt the bow about to slip. It really won't drop like this? It won't. Zheng Lang let slip a rare hint of a smile. Try it. Half doubting, I eased off the grip, and the bow held steady in my hand after all. Drawing the string is the key, he went on. Most beginners use only finger strength. You want to power it from the back muscles. Imagine squeezing your shoulder blades together. Not the fingertips, the pads of the fingers against the string. And don't hold your breath. Inhale as you draw, exhale as you loose. Keep the rhythm natural. Thwip. I couldn't hold it any longer. The arrow slipped free and landed dead center in the iron ring on the shop wall. Zheng Lang's eyes changed. That iron ring was only thumb-sized, and the kid hit it first try. So there really are people in this world with peerless talent. I rubbed my nose, awkward. That's the one downside of never miss. I can't switch it off. Every arrow I lose hits, so I just put on a big show in front of Brother Zheng. All right, off you go. Zheng Lang's manners suddenly cooled. He picked up his hammer and went back to forging. I started, gave a deep bow, and left. Behind me, Zheng Lang's gaze was sharp, lost in some thought. Tied in, let's head home. Changle, you're back at last. Is this the new bow you bought? Yeah. The mulberry bow's yours to use. I'll teach you archery when we're back. Yes. Tied in shot up high. A real marvel too, 150 pounds on his back and still jumping. Born gifted. This whole trip was a haul, and it gave me a taste of how hard life is at the bottom. A fox pelt all but useless to the folks of Yunxi could buy a family's entire winter's supplies. Class. This is what class means. Nearly impossible to cross. By the time we got back to the village, the sun had just a sliver left. The village washed gold in the light. Warm, peaceful, dear. However nice Hawaiian was, it couldn't compare to home. Mom, Changle, and I are back. Tiedan's bellows set the chickens and ducks squawking. Mom and Auntie put down the pickle jars. Xiao and Xiao all came out to greet us. Tied in unloaded the basket, and Auntie and Mom were struck speechless. So much grain. Did they rob the rice shop? Mom's old habit flared up again. That strange look at her eldest son. Can't blame her for overthinking. The grain alone was a lot. Never mind 5 pounds of pork, plus over 2 pounds of fine salt. Since marrying into the Wang family, when had she ever tasted a bite of fine salt? Let alone the clay pot in Tiedan's arms. You could smell the rapeseed oil from far off, and Xiaoyong leaned over the pot, hooked a drop of oil onto his finger and into his mouth, lost in bliss. Mom forgot to stop him for a moment. 2 pounds of rapeseed oil. What kind of household dares eat like that? Changle you. She left it hanging. My eye twitched. When will this sneak thief label ever come off? Mom, the fox pelt sold for 1 tael 8 mace of silver. Relax. All of this was bought with money. Mom pressed a hand to her chest and let out a breath. Bought. Good. Then she froze. How much? 1 tael 8 mace. Mom, it's true. Changle was incredible, let me tell you. As my devoted fan, Taidan recounted my exploits chapter and verse, full of feeling. From the chicken offal soup to the 3 arrows that shook the whole market, the pork cracklings and lard noodle sheet soup, the rice balls, the pickle pies, then the goose grease goods and the haggling, until Xiaoyong's eyes glowed green and the drool ran. Seeing him with no end in sight, I cut in. Stop. Inside first. Right, it's cold out. Get inside, the kang's warm. Mom, Auntie, there's pickle pies and red bean and mung bean rice balls at the bottom of the basket. Heat them up. The 2 little ones gazed longingly. Mom dug them out and started. This much? Changle, this must have cost plenty. Hunting's hard on you. Just eat well yourself. Don't go spending wild on the family. She ached over the money, and ached more over how hard her son worked for it. It wasn't much. Town folks all eat this. I bought it specially for you to try. Auntie, don't cook tonight. I'll make the dishes. No need to buy grain this month. We'll eat what Taidan and I brought back. Auntie wasn't having it. Her nephew goes hunting, shares the meat, brings back grain to share, and now won't even let her cook. Has her eat ready-made? Absolutely not. Changle, Tiden eats well at your side every day. I'm already so grateful. I. Auntie, we're one family. No need for outsider talk. Tiedon's my brother. It's only right. I cut her off, rolled off the Kong and into the kitchen, took up the cleaver, and started chopping meat. In the room, Auntie blinked back tears, deeply moved, and Mom comforted her. No need to stand on ceremony among family. Tidan, from now on you listen to your big brother Changle, understand? Mom, I know. Look, the mulberry bough. Changle says he'll teach me archery. Tidan gripped the bough and danced around, his excitement bringing Annie to tears. She didn't care whether the house had money, only whether Tidan was happy. Since third brother's family moved in, Tidan had visibly brightened, laughing even in his sleep. That boy Changle truly treated Tidan as a brother. It was the pork I'd just bought today, for a household of 7, a rare luxury, and with New Year near, I cut a whole pound straight off. Half a pound for stir-fried shreds, half for braising with cabbage and mushrooms, both my specialties. Heat the oil, pop the scallion and garlic, sear the pork to gold and render the lard. Stir in bean paste over low heat to soak up the flavor. Add the cabbage and fry till half done. Then half a pot of water, half a basin of mushrooms, 2 spoons of salt, and simmer low for 20 minutes. Cabbage and mushroom braised with pork, all of it flavor-soaked, especially the cabbage and the mushrooms, fragrant beyond words, the most nourishing thing in winter. Halfway through, I suddenly realized I was missing tofu. Shame, forgot to buy it. Next time. My knife works decent, and Xiao marveled beside me. Bro, the pork shreds are so fine and long. Bro, what are you making? Let me help. Xiao, heat up all the rice balls and 5 of the pickle pies. The radish shreds and dried mustard greens I did myself. Afraid Xiao would cut her hand. In winter a split heals badly, and if it turned to lockjaw, real trouble. 2 pounds of rapeseed oil, used with abandon. One dish ate 2 days of Annie's ration, and Mom couldn't bear to watch. Went off to the west room to pickle vegetables with Andy. Soon the dishes were up, the whole house thick with the smell of mushrooms. Xiaoyong stared blankly at me. Big bro can cook, hunt, shoot, catch fish, everything, like a completely different person from before. Xiao, go call Dad in for dinner. When Dad came back and saw the rice jar filled, he started slightly. Though Xiao had told him on the way that his big brother brought back over 100 pounds of grain, seeing it with his own eyes still reddened his eyes. Half a lifetime facing the yellow earth, grain was his whole sky. The last time he saw this much rice was a good harvest back at the old home. Thinking of the old home, he sighed. I could tell he had something on his mind. Probably the pheasant meat for the village elders today had stirred up trouble again. Dad, dinner's ready. Eat first. Changle, you've worked hard. The family settled in. Changle, you made this? Auntie pointed at the cabbage mushroom pork, the aroma tugging at the gluttony worm. Auntie, hurry, try it. Changle, it's so savory. I've never had cabbage this good. Tidan was awestruck. So cabbage with mushrooms and pork could taste like this. He'd always disliked his mom's cabbage, but this one bite nearly sent his soul to heaven. Have some soup. I ladled the 2 little ones a spoonful each, and the praise climbed another notch. Bro, it's even more savory than fish soup. Teach me. I'll make it for you someday. Mom, Auntie, don't just eat the leaves, have some meat. Dad, here's a rice ball, red bean and mung bean filling. Give it a try. No steamed rice was made. The 3 elders picked only at cabbage leaves and radish and dried greens, not even touching the mushrooms. Helpless, I stuffed a rice ball into each of their hands, my eyes forcing them to eat. Xiao had never had a red bean rice ball. The rice and millet were dizzyingly fragrant, and she chomped one down in a few bites, not daring to take a second. A girl mustn't eat too much, has to leave it for the household's menfolk. At the old home, even when there were rice balls, not one would ever reach her. Getting to eat a single one was already enough. Xiao, there's more here, have another. Xiao took it, longing in her eyes but not biting. She looked up, and only when both Mom and Dad nodded did she chomp down, dizzy with the fragrance. My gaze went hard. The countryside's preference for sons over daughters runs bone deep. Lectures alone won't change it. Only on the day we truly lack for nothing, no shortage of grain, of food or clothes. Can it get better? Work, then work. I made up my mind. With the ultimate hunting system, I'd give my family good lives, let my sister Xiao eat as many rice balls as she wanted, same as any boy, never again gazing on and swallowing back her drool. Let her cheeks, like this red bean filling, grow rosier by the day. That plain wish kindled a little spark of fire in my heart. Stuffed from the big lunch, I wasn't hungry, so I finished first, reheated yesterday's leftover chili rabbit, and carried it inside. Then went out to the yard to practice drawing the bow. A flash of gold lit up in my mind. Total points, 60 current points, 60 strength, 4.3. Strength up another 0.1, 5 points within reach. Brother Zheng said the bamboo and wood bow had a 100-pound pull at full draw. The old mulberry bow was only 60. I drilled the stance, footwork, breathing, and grip I'd learned today. Thwip! The armor-piercing arrow shot out, flew over 30 meters, and landed beyond the yard, very close to where I'd predicted. My archery had taken a big leap. Never miss inside 20 meters, and past 30 I could land 3 or 4 out of 10. I cackled away, drilling on, never tiring of it. Dad came out, back stooped, and saw his eldest son's silhouette, straight and commanding. Every move unlike a farmer's or a hunter's son, more like a general. All kinds of pride welled up in him at once, far better than his old man. A long while later, I'd shot off all my arrows, and only when I went to gather them did I notice him standing at the door. Dad, why aren't you eating? Dad was heavy with worry. When I handed out meat to the village elders this morning, I didn't go to the old home. What happened? Dad told it from the start. Ever since the third branch, our family, was split off, the old home had known no good days. Fourth uncle did nothing. Grandpa and Grandma had to clean up after him and were too old to work. Second uncle had to study. The womenfolk had no means. Without my dad to be their ox and horse, all 11 mouths fell on Big Uncle and his 2 sons, on meager earnings. Big Uncle, eldest by habit, could shoulder hardship, but his 2 sons, 117, 115, were of marrying age, and Big Aunt was anxious to arrange matches, while Grandpa and Grandma kept stalling, insisting they wait until second uncle passed the scholar's exam. The sisters-in-law had turned red-eyed over it more than once. With the third branch, 5 whipping boys, gone, the old home's tensions naturally surfaced. Grandpa and Grandma were truly at wit's end. They needed Big Uncle to provide for their old age, second uncle to study his way up, and they doted most on their youngest son, caught in the middle and pained all day. Driven to it, second uncle had sold his own branch's eldest daughter, Wang Xiaofang, to a wealthy household in the county as a maidservant, taking 10 taels of silver to keep things afloat. Only second uncle pocketed all 10, not a copper left for the family, and second aunt fought with him bitterly over it. Just then, my dad handed out meat to the elders and pointedly skipped the old home, and second aunt decided he'd done it out of malice, to show off on purpose, and got chewed out by Grandpa and Grandma as the nearest target for their temper. Dad's heart was heavy, not over being scolded. A couple of harsh words were nothing. So long as they didn't curse his children, he could take it. He worried the old home was boiling into chaos and trouble was coming sooner or later. I put a hand to my forehead. This dad of mine, forever fretting over things. To head off any other soft-hearted notion, I cut in fast. Dad, did you forget? At the split, how heartless Grandpa and Grandma were. Our family didn't get a scrap of land. Even our 3 pounds of rice got snatched by second aunt. Come spring, you'll be clearing the whole field alone. And I dropped my voice. Mom was wounded to the core by the old home. Dad, you mustn't lose your head. Dad was silent a long while, then nodded gently and let out a long sigh. His eldest son was right. The old folks back home were that cruel. So why wear himself out worrying for them? Not one grain of mine would ever go to Grandpa and Grandma. But suddenly I remembered. Back when I'd been beaten half to death and the family split off, Big Aunt had sent over eggs and 10 coppers. That kindness in the snow, I owed it. Help I would, but not all of it. Second Aunt's family, never. Big Aunt's family, a little, as fitting. Not now, though, after the next hunt. As for fourth uncle, I wrote him off automatically. Grandpa and Grandma would starve themselves before they let him go without a bite. The Wang ancestral home. Second uncle came back in a daze. Grandpa and Grandma hurried to warm his food, but he had no appetite. The family was baffled. Why had second uncle's temper changed so suddenly? Usually aloof and self-important, scroll in hand, all in plain robes. Today he came home with mud spattered all over the robe, face gray with dust. Second aunt handed him 2 corn buns, muttering all the while that third brother had handed out meat to other families and pointedly not to his own parents, that the little sneak thief had stolen who knows what from somewhere, cursing on and on. To everyone's shock, second uncle suddenly flared up, told her to keep her mouth clean, quit harping thief, thief, and only then laid out what had happened in Hawaiian today. At 3 arrows that shook the whole market. Grandpa and Grandma were stunned, the whole family incredulous. But second aunt's focus landed on the red-tailed fox pelt, her eyes lighting up. A red-tailed fox pelt would fetch a lot of money, wouldn't it? Changle wants 2 tails for it, second uncle sighed. 2 tails. SSS, a sharp intake of breath. But nobody's buying. Who? A breath of relief. Second aunt slammed the table and stood. That little brat. Ruining your studies. No, I'm going to find him. Big aunt tried to talk her down. It was that Chien fellow stirring things up, nothing to do with the Changle boy. Grandma's face was full of scorn. That little brat's been no good since he was small. Catches a fox, catches hares, doesn't send a scrap to the old home. Raised him 13 years for nothing. Grandpa slapped his thigh and wielded his head of household authority. Second son's wife, you go to third's place and bring that pelt back here. Let us sell it. The juniors shrank to the side, not daring a peep. Big uncle and big aunt looked grim. Fourth uncle said nothing the whole time. I'd become the common target, and the family seemed united once more. Second aunt swayed her bloated frame out the door, walked a quarter hour to Auntie's place, saw the courtyard gate open, marched in head high with hands on hips, mouth open to let loose a tirade, and froze. Good heavens, what was this on the table? Pork, cabbage, mushrooms, rabbit, pies, rice balls. No mistake, this was Third's and Big Sister's family. So by what right did they eat this well? Even the Hu family, richest in the village, wouldn't dare eat like this. The old home could barely keep the pot going, thin gruel and pickles day after day. And you lot are here feasting on meat and fish? Who exactly got cast out and split off? Even Xiao, the money loser she'd most despised, was holding a rice ball in each hand, mouth glistening with grease. The sheer shock sent second aunt reeling, her eyes stinging, finger raised, unable to get a word out for the longest time. Auntie and my dad hurried to their feet to offer a seat. Sister-in-law Chang Shui. Second sister-in-law, what brings you here? Well, isn't this nice? Second aunt shrilled, her trembling finger leveled at the table. The old home can barely keep the pot going, and here you are stuffing your faces. Where'd you steal all this fine stuff from? Xiao was so frightened her rice ball dropped on the table. Auntie rose quickly. Sister-in-law Chang Shui, hear me out. Hear what out? Second aunt snatched up a rice ball and, feigning fury, stuffed it into her coat. Third brother, have you no conscience? Your parents at home are drinking thin gruel, and you. Mom cut her off coldly. Conscience? We left that split with the clothes on our backs and nothing else. She laid a piece of rabbit into Xiaoyong's bowl. Every bit of this food was traded for by Changle's hunting. It has nothing whatsoever to do with the old home. Then, feeding Xiao and Xiaoyong more meat, she scolded with mock anger. Xiao, what's gotten into you? How many times have I told you? You can fill up on meat too. Stop always picking at the leaves. Sharp as a tack, Xiao chimed right in. Mom, I understand. From now on I'll only eat meat, no veggies. Mom, you eat too. Good girl. Mom broke into the happiest smile. Second aunt was about to faint from all this motherly warmth, daughterly devotion theater, plainly staged for her benefit. But with a table of meat in front of her, her stomach growled traitorously, and choking back her rage, she sat down, grabbed Auntie's bowl, and dug in. Settle the business after eating. I rolled my eyes. Wanna eat? Dream on. I called tied in over, dumped every dish into Xiaoqian's and Xiaoyong's bowls, pulled them back into the kitchen, didn't leave her a single leaf. Second aunt shot me a hateful glare. I glared right back. Glare again, and I'll boot you out the door. Oh, how she regretted it. Should have brought her husband and sons and eaten this whole family's fine food clean. Full of spite instead of food, she got to business, chin in the air. Third brother's wife. I hear Changle's been hunting in the mountains? Mom ignored her. Dad gave a grunt of acknowledgement. Second aunt smiled. I've come to inform you. From now on, half of every pelt Changle hunts goes to the old home. And the red-tailed fox pelt, I'll take that now. Dad was stunned, Auntie's face fell, and Mom was tickled. On what grounds? On the grounds that Wang Changle wrecked his second uncle's good name as a scholar, and wrecked his second uncle's good fortune at the market today. Father and mother say you owe half the pelts to make up for your second uncle's reputation. Third brother, just agree to it. Dragging Grandpa and Grandma out to lean on us. Dad was just about to speak when Mom slammed the table. Yutsawa, get out. Yutsawa was second aunt's given name, unspoken for years. It took her a moment to react. You dare tell me to get out? Changle nearly left half his life on that mountain. That pelt he traded for with his life. You want pelts? Go hunt them yourselves. Not one hair of my son's pelts will you get. Mom's eyes were red-rimmed, fury blazing. However, the old home talked about Changle. Cursed Changle, took advantage of her and my dad and scrounged a meal. She could bear it all. What she couldn't bear was anyone bullying Changle or taking advantage of him. Yesterday, her eldest had come off that mountain soaked through, lips frozen blue-purple, his feet gone numb, just to get that pelt. And the old home opened its mouth and wanted half. Half. Not one hair. Motherhood finds its steel. My ever-gentle mom blew up for the first time, and Xiao Qian and Xiao Yong stared dumbstruck. Mom's amazing. The room erupted into a shouting match, the air at the breaking point. Second sister-in-law, Changle's pelts can't be shared with the old home. Go on home, Dad said, low and firm. I gave a cold laugh. So they'd set their sights on my pelts. Second uncle put her up to it, no doubt. Birds of a feather, disgusting. Yutsuwa, don't forget, you were the one who insisted on splitting the family. Two households with nothing to do with each other. The pelts will never be yours. You can get lost now. Wang Changle, you. Second aunt choked with rage. Leave the rice ball. However fierce she was, she didn't dare take on 7 against 1. She dropped the hidden rice ball and swayed out, cursing that she'd have Grandpa and Grandma come in person. Dad's face changed at once, and Auntie and Mom got a little flustered. At the word that Grandma was coming, Xiaoqian shrank, terrified, into Mom's arms and wept. Grandma despised her most, cursing her 9 times in 3 days at the old home, the foulest words she could find. This is bad. Auntie fretted. Grandpa and Grandma sided with kin, not reason. Now the second branch was kin and the third branch the enemy, and a bloody storm was brewing. It's fine, Auntie, I've got a plan. I smiled coolly, sent my dad to fetch the village head right away, and sent Tidan to call the neighbors. Before long, Grandpa and Grandma came hobbling up on their canes, though heaven knows what the canes were for. Pitch dark out, and they walked faster than second aunt. The 3 of them stormed in like a battlefront, hollering in the yard. Third son, Wang Changle, bring out the fox pelt. I played deaf, waited until my dad arrived with the village head, then rummaged through the chests indoors for a certain item before stepping out. The village head looked grave, asking the old folks what they meant coming round this late. Knock it off. The neighbors crowded in too, pointing and murmuring. Grandpa and Grandma kept up their unreasonable racket, dead set on the fox pelt. So I simply produced the household division deed. Village head Xiao, doesn't the deed say the 2 households are square from here on, with nothing to do with each other? Village head Xiao nodded and told the 2 old folks to hurry home. Forget the fox pelt. Not a single hair need be given. Uncles, aunties, my grandparents insist on coming to my home to demand the fox pelt. You tell me, should we give it? Give it my foot. Old Wong, get on home. Quit shaming yourself. Have you no shame at all? However thick their hides, Grandpa and Grandma squirmed with embarrassment. So many villagers watching, and here they were, split off and still coming to grab things, and started thinking about retreat. But second aunt egged them on from the side, and the 2 dug in and wouldn't leave, which was exactly what I wanted. Seeing the villagers all standing on my family's side, I went inside, did a quick bit of knife work, and came out pinching my nose. Then plop, I tossed a reeking lump down in front of Grandpa and Grandma. You showed no mercy, so don't blame me for showing none. I hollered at the top of my lungs. Fellow villagers, bear witness. The Wang elders are heartless, dead set on the fox pelt, and my kind father and mother have given them fox meat. Grandpa and Grandma nearly breathed smoke. Was this meat? Rank as anything, smelling like a dead rat rotted 3 months in high summer, mixed with piss stink and the reek of rotting fish guts, choking the life out of you from across the yard. A dog wouldn't swallow this thing. But village head Xiao paid none of that any mind. As he saw it, the Wang elders were the disgraceful ones, and Wang Changle's family was downright decent. Split off, and still giving them a chunk of meat. Nothing more to say. His face turned cold at once, and he sternly told the three to get on home and quit making a scene. The village head's words still carried weight. Grandpa, Grandma, and second aunt turned to go, fuming, and I helpfully reminded them, Grandpa, Grandma, don't forget the meat. Take it with you. The three stumbled, nearly fell. The villagers around even chimed in. Such kindness. Hurry and take it. You asked for it yourselves. Mustn't waste good meat. There was no help for it. They'd been cornered into choking down this disgusting loss. But unable to stand the stench themselves, the old folks made second aunt fetch it. Second aunt, holding her nose and forcing herself to reach for it, couldn't keep it down and gagged, nearly fainting, wrapped up the stinking meat, and tottered off after the two, half suffocated by the smell. The village head sent everyone home. Changle, what meat did you give Grandpa and Grandma? Titan asked, voicing what everyone was thinking. I gave them the meat from the fox's backside. Changle, you just handed it over to the old home. Easy as that. Mom wasn't pleased. The thought of her eldest hard-won kill being grabbed by the old home pained her. Mom, our Mount Damong snow fox meat is rank. Boil it 4 or 5 hours, and the stink won't come out. And it tastes awful. Chews like rotten cotton. The old hunters always say, whether a fox stinks or not, 7 parts the rear, 3 parts the paws, and the meat round the backside is the rancorest of all. I mixed in some rotted fish guts and a touch of dead rat rot too. 1 whiff, and your scalp goes numb and your eyes sting with tears. 1 bite, and you'll be miserable for half a month. Grandpa and Grandma want to grab a bargain. Well, let's see their teeth manage this bargain. They won't even sleep right tonight. The whole family burst out laughing. Leave it to Changle to handle the old folks. Mom curled her lip. If it were up to her, she'd sooner feed this backside meat to the dogs than give them a single piece. Let them go drink the northwest wind. Auntie shook her head. They might be her own parents, but to split off and still come grabbing Changle's things this hard, no way could she ever take the old home's side. The family climbed onto the Kong to sleep. A grand dinner, and the wind knocked out of second aunt and the grandparents besides. Xiao Qian and Xiao Yong couldn't sleep, romping and scuffling in the dark. In the night, Mom and Dad chatted on the Kong. Children's father, something weighing on you? Huh. Filial duty was carved into my dad's bones, impossible to scrub out. But he asked for nothing. The meat and grain were all Changle's own doing, and he hadn't the face to take Changle's things to honor his parents. That would chill Changle's heart. A lifetime honest man, used to giving. Sleep. He didn't want to wrong his wife and children. Children's father, if it's eating at you, send a little grain to big brother and big sister-in-law. Big sister-in-law gave us coppers the day of the split. It's only right to help them out a bit. Truly, in the dark, Dad's eyes shone. As long as Changle agrees, I agree. I was nearly asleep, but one listen and I knew Mom was soft-hearted, couldn't bring herself to refuse. Dad, we've still got to keep grain for the winter. Besides, give it to Big Aunt and Grandpa and Grandma will likely have their eye on it. Let's talk about it later. Dad fell silent. His eldest son was right. Our own family came first. Next morning, the whole house was fragrant. Rice porridge, yesterday's leftover pickle pies, and cabbage mushroom soup. Good things the countryside might not see once in a month, all wiped clean. Grain enough to eat, a long-standing knot untied. Mom was all smiles, the porridge cooked nice and thick. Xiaoyong, though, said Mom had put too little water in her steamed rice, setting the whole family laughing. Not too little water, plainly too much rice. After breakfast, Dad shouldered his hoe and went out. Behind Annie's house was a patch of wasteland. With my uncle away working and tied in not yet grown, no one had tended it. The sight of fallow land made Dad's hands itch. The dead of winter ground wouldn't turn, so he set to repairing Big Sister's farm tools instead, ready to plant vegetables come the new year. Mom didn't idle either. helped Auntie pickle vegetables, and stitched Xiao a new jacket from cloth and scrap cotton wadding. Xiao put it on and ran circles around the yard, delighted, begging to come along to play by Yunchi Creek. Mom rarely agreed, but did this time. Xiao scooped a bowl of water and scrubbed her little face clean, tagging along in high spirits, taking it on herself to carry my basket. Inside were the chisel, feather arrows, armor-piercing arrows, and rope. Not heavy, she could manage. Taidan, learn well from your big brother Changle, understand? Auntie said, earnest as ever, hoping Taidan could pick up even half of Changle's archery, so that when she was gone, he could feed himself, a wife, and children. Mom, don't worry. Changle says I've got talent. Taidan hoisted the mulberry bough, brimming with confidence. At the creek, the hole we'd chiseled 3 days ago had frozen over again. We switched to a bubblier patch of ice, kept Xiao up on the bank to watch and not come down, and Taidan started chiseling. With last time's experience, the two of them traded off, old hands at it now. In under half an hour the ice cracked apart and creek water came gurgling up. Xiao watched, rapt. Was Big Brother going to jump down and catch fish? So cold. If only we had a hook and rod. Big Brother could sit on the bank and fish. Taidan, that's enough. I tossed in some of the bait Xiao had made last night. A small leftover bite of Xiaoyong's rice ball mashed with chicken blood into crumbs, and scattered a handful in. Before long, dark shapes could be faintly seen drifting through the creek water. Bro, there's fish. Xiao cried out. Taidan, use a chicken feather arrow and tie the rope on tight. I didn't dare use an armor-piercing arrow. Eagle feather fletchings ruin the moment it touches water, and I treasured those. Chicken feather arrows would do, plenty of chicken feathers at home, and if we ran short, I'd just go pluck the coop. The rope was Andy's, very fine, no hindrance to the shot. Changle ready. I'll demo once. Xiao Taidan, watch close. Remember the stance, the footwork, the grip. Left foot forward, right foot back, shoulder width apart. Weight on the balls of my feet, body like roots in the earth, thumb hooking the string, bow like a full moon. The two of them stared wide-eyed, not daring to breathe. Arrowhead, quarry, 3 points in a line. Don't hesitate. Thwip. The chicken feather arrow flew out, arrow like a shooting star, its tail trailing the fine rope into the creek water. A single crack, and in my ear rang points +20. +20? It's a big fish. No, a huge fish. Bro, did you hit it? Xiao scrambled down and lay at the edge of the ice to ask. Taidan, haul the arrow up. I gave a cool little smile. Changle, this is heavy. What kind of fish did you shoot? Taidan strained with both hands, and a great black shadow was dragged out, flying up first, then crashing back down on the ice. Xiao eyes glazed. This is a fish? Such a big fish. Big Bro's amazing, the best fish shooter in the village. No, nobody in the whole township could match him. Her eyes brimmed with worship. The big fish thrashed and actually flung the chicken feather arrow loose, and bleeding, still tried to dive back into the ice hole to escape this demon king's clutches. Taidan crawled over, huffing to bear hug it. The fish gave a buck and dodged his hug, slid across the ice, and was about to slip into the hole and live. Thwip, another arrow ran clean through its head, and it went still, only the tail twitching. Taidan, bring it here, let me see. I was curious too. What kind of fish was this? Like it had turned into a spirit? Taidan carried it back. Back blue-black, belly gray-white, a heavy fishy reek. The eyeballs gazing at me in reproach. Outwitted my whole life, and brought down by this little brat. Changle, what a big fish. Must be 10 pounds. Taidan beamed, cradling the fish. He didn't even feel the cold, glad only for me. No one in the 10 villages around had ever seen a fish this big. His dad said only the sea held 10-pound fish. Is Changle an immortal come down to earth? Even in a little puddle like Yunchi Creek, he could pull out a 10-pound fish. I recognized it. A black carp, also called the snail eater. Strange, black carp need deep water like the great rivers. How'd it end up in a little puddle like Yunchi Creek? Could it even eat its fill here? Endless questions crowded in. I shook them off, a faint worry stirring. A 10-pound fish appearing in Yunchi village counted as an auspicious omen, and privately keeping an omen was a serious crime. You were supposed to present it to the authorities. Now that's a problem. Bro, what fish is this? Xiaoqian crouched and played with the eyeballs. I explained, and Taidan and Xiaoqian gasped over and over. Never mind that. We're eating it tonight. My face went solemn as I warned them. Not a word to anyone about catching a big fish. The two committed it to memory. Only a fool brags about a good thing. Tell people, and they'll all come fighting over the fishing spot. Taidan, you got it now? Got it. Taidan was raring to go. I tossed in a handful of bait, and dark shapes drifted in. Taidan drew and knocked. And say what you will, he had the form down. Hold your breath. Steady. 3 points in a line. Now shoot. Thwip. The fish shifted, and the arrow came up empty. No worries again. Undeterred, Taidan dragged the arrow back and reset his stance. The second arrow missed too. The third, fourth, fifth, still nothing. I was a little taken aback. Is it that I teach badly, or Taidan learns badly, or is my never miss just too cheat-like? Before I could even console him, Taidan had cheerfully dragged the arrow back, missed a 6th time, with Xiaoqian's heart in her throat, but he reveled in it, and instead consoled me. Changle, it's fine, I just need more practice. What an optimist. With an attitude like that, he'll succeed at anything. 10th arrow, 20th arrow, 30th arrow. In the distance, an 18-year-old youth watched from afar, envy in his eyes and a touch of guilt too, pumping himself up over and over, taking a long while to finally make up his mind, hauling out that first hard step, then breaking into a run. He dropped a packet of candy by the creek for Xiaoqian and bolted away in a panic. Bro, candy. Candy. That man dropped it. Xiaoqian picked up the cloth bundle and cried out in delight. The figure looked a little familiar, but bundled in a thick jacket, she hadn't recognized him. What kind soul in the village would give her a packet of candy? Candy's expensive. Only at New Year could she split one piece with her little brother. I drew my gaze back, frowning slightly. What's fourth uncle, Wang Yongtsong, up to? On the day of the split, he'd sent cured pork and salted fish, had the village head deliver herbs, and now candy. Guilt, an apology, or thanks for my not exposing him. I couldn't read it. Changle hit. I hit one. Taidan roared with excitement, hoisting the bow and dancing around, finally shot a fish. He rushed to see. Huh, so small. Looks like he was still a long way from Changle. A little 3-ounce crucian. But Taidan wasn't discouraged. Someday he'd shoot a 10-pound black carp too. I was glad right along with him. Xiaoqian, want to give it a try? Can I really? Xiaoqian lowered her head, unsure. The old grannies all said Yunshi girls mustn't shoot or hunt or show their faces around, or no one would want to marry them. Of course. Taidan, hand Xiaoqian the mulberry bough. My bamboo and wood bough was too much for Xiaoqian to draw, so I tossed it to strong-armed Taidan. I taught Xiaoqian hand over hand. She didn't hit the fish in the water, too busy shooting Tiedan's trophy. At first she didn't dare, what a waste of food, but with a little coaxing from me, she loosed her first arrow and couldn't stop. I helped her draw and aim from behind, and shooting arrow after arrow was such fun that in no time that little 3-ounce crucian was riddled with holes. Xiaoqian laughed out loud, giggling away. This was probably the first time Xiaoqian had laughed without restraint. I thought to myself quietly. The sun climbed high. Xiaoqian wore herself out, brow damp with sweat, and Tiedan's arm went sore too. Changle, this bow of yours is great, but it's a bit of a struggle to draw. He swung his arm and tallied up. 7 or 8 fish shot all morning, all crucians and carp, enough to feed the family a good while. Xiaoqian hungry? Come on, let's head home for lunch. I'll carry you. Bro, I can walk. Hop on. In the snow, Xiaoqian lay against my warm back, her little head resting gently on my shoulder, silently crying. My heart was suddenly filled up, and I broke into a run, spirits soaring. Taidan, keep up. Behind us, the strapping boy lugged the basket and grinned along. Changle, wait for me. When Mom saw Xiaoqian come back with red eyes, she opened her mouth a few times but didn't dare ask, only held her close. In the kitchen, Taidan loudly reported the morning's haul. Mom, Changle taught me archery. I can shoot fish now. While tipping out the basket, Auntie's gaze was tender, full of love. However many fish, none of it compared to the smile on Tiedan's face. To see Taidan happy from the heart was all she needed. You remember to thank your big brother Changle and pay him back someday. I know, Mom. Changle taught Xiao to shoot too, and he carried her home on his back just now. I want a little sister too. Mom, you and Dad have another, a little sister. Titan grinned like a fool. Auntie flushed red and swatted him. Don't talk nonsense. Through one kitchen wall, the morning's events flowed word by word into my mom's heart. Changle really had changed, cherishing his sister, good to her. She thought of how, ever since the night Changle woke, every gesture toward his little brother and sister, the eggs, the cured pork, the chicken soup, the fish, had been nothing but warmth and care. Tiedon's cheerful shouting carried through the wall and pricked at her chest. Mom, what's wrong? Xiao nestled against her. Mom's the same as you, happy. Xiaoyong stared blankly at his mom and sister, then dove into her arms. Out on the wasteland behind Annie's house, my dad was repairing harrow teeth, the sun high, sweat pouring. Dad, let me help. Dead of winter, every other house laying in New Year goods, and he couldn't sit still, insisting on fixing farm tools, crouched under the eaves of the shed, his coarse palms grinding the rusted plowshare, the whetstone all frozen earth and ice grit, the iron rasping with each stroke, now and then huffing warm breath onto his hands, then binding fresh-plaited straw rope around the harrow teeth. This was all winter work an old farmer must do. Come the spring thaw, it'd be too late. Changle, no need. Just go help your mom cook. Dad, don't overdo it. There's plenty of time ahead. The white breath my dad puffed out frosted on his brows and lashes, sharpened in the winter lull, no panic in the spring rush. Straw wrap the harrow teeth, and 10 years they won't rust. Right, a saying for everything, can't be talked out of it. He'll never part from the land and the crops as long as he lives. Lunch was field mouse meat, the one snatched from the snow fox's mouth 2 days back. I didn't know how to cook it, so Annie had to work her magic. But the method, I couldn't bring myself to eat it. It was hard to watch. Annie minced the field mouse meat, bones and all, and boiled it into porridge, her reasoning being that field mouse meat is sweet and the bones have oil, so cooking them together is more fragrant. I had nothing to say. At the table, only Xiaoyong didn't pick up his chopsticks. Grandma used to say eating rat meat turns you into a rat in the next life, and he stared, not daring a bite. I reassured him. A field mouse isn't a rat, Xiaoyong. Eat it, and you'll grow big and tall. The family ate their fill, then up onto the Kong to sleep. Nothing to do in the afternoon, so Taidan went off to practice archery on his own. Mom, Auntie, Xiao, and I, 4 of us, cleaned the big black carp together, a full 10 pounds, too heavy for Xiao to even hold. Scaling alone took a quarter hour, Auntie marveling the whole time. 30-odd years and her first time seeing a 10-pound fish. If Tiedon's dad saw it, he'd surely be amazed. We froze half and stewed the other half into an enormous pot of fish soup. Over Annie's objections, I added half a mace of oil. That evening the family of 7 went all out on the fresh fish soup. Fish to spare, sweet white rice to spare, ate till we were stuffed. Xiaoyong even ate himself into a daze, and Xiao made her New Year wish early. That from now on, every day, they could eat their fill of good food. This time Mom shut the courtyard gate tight. Couldn't have second aunt coming to mooch again. Country life is plain and simple, especially in the dead of winter with no work to do. Besides eating, there's sleeping. Mom gathered the 2 little ones in her arms and drifted off happily, the corners of her eyes curved up. Dad mulled that tomorrow was Little New Year, and he ought to lend big brother and big sister-in-law a hand. In the West Room, Auntie and Taidan, mother and son, couldn't sleep. Mom, will Dad be back tomorrow? He will. Your dad comes home every Little New Year, brings you sesame crisps, pork jerky, and fried dough sweets. The 24th of the 12th month, Little New Year. Late in the morning, after a simple breakfast, the whole family did a big clean. Yunshi Village's rule. Kitchen first, then the main hall, then the storeroom. Andy's place had a front yard, 2 main rooms, a backyard, and a livestock pen, but no great hall, so we did the kitchen first, then swept the east and west rooms each, and finally cleared the backyard together. Changle, Andy brought over a new kitchen god image. Uncle Chun in the village painted it. Take the old one down and put the new one up. You got it, Mom. I obeyed and did it. The countryside really does have New Year flavor. From the 12th month into the 1st, every day brought a new twist, a different custom. all of it fresh and novel. Xiao was very earnest, wiping the stove spotless, not letting a single grease stain slip. Xiao helped his sister wring the cloth and change the water. Mom and Dad scrubbed the grime off the floor and walls. Life getting better by the day, the house mustn't be too filthy. Speaking of grime, Mom was rather embarrassed. Auntie loved cleanliness and kept the place neat as a pin, and since they'd moved in, things had gotten noticeably messy. Yet Annie never once said a word. Unsaid or not, self-awareness is a virtue. So we took the big clean as a chance to set everything right, pots and pans and bowls all gleaming anew. Even the humble furniture had to be shifted around a bit, for good luck. I went to the backyard and stacked the firewood by type. Big logs in one pile, kindling in another, then scattered lime in every corner to ward off rats, and the big clean was done. Annie hauled in a lot of new clay jars for the East Room, and Mom couldn't refuse them. The family looked over the freshened-up yard, hearts glad. Besides the big clean, the most important thing on Little New Year in Hawaiian was going to the village head's house to share porridge, labo porridge. Labo porridge should by rights be cooked on the 8th of the 12th month, but Hawaiian had a quirk to it, a rule handed down from the ancestors. On the 8th, each family makes its own. On the 16th, the great clans make theirs. And on the 24th, the village head and his wife boil one enormous pot, and the whole village goes to share it, paying coppers for a year of good fortune. Other customs gradually faded away, but these 3 labo porridges, in the simple, honest countryside of Hawaiian, had passed down generation by generation for centuries, enduring without fail. The family cleaned up and set out. I threw myself into my new identity. I'm Wang Changle, Wang III's eldest son, and my every word and deed stands for my parents. Taidan and Xiao cradled 7 chipped bowls. Changle, so many people. Taidan gawked. In past years, on the 24th, he and Annie always came last and squeezed into the outermost ring. This year was different. Their household was a full 7 strong, and strength in numbers got them crammed into the front row. Half the village had gathered on the open ground outside the village head's yard, an aged great pot in the middle, each village elder with a big sack stuffed with rice, millet, broomcorn millet, glutinous rice, red beans, red dates, shelled chestnuts, and walnut kernels, adding it handful by handful. The villagers pay coppers to buy good fortune, but it can't all be at a loss either, so the 8 grains still have to be there. The village head and elders earn a little for their old age. The villagers get their blessings. It's exactly this mutual benefit that lets a custom last centuries. A while longer, and the whole village had come. The old home crowd ended up right across from me. Grandpa, Grandma, and second aunt glaring my way, and I played blind. Bluster all you like. The cool breeze brushes the hill. In past years, Grandma always paid, getting just 2 bowls of porridge for our family of 5. The villagers said nothing, but the odd looks were unavoidable. This year, my mom meant to make a point to tell the whole village. Since the split, our days are better than before. Village head Xiao, my husband and I have long wanted to thank you for all your running around and help. Our family and big sisters together come to 7. We'll have 7 bowls of labo porridge, 28 coppers in all. The hundreds of villagers were in an uproar. Wang Yongping's family could put up 28 coppers? They were the poorest in the village, split off with no land and no crops. They should only get poorer. Where'd all these coppers suddenly come from? More astonishing still, in past years 3 coppers a bowl was plenty, yet Wang III's wife was giving 4. What's that about? Flaunting her wealth? The village head took it with a smile. Changle's mom, you're too kind. Neighbors should help one another. Mom, vindicated and beaming, stepped forward to take the porridge. Just then, second aunt across the way gave a cold laugh and sneered. Village head Xiao, the 24th is a big day, and sharing porridge is the most important thing at the year's end. You'd best keep your eyes sharp, mustn't hand porridge to just any disreputable sort. What do you mean by that? Mom snapped. Grandpa and Grandma settled in for the show. Second uncle said nothing, scroll in hand, reading with relish, as if deaf to all worldly affairs. Big aunt tried to smooth it. Second sister-in-law, hold your tongue a little. Second aunt still bore a grudge over the fox backside meat that had nearly choked her to death. She flung off Big Aunt's hand, planted hands on hips, and shouted, "My meaning's plain. Porridge goes to people of good character. A sneak thief doesn't deserve it." Village head Xiao, you take care. A crowd this big on the 24th is just the moment for a thief to strike. Mom's eyes blazed fire. Thief, this, thief, that, plainly aimed at her eldest son. Changle used to pilfer, true, but he'd learned his lesson and reformed. Good to his siblings, dutiful to his parents. How could she stand thief in every breath? No one was allowed to curse her eldest. I think you've sold your daughter and gone clean out of your mind, biting at everyone. Mom struck back hard. Now, second uncle couldn't keep up the reading scholar act either. Selling off one's children was never anything but shameful. Who'd do it unless a famine year left them no way to live? The whole village knew, sure, but gossiping behind backs was one thing, and my mom saying it out loud in front of everyone was tearing the mask clean off. Second aunt froze, the villagers all watching her, her face stinging hot, and she ranted in resentful hysterics. I don't care. Wang Changle is a thief, and he absolutely cannot share porridge on the 24th, or it'll wreck the good fortune. Wreck Yunchi village's whole harvest next year. Vicious, I thought to myself. She means to bring the whole village down on me. Sure enough, the 300-odd villagers broke into clamor. The Wang family's domestic squabbles were fine to listen to. Who was right or wrong was none of their business. But if it really hurt next year's harvest, that was a not-enough-to-eat kind of matter. Mustn't wreck the good fortune. Right, I've only got 5 mu of land. A bad harvest, and the whole family goes hungry. Changle's mom, maybe just let it go this year. Mom flatly refused, dead set on sharing porridge, and for a moment it was a standoff. Across the way, fourth uncle shrank behind Grandpa and Grandma, not daring to look up, his body trembling non-stop. The whole village was here. What if the Changle boy spoke the truth about that night? Could he even deny it? And yet, better if it came out. These past days his heart had been a stone, unable to eat or sleep. The moment he shut his eyes, he saw the day of the split. Snow filling the sky. The Changle boy carried off on a ladder, those eyes staring straight at him, never to be forgotten as long as he lived. Tell the truth, and he'd be jabbed in the spine by everyone's scorn, but maybe he could finally sleep in peace. I looked toward the village head and the elders. Come on, do something, village head Xiao. If you don't step in, and I have to, there'll be casualties all over the place. The village head signaled for quiet and spoke. This child Changle did do some wrong in the past, but he's thoroughly reformed. A few days ago, he went into the deep mountain to hunt, bagged a pheasant, and shared it with me and the elders. Fellow villagers, you tell me. A good child like that, share a bowl of porridge with him. Would it hurt next year's fortune? Hurt the harvest. The elders took the lead in backing him, the mood swinging fervent. First kill after a snow, share with the elders. This child Changle still honors Yunchi village's centuries-old rule. Good kid, a truly good kid. Brother Wang third, your Changle's a fine boy, all grown up. Anyone else says Changle hurts the fortune, I'll be the first to take it up with him. The villagers were free with their praise. The village's hunters had died off one by one, and the Changle boy had the makings of a hunter and remembered to share with the elders besides. A truly good kid. Mom beamed so wide she couldn't close her mouth. Praising someone's child beats praising them. It was a face-lifting honor. I glanced sidelong at my dad, still stooped and silent, but with a faint smile on his face. He said little, but every word was real wisdom. First kill after a snow, share with the elders was something he'd proposed back then, and today it had done us a great service. Second aunt's face went iron gray. Second uncle hurried to hide behind his book. Grandpa lost face. Grandma shot second aunt a vicious glare. Had to go stirring trouble, and brought it on yourself. The whole village spoke up for my family. The Changle boy shares meat with the elders, while you Wang sell a daughter for money. How do you have the nerve to call him a fortune wrecker? Contempt, disdain, mockery. Hundreds of gazes pelted second aunt's cheeks till they stung. Watching our family of 7 take our porridge and sip it together in contentment, making the old home look like a den of daughter-selling wolves. Second aunt's eyes went bloodshot, and at the thought of the daughter sold off to the county, she broke completely and screamed, Wang Changle, you stop right there. The village head frowned. Wang Second's wife had gone too far. Shrieking and bawling at an occasion like this was disrespectful to the gods and irreverent to the ancestors. Now that truly wrecked the fortune. Changshui's mother. That's enough. Come get your porridge. Second aunt had snapped clean. Not 3 oxen could drag her back now. Face dark, hands on hips, she stormed up in front of me. Mom rushed forward to block her. Second sister-in-law. What in the world do you want? What do I want? I want justice. Hands on hips. Second aunt circled the great pot, finger jabbing at me, dredging up the old accounts, breaking into Scholar Xiao's home to pilfer, getting beaten half to death, ruining the Wang family name, and most of all ruining second uncle's relationship with Scholar Xiao. If Wang Changle hadn't gone thieving and offended Scholar Xiao, would his second uncle have had to sell a daughter for money to go make amends? This loss, Wang Changle has to pay it back. With every sentence, fourth uncle bent a little lower, until at last he crouched on the ground, head in his arms. Things had blown up. Looked like today he was going to become the old home sinner. My dad stepped out and said in a low voice, "Second sister-in-law, because of the Changle boys' business, the third branch split off without taking a single copper or a single moo of land. Isn't that enough? Not enough. That was what Wang Changle owed the old home. What about what he owes his second uncle? How's that to be repaid?" Second aunt was hysterical, all in. Did she want to sell her daughter? Did she not love her own child? Wasn't it all that little brat Wang Changle's doing? Dad fell silent. Mom gathered Xiaoyong and Xiaoqian into her arms and shielded me behind her, truly afraid second aunt might do something crazed. The scene was utterly out of hand. Jabbed at the raw wound of the sold daughter, she'd gone mad. The village head sighed. In the Wang family's affairs, he couldn't take a side either way. A scholar's reputation was a thing whose worth was impossible to weigh. I shot a glance at fourth uncle, crouched with his head in his arms. No help for it. I'd have to offer him up to feed second aunt's fury. Right at that moment, a question suddenly rang out. Is Wang Changle here? Is Wang Changle here? Second uncle's body jerked. He lowered the book shielding his face, an expression of disbelief surfacing. This voice, he knew it all too well. It was Scholar Xiao. Second uncle was thrilled. Scholar Xiao had come to Yunxi village in person, a rare thing. No need to ask, he was surely here to teach Wang Changle a lesson. Brandishing his bow at the market 2 days back, offending Qian the candidate and scaring Scholar Xiao off, and now, before New Year was even out, he'd come to settle accounts. Brother Xiao, Brother Xiao. Second uncle shoved through the crowd, beside himself. The crowd looked over, a party of 4 or 5, loaded with parcels. At the head, a man in a blue robe, dressed as a scholar, and one look at Wang Second's giddy state, and they guessed who'd come, murmuring among themselves. The township's richest man, Scholar Xiao. Wise Scholar Xiao in our village on Little New Year. Here for the Changle boy, surely, on account of that stealing business the other day. Fourth uncle didn't dare lift his head, terrified of being named. Grandpa and Grandma's faces changed, a disgrace to the family. All because that little brat Wang Changle was light-fingered, shameful. Mom panicked. The 3 words Scholar Xiao were what she feared most. Her eldest had been beaten half to death by the Xiao family and dumped back home. Did they mean to beat him again? No, absolutely not. Touch Changle, and you'll cross over her corpse first. Her face set, she and Dad stood out front. Dad fretted inwardly. Why didn't I bring something along? Even a shovel would have done, to guard the kids if it came to blows. Changle, your dad and mom will hold them off. You run far, you hear? I frowned slightly. I had a feeling Scholar Xiao wasn't here for trouble. Dad, Mom, don't worry, I'll keep myself safe. Second uncle bowed and scraped the whole way. Scholar Xiao ignored him and walked straight through the crowd to stand before my parents. Second uncle still jabbered on. Brother Xiao, the other day's matter was Changle's fault. I've already reprimanded him. New Year's almost here. Brother Xiao, cool your temper. Don't bother with a little mud leg. It's not worth it. By the way, are you pleased with the Book of Han? Brother Xiao, you've come at just the right time. I happen to have a few passages I don't quite grasp and would love your guidance. The opening sounded nice enough to me, knowing he was putting in a word. Then the tune abruptly switched back to scholarship. No help for it. Second uncle was too desperate for that scholar's degree. Scholar Xiao, all impatience, flung off his arm. Second uncle looked stricken, but had no temper to show. The village head stepped up. Scholar Xiao, today is Little New Year, not a day for anger or violence. Have a bowl of laba porridge, for good fortune's sake. I've come on serious business, no porridge. Scholar Xiao refused outright, his gaze passing over my parents to land on me. Xiaoqian gripped my hand, eyes fixed dead on Scholar Xiao's trousers. The moment he dared hit her brother, she'd lunge and wrap his leg so big bro could run. Mom said loudly, "Broad daylight. Don't you dare harm my son." Dad picked up a rock to make his stance clear. The village head's mouth went bitter. If it really came to a brawl, he could only side with his own villager, but he'd surely catch the Xiao family's reprisals afterward. The village men couldn't stand to watch Changle bullied and ringed Scholar Xiao's party in. Second aunt watched coldly, enjoying the show. The little thief offended Scholar Xiao and still wants to share lava porridge? Break your legs. SSS. Scholar Xiao looked utterly bewildered. What's going on? He hadn't come to fight. How could a scholar brawl? Don't surround me. He wasn't a fool. If he'd really come to fight, would he bring only 4 men? You all misunderstand. Misunderstand. Scholar Xiao wiped a cold sweat. Today I've come for one thing only, to apologize to young Master Changle. With that, he turned to face me, lowered his head, bent at the waist, and bowed. Hundreds of people fell dead silent, a great swath of them stunned. The township's richest man, the eminent Scholar Xiao, bowing in apology to a half-grown kid, Wang Changle. The crowd couldn't take it in for the longest time. Second uncle most of all, his whole worldview was collapsing. Heavens, Scholar Xiao was proud as they came, looking down not just on candidates, but on every other scholar in the township. How could he bow to a mudleg? Impossible. This had to be a dream. Baffled as she was, Mom let out a long breath. As long as he wasn't here to beat her eldest, all was well. Dad dropped the rock. I led Xiaoqian out. Scholar Xiao, what's this about? I was bewildered too. Counting the hide market 2 days back, I'd offended him twice. So how had his attitude flipped 180 degrees? Scholar Xiao's expression was grave. It had to be. Once you'd witnessed that never-miss archery, even the proudest head had to bow. He had to stay alive, didn't he? Young Master Changle, the fault was my household's. We lost nothing, yet you took a beating for it. My servants laid hands on you without restraint. I've brought some gifts and tonics on purpose, and I beg you to forgive me a little. He waved a hand, and the 4 men behind him each opened a basket. Pork, mutton, salted fish, cured pork, rice, salt, oil, all costly goods, and even a bundle of cloth. Gulp, a chorus of swallowed saliva. Young Master Changle, a small token. I sincerely wished to turn weapons of war into silks of peace. That day, I truly was muddle-headed. You were only standing outside. You never entered my home at all. It was my house servant's fault, accusing the wrong thief in their confusion. I apologize to you. Boom! The villagers exploded. What? It wasn't the Changle boy who stole. He was only standing outside? So that's it. No wonder. Changle used to pilfer, sure, but he was never the brazen daredevil type. Then whoever broke into Scholar Xiao's place to steal, who could it have been? My parents suddenly remembered what Changle had said right after he woke. Could it truly not have been Changle, but fourth? I went quiet. But why, really? It couldn't just be because I'm handsome, surely. Turning it over and over. It had to be the 3 arrows at the hide market that had cowed Scholar Xiao. Now I remembered. His face had gone sheet white. The 3rd arrow took the sparrow, and he'd panicked and fled home. The corner of my mouth lifted. They say at court the civil officials don't fear the generals, but scholars are people too. How could they not fear blade and bow? In feudal times a hunter held high standing in the countryside, and a scholar dreaded offending one. A single arrow in return, then off into the deep mountains. Go ahead and try to catch him, let alone one like me, who never missed. I copied the way he'd just bowed in return, without exposing what was on his mind. You're too courteous, Scholar Xiao. My Wang family is deeply grateful. As for the theft at your residence, the truth is... I paused, my eye-catching 4th uncle crouched on the ground with his head in his arms, and our gazes met. His eyes were astonishingly clear, as if released. A wistfulness rose in me. 4th uncle and the original were uncle and nephew in name only, close in age, and by all accounts close in heart. In my memory, 4th uncle never once shorted the original on food or drink, and only this one time, at Scholar Xiao's house, had fear made him slip and harm the original. So, As if moved by some unseen hand, I said, "The truth is, it really wasn't my doing. I never entered your home that day. I won't accept the gifts. Please take them back. If you sincerely mean it, then do the villagers a kindness instead. This year, lower the tenant rents a little." Fourth uncle's pupils quaked, his face astonished. Neither haughty nor humble. Every word crisp, the logic extraordinary. Scholar Xiao was actually struck dumb. The person before him, never mind the clothes, was plainly a courteous, well-spoken scholar, nothing at all like a sneak thief. But of course, the rents will be lowered, the apology stands, and on top of that, 10 taels of fine silver for you. To save his own skin, he went all in too, drawing 10 taels of official silver from his coat, bright and big. The villagers' breath quickened, a lifetime facing the yellow earth. When had they ever seen silver so large, so handsome? The Changle boy was truly blessed. No, Wang III was blessed, fathering such a fine son. Steal from a man, and the man comes to apologize and pay. Why couldn't our family have a boy like that? After some back and forth, the rice, flour, grain, and oil stayed. The silver we firmly refused. Accept that, and what would we become? Scholar Xiao left with his 4 servants, ignoring second uncle from start to finish. Second uncle's face was ashen, only 2 thoughts in his head. The daughter sold for nothing, the Book of Han given away for nothing. He couldn't fathom why Scholar Xiao had suddenly changed his tune, sinking into deep bewilderment. Then a flash of insight. The answers are all in the books. Yes, study. Read the books through, pass the scholar's exam, become a man like Scholar Xiao, and naturally he'd understand. Second uncle picked up his scroll and lost himself in it, which only made second aunt, standing there dazed, look the more foolish and disgraced. Scholar Xiao had apologized in person, and to keep harping on it would shame even grandpa and grandma. Second aunt's face went green, then white. Thinking of the daughter she'd sold with her own hands, grief welled up, and she covered her face and wept. Our family naturally didn't know second aunt was crying, and wouldn't have cared if we did. We were busy hauling the parcels home in high spirits. Pork, mutton, salted fish, cured pork, rice, salt, oil, cloth, a whole kang's worth, spread out. Xiaoyong's drool ran from the village head's place all the way to the Kong at home. Xiaoqian stole several glances at the cloth, then looked down at her broken shoes with half a toe poking out. Changle, you're amazing. Even Scholar Xiao came to apologize to you. Taidan was floored with admiration. In centuries of Yunshi village, nobody had ever heard of a scholar apologizing to a mudleg. Let anyone dare look down on their family now. A great weight lifted off Mom's heart. The Scholar Xiao business was finally settled, and with an in-person apology, the Changle boy would have face wherever he went, no one jabbing at his spine behind his back. Dad thought deeper. Changle, did you? He didn't get the question out, but I could guess it. He wanted to ask whether I'd used force to make Scholar Xiao come and apologize. I smiled wryly. Dad, you're overthinking it. I really didn't threaten anyone. Ask Taidan if you don't believe me. Taidan hurried to vouch. He'd been glued to Changle's side, and Changle was a good sort, even blessing and thanking the stall vendors over a meal. Only then did Dad relax. Taidan, take half the cured pork and salted fish back to your side. Eat it when you're free. Mom, your needlework's good and there's plenty of cloth. Make clothes for you. Auntie, Xiaoqian, Xiaoyong, and Taidan, all of you. Auntie was washing dishes in the kitchen, and at hearing me divvy up the gifts her heart lurched. The rice and salt were one thing, but the cured pork, salted fish, and cloth were all top New Year goods. She didn't dare take them. Changle, Auntie knows you're good to Taidan and dutiful, but… Auntie, we're one family, no outsider talk. I cut her off. When the old home cast us out, it was you and Taidan who took us in without scorn. Otherwise, how would I have held on till now? These gifts always should have had a share for you. Taidan, won't you listen to me anymore? Take half over to the west room. Taidan looked up at his mom. Auntie's eyes already brimmed with tears. Cured pork, salted fish, cloth, things she'd never have dared dream of. Changle, Auntie really doesn't know what to say? From now on, you're Auntie's own good boy. She pulled me into her arms, and Taidan bawled and dove into Auntie's embrace too, hollering, his spit flecks drying on my face. Too much. Man. Cry all you want, but no saliva attacks. Mom and Dad smiled, gratified. This Changle boy had a mind of his own and real ability, and most important of all, a good character. Scholar Xiao apologizing to him meant his back would be straight walking out the door tomorrow. At midday, Auntie said about cooking. She'd meant to make mutton to thank the Changle boy, but I insisted on saving it for the evening and cooking it myself. Mutton's gamey, and someone who's never done it can't handle it right. I'd have to be the one at the stove. Annie took the advice. There was plenty of pork at home, so it was a big pot of cabbage stir-fried with pork, steamed rice and millet, and the leftover pickle pie split among us. The family ate good and full. In the afternoon, Auntie and Mom stayed home, making clothes for the little ones. My mom had learned fine needlework from my grandmother as a girl, her deft hands famous all over Hawaiian. Xiao wanted to come out with me, but Mom kept her back, running wild outside all day. And if she didn't learn women's work, nobody would want her. With no choice, Xiao could only watch longingly as Dad took me, my little brother, and tied in out the door. The 24th of the 12th month, porridge at the village heads in the morning, and in the afternoon, over to Butcher Hans to help slaughter pigs. In past years, with the old home's dozen-plus mouths, Big Uncle and his 2 sons were busy with the vegetable plots and crops. Second Uncle begged off with his studies. Really, he just hated the filth. Fourth Uncle was nowhere to be found, and my dad always went to help with the slaughter alone, bringing back 4 or 5 blocks of pig's blood. And even so, the third branch got only half a block. Most work, least reward. Pure ox and horse labor, and my mom sighed over it more than once. This time, all 3 Wong menfolk were going. Xiao doesn't count. Surely they'd get 10 blocks of pig's blood? So my dad figured. Even with enough pork at home for the whole winter, he still wanted to go help. That's just how a farming man is, honest to the bone. However much food there is, more is never too much. No help for it. He wanted to go, so I'd keep him company. My first new year in this world, I'd spend it well with family. A Liao, the reek of pig hit your face. Butcher Han was one of the village's wealthy households, raising 6 pigs and slaughtering 3 each year. We arrived to find a few dozen men chatting in the yard. Brother Wong III, you're here. Changle boy, helping Uncle Han slaughter pigs this year too? Taidan and Xiao came as well. Brother Wong III, are your 2 households teaming up to get by? The village was where gossip ran thickest, yet no one talked behind our family's back. Big sister and third brother living together. What was there to gossip about? Besides, Changle's name was good now, certified by Scholar Xiao himself as no thief. At most, he'd been a lookout. That's right, Mom loves Changle, and so do I. I just love getting by together. Taidan grinned and blurted the plain truth, and the crowd roared with laughter. Butcher Han came out and called everyone to the backyard. I held my breath and followed. What had these pigs been eating? The stink was awful. Xiao had already gone woozy, swaying on his feet. Dad, you all help with the slaughter. Xiao and I will watch. All right. Butcher Han's wife burned incense at the stove, murmuring things like, no sin in the killing. May the 6 livestock flourish next year and die soon, reborn soon. Dad and Taidan got to work, pulled on grimy clothes, and 4 or 5 men wrestled down a pig that looked 250 pounds, but it had the strength of a young ox. 5 or 6 men pinning it nearly got flipped. Then they roped it and hauled it onto a long bench, and at last it stopped struggling, just grunting and squealing. Taidan was strong, and my dad, lean as he looked, was even stronger than Taidan. The 2 of them pinned the pig down dead tight. Butcher Han drove a knife into the neck vein, and bright blood gushed into a great wooden basin. The basin held water and salt to help the blood congeal. Butcher Han's wife was thrilled. Smooth sailing. The crowd echoed smooth sailing. For luck, the knife had gone in without the slightest snag, the blood bright red, a fine omen. Xiao stared, riveted at a sight he'd never seen, and it was my first time watching a slaughter too. No easy thing. No wonder it took 20-odd men. Too few, and you'd never hold the big pig down. Smooth sailing. I shouted with a grin too. I was starting to love Yunchi village. Smooth sailing. Xiao piped along softly. Butcher Han's son and daughter-in-law had a huge wooden tub ready, the boiling water fogging white in the dead of winter. Lift. Everyone heaved together and flipped the pig into the scalding water, turning and scalding it over and over, scraping the bristles. then opening the belly to take out the innards, liver, lungs, intestines washed out and salted. A waft of that funky smell, and I suddenly thought of 9 Twists' braised intestines and hurried to cover Xiaoyong's nose. Gradually, the voices thickened. Nearly all the village women had come. The pork freshly slaughtered at Butcher Han's was even cheaper than in town, just 17 coppers a pound. With New Year clothes, anyone with a little spare bought some meat, and the hard-up bought some blood or leaf lard to taste a bit of meat. You can't be too bitter at New Year. Butcher Han's knife work was practiced. One stroke split half a side, then the head, trotters, pork belly, hind legs, and last the leaf lard, the pig's belly still steaming. Out of the crowd darted a down-and-out fellow, Wu the Fourth from the village's east end. A lone man with no kin, scraping by on 5 thin mu of land, his eyes going green at the sight of the leaf lard. He slapped a handful of coppers down for Butcher Han's wife, smeared up the warm leaf lard, dipped it straight in the soy sauce he was holding, and, smack, smack, gulped it down his throat, a look of pure bliss on his face. What a hard case. I'd seen it now. He'd actually eat raw pork leaf lard. Pack me 2 pounds of it warm, cold, and I won't pay a single copper. Wu the Fourth hollered, but Butcher Han's wife only laughed. He came to support them at this time every year, free with his coppers. Wu the Fourth want the big fatback too? Yes, 2 pounds of each, and cold I won't pay a copper. Coming right up. That big fatback was 3 or 4 fingers thick of pure fat, not a thread of lean. Cut warm and handed to Wu the Fourth. He took a bite of the fatback first, chewed and chewed, then unhooked the wine gourd at his waist and tipped back a big swig. SSS. That hits the spot. A marvel of a man indeed. No wonder he couldn't land a wife. A whole year's harvest off 5 thin mu, all spent on this year-end leaf lard and fatback. Changle, kid, want some fatback? Thanks, Uncle Wu, I can't stomach it. Please, spare me that way of eating. Pa, young folks don't know how to enjoy life. Thank goodness Yunshi village had only this one hard case. I heard other villages had worse. Splitting open a pig's skull to eat the brains raw, faces smeared red and white, frightening to look at. The meat cut, they began cracking bones for the marrow to boil soup. 1 pig was done, on to the second, then the third. While my dad and Tai-Dan worked away with relish, Butcher Han's wife sold meat over there. The village women crowded up, slicing meat, asking for leaf lard, buying blood, pricing the deboned cuts and spare ribs, a constant flow of people. Yunshi village was neither rich nor poor. A year's labor put a few coppers aside no matter what, and what else were they for but New Year spending? As I watched, the people I least wanted to see arrived, Grandma, Big Aunt, and Second Aunt together. I took Xiaoyong to greet Big Aunt, who answered with a smile. Grandma gave a cold snort, and Second Aunt wore the same sour face, the villagers around her pointedly keeping their distance. What's that about, snubbing her? All thanks to that little brat Wang Changle, who'd made her lose face this morning. The second pig done, it was Grandma's family's turn to buy meat. With far fewer coppers in her purse than past years, she dithered, meaning to cut just a little, but I sidled over, eager as anything to watch the show. Grandma, the family's 5 mouse lighter this year, much better off. You ought to buy more meat, 10 pounds at least. I goggled my big eyes, the picture of childish innocence. 10 pounds. You think it's mung beans? Second Aunt sneered, taking me for a kid who didn't know prices, and said to Grandma, Mom, don't listen to this rotten brat. 4 or 5 pounds is plenty. 4 or 5 pounds, 70 coppers. That was as good as taking Grandma's life. All the family's money was kept with Grandpa and Grandma, and Big Aunt and Second Aunt both looked to Grandma. Don't just stand there, cut the meat. Grandma's face went awkward. She'd only brought 40 coppers, enough for 2 pounds, and that wretched Second Aunt and her flapping mouth. Second son has to study. Too much meat dulls the mind. By 2 pounds. Grandma forced it out against the villagers' mockery and handed over 34 coppers, a dozen plus mouths eating 2 pounds of meat. The nerve. Mom, why only 2 pounds? Second Aunt was stunned. Big Aunt sighed. She'd thought it was like the old days, with only one earner in the house. 2 pounds was already something. As they slunk off, I respectfully saw them out. Bye, Grandma. Second Uncle studying. Go light on his meat. Grandma stumbled. Second Aunt shot me a vicious glare. You little brat. All talk. If you're so capable, you buy meat. I smiled coolly and handed the cloth purse to Xiao. Xiao, go buy meat. The villagers settled in like it was a play. Timidly, Xiao stepped up, climbed onto a stool, untied the purse, and dozens of coppers spilled across the counter. Cut. Cut 5 pounds of meat. 5 pounds of meat. The villagers were dumbstruck. Wang Third's family wanting 5 pounds of meat. Big news. That 10 taels of official silver from Scholar Xiao this morning had plainly been refused, and at the split they hadn't gotten a single copper. The whole village had heard. So where'd all this money come from? Right, it could only be money from the Changle boys hunting. Though who knew what the kid was bagging? Our own boys we wouldn't dare send into the mountains, might get carried off by a tiger. Butcher Han's wife was stunned too, scooping up the coppers and counting them one by one. Exactly 85. He'd come prepared. Changle, really 5 pounds. Auntie Foam, split it in two. 1 part 4 pounds, 1 part 1 pound. Coming right up. That 1 pound I gave to Big Aunt. She refused for all she was worth, and I said it was to build up the 2 cousins, so Big Aunt took it through tears, and I made no mention of anyone else. Grandma and Second Aunt watched, stamping their feet, and went home fuming. Back at the slaughter yard, I produced another 40 coppers and bought 2 pounds of pork intestine and a pound of leaf lard. The villagers were struck speechless by my family's spending power. 125 coppers gone in the time it takes to talk. What on earth was the Changle boy hunting? They were curious. It wasn't that they couldn't put up that much, but whose family didn't save a little for their children's marriages? You rarely saw a household as free-handed as the Wangs. When Dad and Taidan finished slaughtering the 3rd pig, having put their backs into it, the 2 of them split 2 bowls of pig's blood and half a pound of pork ribs. My dad was thoroughly satisfied, grinning ear to ear the whole way home. Changle, tonight let's stew the pork ribs. My dad's coming home today too. We'll all eat well together. Sesame crisps, pork jerky, fried dough sweets. My dad brings me those every year. Sure, I had a good impression of Uncle Xiao Gang, a dark-skinned, laughing fellow, about my dad's height, but a fair bit sturdier, who'd lost his whole family to Woku pirates at 18 and fled the famine to Yunchi village, where Andy had just come of age, and so the 2 had joined. Newly married, they'd had nothing, not even a roof. It was Big Uncle and my dad and others who, at the old village head's call, each chipped in timber and stone to build the little courtyard. Uncle Xiao Gang could eat bitterness, cleared 10 mu of wasteland on his own, but the year Taidan turned 3 the village was struck by a great drought, not a grain harvested, and they survived only on my dad's help. After that he gave up farming, went to the county to do hard labor, and came back for half a month each new year before leaving again. Listening to Taidan go on about it all the time, I knew Uncle Xiao Gang came back by midday on the 24th in past years, but today he was much later. Surely he ought to be home before sundown, in time for the reunion dinner. Taidan flew home, brandishing the pork ribs to show off, only to hear weeping. Heart-seizing, he shoved open the east room door, saw my mom covering her face and crying, flung down the ribs, knelt and wrapped his arms around her legs. Mom, what's wrong? Auntie was crying her heart out. I came in, and my mom sighed. Someone who came back said an avalanche on the snow mountain in Xiao Township buried the dirt road, trapped a lot of people. Your Uncle Xiao Gang. He's very likely caught in there too. The words landed like a thunderclap. Auntie dissolved into tears. Tiedan's eyes reddened, and he shot to his feet. I'm going to save Dad. With that he bolted for the door, and I caught him in one grab. Changle, don't stop me. I have to go save my dad. Of course we're going. Calm down first. How are you going to find your dad rushing out like this? Taidan stopped, fists clenched. He'd listened to Changle. Changle wouldn't lead him wrong. I soothed Auntie. Auntie, Uncle's only trapped on the road. Don't panic. Crying yourself sick won't help. Taidan and I will go find him now. Auntie, eyes red and swollen, wiped her tears dry. Changle, Auntie's counting on you. Mom, get me cured pork, candy, salted fish, a water skin. Pack whatever dry rations we've got, plus jackets, shoes, and socks. Oh, and all the coppers we have left at home. Right. Mom and Xiao Qian were off the Kong in an instant, loading things into the basket. Auntie came out of the west room and handed me a cloth bundle. 300 coppers. Changle, This is all the money. Just so long as you can find Tiedon's dad. Don't worry, Auntie, I'll do my best. Taidan, bring the shovel, the bow and arrows, the rope, the hunting knife. Let's go. Changle, hold on. Dad. Dad shouldered a basket and followed, his face grave. You two heading off so far. I can't rest easy. Seeing how set he was, Mom let out a breath. With the children's father along, at least he could watch over them some. Taidan, mind your big brother Changle and your third uncle. Mom, I know. I'll get Dad out for sure. At the gate, Auntie's tears wouldn't stop. The ever-strong woman finally couldn't hold up and sank to the ground. Mom comforted her, looking after the figures of her husband and eldest son with worry in her eyes. Through Huayan Township and on to neighboring Linen Township, less than 10 li from Xiao. The sky had darkened, the temperature plunging, the cold wind flinging snowgrit that stung the face. The three of us each carried a basket, bow and hunting knife in hand, feet never stopping. Dad, have you been to Xiao Township? Passed through twice in the old days. Going back with your mother to her parents' home, there's a mount by sure. Never thought there'd be an avalanche. Taidan, eat some dry rations and cured pork. Taidan wanted nothing more than to run flat out. Changle, I'm not hungry. Eat. Rare for me to go stern, I barked it and Taidan started. No food, no strength. How'll you save your dad? Finish it all. A packet of dry rations and cured pork stuffed into his coat. Taidan tore into it with red eyes, the wind drying his tears. Dad watched, sick at heart. Our own family had it hard enough. Big sister's harder still. In times like these, word was it had already gone to chaos beyond Qingzhou Prefecture. Roving bandits and brigands everywhere. Who knew how many more days Qingzhou Prefecture itself would stay at peace? By the time we reached Xiao Township, it was deep night, all in chaos. Lanterns, oil lamps, candles, firelight of every kind. The township head had organized the men to dig out the snow, a din everywhere. In some spots, people were buried clean under the snow. In others, the snow had walled them in, trapped and unable to get out. Taidan was frantic, praying his dad was the second kind. Trapped, please not buried underneath. One look at the scene and he was dumbstruck. A vast field of snow blanketing the dirt road, thick as the ice on Yunshi Creek. Where was he even to dig? With no idea, he could only turn to Changle. I thought it through and asked, Dad, which way's the county seat? Dad pointed to the road running northeast. Taidan, keep up. The road west of Mount Baishur led to Yong'an Township, where my mom's parents lived. The road east led to the county seat, more heavily traveled, so more diggers worked there. Already halfway through, buried people being pulled out one after another. The lucky, sturdy men still had breath in them. The frilier women, old folks, and children weren't so fortunate, their cries and wails shaking the heavens. Taidan plunged to the very front, digging snow with every ounce of strength in him, and I hurried after. Taidan was my brother. I couldn't let him bear it alone. The three of us dug, and soon turned up a person, a dead one. Tiedon's heart shuddered. He wiped the snow off his face, not his dad, and felt a guilty flicker of relief. We kept digging, arms gone sore and not stopping, dug into pitch blackness. Maybe past 2 in the morning, dug clean through the snow. Above was a jutting boulder, and beneath it a hollow of 3 some meters, where 2 people lay on the ground, wrapped in several layers of fox fur, one pelt's tail red as blood. My heart lurched. It was Steward Zhou and Matron Feng, who'd bought my fox pelt at the hide market. Matron Feng was barely breathing. Steward Zhou's body was still warm, and I quickly fed him some water, tore cured pork into small bits and got it down with the water, and only then did he slowly come to, his eyes full of terror. Miss,